talking about Swami, I mean, I was talking of how the building blocks of faith for me was actually watching him, being with him, putting forth this little little tests, if you will, to does he really read my mind? Does he, So I wanted to know firsthand, would he read? Does he know what am I thinking? Does he know what's going on? And I would do that not out of defiance, but out of an intense yearning. There was a sense of a naivety in Swami, a sense of childishness, It wasn't as if he was, I don't know if he was pulling a leg or not, but it didn't seem that time. That time you were like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Where do I stand with this person? If I do this, it goes wrong. If I do this, it is wrong. So where do I stand? He kept us on our toes. That made us really watch every single action of ours, every single word of ours, every single thought of ours. We were like alert. And I guess that was true training of living in the moment. Honestly, it was, you couldn't let go even for a second. He's a phenomenon that I have never been able to understand.
An enigma. You can't figure him out.
Enigma, a phenomenon, a being, if you will, not a human person. I would definitely say he is not human as you and I are. As we see things and feel things and listen to things, he is not the same. He's not like you and me. He tries to be like you and me. He tries to talk like you and me. He tries to behave like you and me, but he is not. There was a room just above the interview room, which is pretty much the same size as the interview room. And there was one chair. And the rest of the room was practically empty.
Did he have books or telephones or magazines?
No. It just letters most of the time.
I mean, these aren't.
There weren't any books that he would sit down and read. I have never seen him read.
How about newspapers?
Newspapers would come and it would lie on his desk.
How about television?
No, there was no television.
Radio?
There was no television, no radio. Now, when I deal with youngsters in the young adults, and I talk to them about Swami, I'm on my toes because I don't know what questions they're going to come up with. And I was like that when I went to Swami. And so for me to accept him, I want to tell people, hey, listen, if I can do it, you could do it. Because I actually saw a person in action who defies normal human logic. A relationship with a guru, a master and a disciple is something so unique. I didn't realize the uniqueness of it till the separation was brought about. And reminded of a quote, a beautiful quote which says, separation diminishes lesser affections and increases greater ones. The most painful was when we actually saw the samadhi taking place on the third day, and suddenly the fact that he was no more hit you. But that's why I said it took me those 3 days where we cried shamelessly. I just let go. I didn't stop myself. Ever since Swami passing away, it's like, what am I doing with my life now?
Dr. Sundar Iyer spent 15 and a half years living in Sai Baba's Indian ashram, Prashanti Nilayam, receiving his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees, and then teaching for 2 years at Sai Baba's University. In the early 1980s, Sundar Iyer spent 2 years serving as Sai Baba's personal household attendant. His stories are many, as are his direct experiences with Sai Baba. This complete song sung by Sundar will be presented in its entirety at the end of this video. This is one of several Sojourns videos detailing Sundar Iyer's experiences with Sai Baba. They can most easily be found by date. Welcome to Sojourns. This interview was recorded in Elyria, Ohio on June 18, 2011. Sundar, thanks a whole lot for one more opportunity to probe your many, many years being a follower of Sai Baba, and especially the years when you were there working side by side with him as an attendant. And I guess I want to begin by where we left off when we once talked about why you purposely don't choose to refer to Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba as God. You have an explanation for it that I didn't ask for the last time. What is it?
Okay. First of all, thank you again for having me. It's always a pleasure and a great honor to talk about my teacher and my master. And I've often been asked this when I speak at retreats or in other places, why don't you say he is God? And the only reason why I don't is because, very simply put, I don't know what God means. To say Baba is God or not God would imply that the person who's saying it knows what this God is all about. If you give me a fruit and say, hey Sundar, here's an apple, and what you're holding is an orange, I would turn around and say, hey Ted, that's not an apple, that's an orange. And the reason I can say that's not an apple is because I've tasted an apple. I know what an apple looks like, and I know that this is an apple or not an apple. To claim Sai Baba as God or not God both implies that I know what God is or what it means. I don't. I'm still in that exciting journey of discovering what this all means. And I think the irony of the fact is I've come now to believe that the day I feel and experience and understand what God means, I would still not say He's God, because at that point I would be silent anyway.
Well, you were in an unmistakable position to learn more about God, as Baba says he is, and he says the same thing about Sundar and Jody and Maya and Ted.
Yes.
Than most anyone else on the face of the earth. There's probably only been a handful of people to have such close proximity as you had for such a long period of time. And it's the chief criticism people bring to me about why I didn't follow up with such a golden opportunity when I had you before this camera talking about this. So let's probe that in the most meaningful, productive ways we can.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
You know, even though I don't say he is God, I definitely want to say something. He's a phenomenon that I have never been able to understand.
An enigma. You can't figure him out.
Enigma, a phenomenon, a being, if you will, not a human person. I would definitely say he is not human as you and I are. As we see things and feel things and listen to things, he is not the same. He's not like you and me. He tries to be like you and me. He tries to talk like you and me. He tries to behave like you and me, but he is not. And I have so many instances, and I can share with you 2 or 3 of those instances which I saw. You know, it's a one-on-one first-hand experience, and I think it's very important for us to, as contemporaries of this incarnation, if you will, to know the idiosyncrasies of a master. You know, Yogananda writes in his book the idiosyncrasies of his master, and I often wondered what masters and what kind of idiosyncrasies that they have. And after having lived with Swami, I knew that this is so true, because these people are perceiving the world from a completely different level, and I don't know what that level is. And I'm sure in our own small insignificant way, we have had those glimpses which lifts our spirits and minds so high, and we call that bliss, or we call that a great mood, we call that a peak experience or a spiritual experience. But for somebody to live in that 24/7, what an amazing thing that would have been, or that would be. So, and I firmly believe I saw Baba living in that kind of a plane all the time. And like I said,
you did not see many or any deviations from that plane.
I rarely saw any deviations from that plane. I would, that's why I said he tried to be like us. He would try to, you know, speak to you and ask you your name, but you knew it right through that he knew exactly what he was talking about and why he was, you know.
And let me follow up one bit, because I think it might have been somebody we know from Pasadena, California, who has spent 35 years with him, who shared this story that once he was riding with Baba in a car, and there was a student, and there was a villager, and there was a head of a corporation in the front seat, and there was Baba, and there was this fellow, a longtime devotee. And Baba had a way of reflecting back to each individual, if my memory serves me correctly, himself as exactly that person would expect Baba to be to him. In other words, he's almost multi-dimensional depending on who he's talking to.
He is. Like I was mentioning in the last interview about the Buddhist monks, where he spoke to me and I heard was Telugu, and what they heard was a completely different language. And both of us got to hear about what he had said about the Kundalini and yoga. There was a brilliant exposition. And so he does come to each one of us separately, and we would be 15-20 students sitting around him, but each of us would take home a completely different message, a completely different Swami. Just to highlight that particular point, and then I'll highlight some of these quirks of Swami. Highlight that point. We would all be sitting in the bhajan hall, and there would be students next to me who would, twist and turn when it is like 3 hours or 2 hours of sitting, because we are all cramped for darshan. But when it came to me, I don't know whether Swami knew I was learning yoga or whatever. Even if I would move like this, he would stare at me. He would look like as if so disappointed with me. And for some time, initially that would hurt me. I would say, look at this guy. He's sitting like this. And he's looking at Swami like this. And why can't I be a little more, my back was hurting and my knees were hurting. But even if I would shift like this a little bit, he would stare, he would give a very disapproving look. So even though there were 15-20 of us, he would deal with each of us individually. He would never generalize, never ever generalize. He would be very particular about who sits on this side of him, who would sit on this side of him. And if for some reason something didn't turn out, he would finish the interview in 5 minutes and walk away, and we would know something went wrong. So he would want everything the way he wants it.
Why would he be that strict?
That's one of the quirks of him. That's one of the things which we never understood. He would be so upset if somebody whom he didn't want sitting on the left side instead of the right side.
Why would he
look
just
at him
say
and he would indicate to that boy. There would be many instances where I sat in the wrong place and I got such a stare that I would quietly move to the right place. And then he would find him relaxed. But if I didn't get the message, I would upset him so much that he would get up and even walk away.
And what does that mean to you?
Nothing. Those are the kind of times where you sit down and wonder, what does this mean? What is wrong if I sit on this side of his chair or that side of his chair? Why is he so particular? But over a period of time, you just came to respect his and go with his flow, the flow of his energy, because you begin to respect what he wishes, and you knew there was a blessing in every single thing that he did.
But a decade later,
that came gradually.
But a decade later, looking back over this peculiar history now, have you put it together any better in your mind as to what he was trying to accomplish?
No, and that's one of the reasons I said he's still a phenomenon. I wouldn't, and the day I would be able to piece it together, I wouldn't be able to talk, I'm sure, because, I guess the truly wise man is silent, and as long as we are here talking, we know that we are ignorant, trying to grasp something which is way beyond our grasp. Talking about Swami, I was talking of how the building blocks of faith for me was actually watching him, being with him, putting forth this little tests, if you will, to does he really read my mind? Does he, there were some of these months before I got into his room, which was a whole different thing, and I'll come to that in a little bit, was when I was just a student like anybody else, and I was interested in Swami. Now I started becoming curious about his metaphysical abilities, where you're in Puttaparthi, you're in ashram, and people tell you stories which are phenomenal in nature. Things which you as a youngster would think, there's no way this can be true, because if it's true, then my whole life is going to be changed if I'm going to accept it. And for me, accepting that was a big thing. So I wanted to know firsthand, does he know what am I thinking? Does he know what's going on? And I would do that not out of defiance, but out of an intense yearning. And always I said, I really want this faith, Swami, so give it to me and bless me with it. I really want to know you, I want to understand you. And I think there's a difference between that and saying, hey, okay, if he can read my mind, can he do this? Then he probably would have just ignored me. So it wasn't out of a defined attitude, it was more of an attitude that I'm willing to learn, but I need that faith, I need that. So simple things like, I remember once, there was this lady who would sing a long bhajan. In those days, you had men and women singing in the bhajan hall. And every time she would start singing, Baba would make a big face, because it's a very long bhajan. And Baba has 20-25 minutes from 6 to 6:25, he would say. So once she starts singing this, she would start extremely slow and then drag the bhajan, because it's her chance to sing in front of Baba, and she would take as long as, so it would take at least 4 to 5 minutes for one bhajan. And Baba would fast, namasmarana type bhajans, where you just chant God's name and move on and chant different God's names. So he's looking, because he often says, I'm sitting on the chair looking at devotees, you're looking at me, so you don't know what's going on out there. So anyway, when this lady would start, every time Baba would make a face like this, look at her, smile sheepishly, but he would allow her to finish it too, I mean, because of his immense love for her. So one day this lady started, and I'm thinking in my mind, okay Baba, if you know what's going on in my mind, and I always wanted to put something out of the ordinary, challenges to Baba, if you will, so that I know it was meant for me. I said, Baba, if you can really read my mind, just to prove to me once, make this lady sing this bhajan three times. You know, the bhajans are sung twice, once in a normal speed, and then the second time you go faster. So Baba would hardly let her finish the faster type, because by then it's 5 minutes. So I'm saying, can you make this go 3 times today? Because there's no way you would have ever done it, and you've never done it so far. So if you do that for me, I know that there's something going on between you and me. And this is just one youngster in that crowd, believe me. And I said, please, please, Swami. And she started, and Swami made a face, looked out there, and started doing the talam. And the second time went, and then to my surprise, he went the third speed, and then looked at me saying, just for you, I'm doing this, and only once.
So you really did have him answer.
So yes, that was the first time I said, wow, he did it. And I was so, he gave me a sheepish grin saying, I'm just doing this for you. There was another time he was giving darshan, and I would sit with the boys here. And these are all the days before I got to know him physically, in that sense of as a one-on-one thing. I was just one among the many students. And so I always thought he never knew who I was. So he's among the devotees giving darshan, and he walks over from the ladies' side to the gents' side. And I'm looking at Swami there. I'm thinking, there is no possible way he can be thinking of me now, right? So I'm looking at him, and as he's passing by, and I look at Swami. I say, Swami, if you are thinking of me, show me a sign right now. Please show me a sign right now. And in a matter of a second, he turned around, looked at me, and called me like this. He's standing there. He's calling me. He did like this. My knees froze. I was so scared because it happened all in a couple of seconds.
And
a
it
flashing
was unmistakable. It was you he was pointing.
Yeah, it was just about probably 30 feet. So you knew he was looking at you across the sand, and he said like this. And I just went, because I didn't know why he's calling me out of the darshan line. And it's different when he stands in the interview room and calls you in, but he's standing out there and pulling you out. I thought, I'm done for. So I'm going to him and thinking, oh my gosh, what is this? And then very, very nonchalantly, he has a bunch of letters in his hand. It's as if he just called somebody to give the letters. He hands it over to me and continues the darshan.
Many of us go through a whole lifetime petitioning God to give us a sign, and you get these signs right and left.
I think that's the beauty of having an avatar, a guru. I was so touched by that one thing, and the way Swami did it so subtly, and God is so subtle. He called me. He knew this thought was going in my head, and this next second he calls me, he hands me over this and walks away. He doesn't tell, hey, you are thinking of me, I saw you. It's never spelled in black and white. And I think later on, many months later, I think in some other conversation, somebody asked Swami about experiences, and Swami, why is that the faith? Swami said, I give you experiences, but I give you the opportunity to develop faith. Because when you develop faith, you are building foundations for your own progress. So he gives us an opportunity, he gives us the experience we need, and then now it's up to us to say, hey, this was a coincidence, or this was a coincidence. And there was a sai involved in this, there was an answer to my prayer, and that's my choice. So he leaves the ball in your court. I give you what you want, now it's up to you, take it or leave it. And ever since, there's so many of instances where where he gives you the experience we need, and then lets you decide. You decide now where you want to go with this. So the choice is ours. And this happens to me even today. In all our prayers are answered, then we wonder, was it just a chance? Was it just a coincidence? Is it truly God talking to me?
I think Leelas happen every day anymore in my life because I see so many coincidences occur.
Exactly. Once you're in tune with God, it's amazing. And then once I got into Baba's room, it was a whole different
Sundar,
series.
I derelicted my responsibility by not asking you the most obvious question first. I believe you're the second person I've had the privilege to interview since Sai Baba's Mahasamadhi. How did the death of his form impact you? What do you make of it? Has it changed you?
It was hard. It was very, very hard to accept the fact that he was physically moving away from us. I was asked to speak to my college younger students over a conference call the day Swami was admitted to the hospital, and for some reason I knew that he was not coming back, because the Swami I know would never go to a hospital. Honestly, he would have stayed, and he has been sick before. He has gone with his darshans. He's never stopped away from what he was meant to do. The fact that he resigned to go, something told me that he's not coming back, and I broke down on that conference call. And that 1 month was very painful, because on the one side you didn't want Swami to go through the pain or whatever he was going through. On the other side, he was giving us time to prepare ourselves. So it was very hard for me to accept it. And I think the hardest was those 3 days when you actually saw his physical body lying still. It was something, both of us were lying down in the laptop on our laps and watching the TV media, and it was horrible. I thought, for some reason, somewhere unknown, all the philosophy that I held suddenly got blown out of proportion, and just the pang of separation hit me hard.
And why? Because you, among people I really respect, preach over and over again, Baba doesn't go anywhere.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all. But and that took me also by surprise. I said, where is this grief coming from? I thought I could handle this. I thought I could, I had intellectually prepared myself, and I experienced Baba's divinity and the divinity within 24/7, as I do even today, and so does Maya. But then, when this hit us suddenly, I said, this is the only Guru I had, and he's no more.
What do you say when you utter those words? What do you mean that you don't have your Guru anymore?
Well, physically. I mean, the fact that at the back of the mind we always thought Swami was in Vrindavan, Swami was in Puttaparthi.
But you haven't been there to see him physically in
Yes,
oodles of years.
never. But just the fact that I've stayed there, we were always in touch with, emails would come and you would read, okay, Swami's gone to Vrindavan, oh, Swami's visiting Bombay. You knew it was the back of your mind, there was a Swami there. Whom you could, if you wanted to write to, if you wanted to reach out, there was always a Swami there. And suddenly, the fact that he was no more hit you. But that's why I said it took me those 3 days where we cried shamelessly. I just let go. I didn't stop myself. And I know I sang a small song as a tribute, and I don't know how many times I had to retake it because I kept crying in the middle. But we did it simply because I had to find an outlet for my grief. And when the most painful was when I actually saw the Samadhi taking place on the third day. And when I went to sleep that night, because it was late night for us when we were watching on our laptop, and when I went to sleep that night, I didn't know how I was going to get up the next morning. But then surprisingly, very surprisingly, I got up the next morning and there was no sign of grief. It just vanished along with that. It was more like a closure or whatever. I don't know what it is, but in my mind, I was back to exactly where I was. And I was so grateful. I got up in the morning thinking, I have to now go to work and things like that. I was preparing myself for the worst day ever, because now Swami Samadhi is over, and we had gone to bed crying. The next day morning was suddenly, oh my gosh, I'm back to exactly where I knew I was back to where I was.
Sundar, I've heard a little bit of this song. It's not fair. It's on short notice. Can you offer up a little of the song for us now, on command?
I will share with you the meaning first, and as I do that, at the back of my mind, I'll try and get the tune back into my memory. But the beauty of that song I love is the Allahi Rahem, Allahi Rahem, means God is merciful, God is kind, God is merciful. That's it's a very beautiful mantra to even chant.
And what language was that?
That's Urdu and in Hindi.
Okay.
It's Hindi and Urdu basically. Allahi Rahem, Maulahi Rahem. Mm-hmm. So that was the chant that it starts off with. But then the song goes like, you have strewn my path with love, so much love that just your gaze has lifted my life.
And how did that song come to you then?
This was a song, it's sung in one of the Hindi films, but the song, it was written, the lyrics are so beautiful, and even the context of the song was not out of the, it's all about love.
But it
And
just came to you. That particular beautiful song, all about love, just came to you after the announcement that he had left his body.
No, it was just around that time. I was actually thinking of this song. No, even before he had left his body, the song was, I had come across this song and I said I should offer the song to Swami. Everybody is praying for his recovery. I just want to offer the song of love. When masters like that decide on something, and I knew if Swami had decided on something, nothing is going to change that decision. We could cling and pray to him forever, anything, but nothing would have changed that decision. And so I was contemplating on the song, and then when this happened that he passed away, then I said this song has to be given to him. It was literally haunting me.
And has the tune now come to you?
Kaise Ishq, what is it? कैसे इश्क से सज गई राहें, जब से देखी है तेरी निगाहें, या खुदा मैं तो तेरा हो गया. The moment I saw your eyes, I knew I became yours. It's a very touching song. It was very beautiful, and the way suddenly things started falling in place. I got the right pictures, it just went on, and I kept crying throughout the song, and I enjoyed doing that and offering. I was very honored to do that offering.
I had a non-Baba devotee ask me what the loss was for me, and I said, I remember somebody telling me when my parents both died that we are orphaned, and even as adults, it's a strange concept, but truly we are orphaned. And I said, it's like losing my parents and my grandmother and my grandfather on the same day.
Wow.
Losing Baba has left me orphaned to that degree. And I'm sure if you talk to 10 people, it would be 10 ways of expressing a similar concept.
Yeah.
And for you, it was song that came.
It was a song. I think a relationship with a guru, a master and a disciple is something so unique. I didn't realize the uniqueness of it till the separation was brought about. And reminded of a quote, a beautiful quote which says, separation diminishes lesser affections and increases greater ones. This is not my quote, I'm quoting somebody else. Decreases lesser affections and increases greater ones, like the wind that blows out the candle and yet fans a forest fire.
Wow.
So the lesser affections of darshans and sitting in the front of row, that is going to diminish now. But then the greater affection of what he stood for, how has he inspired me? What is now how is my life going to be a reflection of what he stood for? I think that is what is coming wave after wave, day after day. And I'm terrified on the one side, but then the awakening is kind of just shot up in a far more greater intensity than it would have been otherwise. So ever since Swami passing away, it's like, what am I doing with my life now?
Well, you have duty for one thing. You have greater duty, greater responsibility to share, and that's what we're doing here.
And that's why I'm very honored, and I really want to share my inspiration and faith, because this was a first-hand inspiration, a first-hand observation of who he was. It was just as any other youngster, with all his questions, with all his lack of faith, with all his curiosity and questions in his back of his mind, watching Swami. It's probably easier to convince an elderly person who's already got fixed ideas about God and divinity. But when a youngster walks in, you got to be on your toes. Now, when I deal with youngsters in the young adults, and I talk to them about Swami, I'm on my toes because I don't know what questions they're going to come up with. And I was like that when I went to Swami. Mm-hmm. And so for me to accept him, I want to tell people, hey, listen, if I can do it, you could do it. Because I actually saw a person in action who defies normal human logic. And I just want to, and the reason why I say that, it's just simple things, observing him in his room. There's so much talk about, Swami's room and this and that, and in the media goes back and forth about his room. They don't have no clue what went on in that room, where he was just, if you and I get bored, we watch TV. If he would get bored, I thought he would call a Vedic Pandit and engage in a conversation. you know, and that's all he did. He would say, okay, call this Pandit. We would go running and call him. He would come and sit at Swami's feet, and then they would engage themselves in a highest philosophical conversations. It's amazing, and some of those conversations I'm trying to dig into my memory, because I would be sitting out just outside the room on the steps, and I would go, wow, wow, wow.
Okay, work hard at digging up that memory, because we'd like to hear some of those stories.
Well, I guess it'll come. I guess I'll share some of those very beautiful teachings, powerful teachings of Swami. But then, talking of his personality, watching him inside his room, there were some funny and some not so funny incidents. One was where, you know, we talk of Swami being well and not well, and people wonder, why does he need a doctor, or why did he fall sick, and this and that. Just like, you know, the question is, why did he have to read letters? He didn't have to, but he just did it just because he wanted to. One evening, Dr. Alreja was sitting with Swami, and then Swami let out his hand, and then Dr. Alreja was taking his blood pressure and feeling his pulse and talking to him, and I was standing a little outside the room, but I knew that he was doing this. And so I was very new to Swami then, and I was thinking...
And the year, more or less, for people's curiosity who want to know what era we're talking about here?
1980, 81.
Okay.
That is when I was in Swami's Baba's room. So I'm standing outside his room, and I'm thinking, why does he need... If people out there are claiming he is God, he is incarnation, he is perfect body and this and that, why does he need to do this? Why is he getting his blood pressure checked? Shouldn't he know what his blood pressure is? I mean, that's a logical question that would arise in a 17, 18-year-old boy, right? And it passed my mind. I was thinking, and then Swami suddenly said, hey, and I peeked in, and he said, come here. And I went to him, and he says, this doctor is saying I'm having fever. You want to see? Is my body warm? And so he pulled up his sleeve and he let out his left arm. He says, just see, this guy is saying I've got fever. And I went and I touched his wrist, and I almost recoiled my hand. I said, wow, Swami, yes, Swami, you have fever. I do? Yes, Swami, it's warm. Okay, come this side, see my right arm. So I'm crossing the chair, and because Alreja is sitting right in front of Swami, so I'm crossing and walking over this side while I'm thinking, duh, doesn't somebody understand that the left and the right arm will be warm if you have fever? So I'm walking across, and I touched his right arm, and so now my hand doesn't recoil, I'm just holding it. He asks, what is it? Do I have fever? I said, no, you don't have fever. Why? It's not warm anymore, Swami. And then he says, and of course he's not laughing or anything, he's just saying, oh, what kind of education you people have? On one side you're saying I'm having fever, one side I'm saying I'm not having fever. Your education is all waste. So, and then of course Dr. Alreja had a big laugh about it, and Swami was not laughing, he was just saying, see, all confusion, modern education is waste, and he just shooed me away. I walked out of the room thinking, okay, now I'm never going to have this question again. The idea is what goes on in a body of a person who perceives life differently. I mean, what kind of hormones are secreted from our brain? I don't know. I mean, medical science think, you know, they put all those tubes and say, all right, if you're relaxed, and this is, you know, dopamine is released, and this is released, and that is released. Hey, what about somebody who perceives himself as the universe? What kind of a brain, what kind of activity that must be going on in that body? For me, that one example was like, oh my gosh, who is this? Because I knew that one arm was warm and hot, and the other arm was absolutely normal.
A little bit.
Same,
okay, go ahead.
There's one more instance. Unless you have a question.
No.
So there is one afternoon where I'm getting all these letters piled up in trays because we had to organize them and take it upstairs to Swami, right? So I do all that. I come out, and then there's somebody waiting to see Swami. One of the Pandits had come, and there was the Gita discourses were being given by this Pandit every day in the bhajan hall in the afternoon. So before that, he would come and seek Swami's audience, sit with Swami, and they would engage in analyzing the Gita. It was a fascinating thing, listening to Swami. Swami would say, okay, what are you going to speak today? And he would say, Swami, I'm speaking on so-and-so chapter. What is that meaning of that chapter? And then the Pandit would speak, and then Swami would give his perceptions, and you'll see the Pandit going lower and lower, oh, Swami, Swami, Swami. And of course he would come out and say, like, it's all his idea, of course. But then, so that afternoon, the Pandit is waiting down for permission to come and seek audience with Swami. And so I open the door and I see the Pandit, and I tell him, wait, I'll go and let Swami know that you have come. So I go upstairs, and Swami is sitting in his chair. The room is about 12 or 15 feet in length. So I stand at the door, which we normally do, and then Swami says, what? So I tell him, Swami so-and-so has come. In the normal tone of voice, which normally we would we would talk every day. Swami said, what? And so I took 2 steps in and I told him again, a little louder, Swami so-and-so has come. He said, Bhojanan Chaileda, didn't you have food this morning? You had no breakfast? Can't you speak louder? Now Swami was serious. He was as if like, I'm reading something, can't you just speak louder? So I spoke loudly, I said, so-and-so has come closer. So I took 2 more steps and 2 more steps, and finally I was right up to where Swami is, literally into his ear, telling him so-and-so has come. Then he said, okay, send him up. And I go out thinking, what was this? And this is not Swami smiling or trying to, indicate I'm pulling your leg. Nothing. I was so terrified. I walked out thinking, what is this? Swami couldn't hear me. And so I sent the Pandit up. And a little while later, another Pandit came and I had to go and tell Swami he had come. So now I'm going up. I knew the routine. I go stand near the door. He said, what? I started walking straight in. Swami said, stop. You just can't walk up to him. He said, stop. I was like, oh my God, the best stop sign ever. I was like, okay, Swami, what is it? Tell from there. And now I'm so scared because he said, stop like this. So I'm literally whispering because, you're afraid. Swami, so-and-so has come. Swami said, yeah, I can hear. Go send him up. And I walk out thinking, who is this person? 5 minutes ago he couldn't hear me, and now he's able to hear if I'm whispering across. And I remember a week later also, somebody was coughing downstairs when Swami was retired into his bedroom. He came later on, he said, who was coughing? So, if he wanted to hear, he could hear really well. And instances like those, you felt, who is this person? He's not doing it to impress you. He was not doing these things in front of cameras. Literally nobody was around. It was just him, me, nobody else, and some other. But here you find that he is either absorbed totally. He would sit sometimes just staring at a wall, doing nothing. He could be 45, 1 hour just staring at a wall.
Really?
Yeah, just staring at the clock or the wall like that. He wouldn't feel like reading the mail. And I'm talking, these are all in the 80s, where he would, or engage himself in discussion. There were times he would call us to press his feet, and Swami would tell us, press my feet harder, harder, harder. And our arms or forearms, it's like, milking cows, after a while you just can't. Our arms would pain so much that we would actually be terrified to go and press Swami's feet. There were 4 of us, and we would fight as to who wouldn't go. We would say, okay, I've done my job yesterday, man, you go. I don't want to go there. Because we were terrified that we would sit, and it's not just pressing. He would say, aren't you eating food? Press harder. So you have to press those calf muscles so hard that in 5 minutes your arm is burning. He would say, do more. Otherwise get out. So it was a hard workout. So you would, and there were sometimes he wouldn't allow you to even touch his feet. You just be very like, don't touch me, keep away from me, kind of a thing. And those keep away from me movements were very stark. He wouldn't like you even if you come like 2 feet closer to him. Stay away, keep away. It's like for your own good, I'm saying, keep away, kind of a thing.
He must have terrified some of the young boys who would come up there and work for him, such as yourself.
When you actually doing it now, 20 years, 25 years down the line, I can sit back and relish those memories. But when you're there, you are waiting for the day to end because you are so stressed out, and you want to go back and just relax in the hostel and just breathe a sigh of relief.
You've touched on this a little bit the last time we talked, but use your mental camera and re-rack the video a little bit to play back the description of his abode, of his room or rooms, and a few details. And I guess to set this up, I should remind you that when I once asked rhetorically, and Jody heard me say, why are we doing these interviews? She said, because one day these will be super valuable. These are the disciples. These are the disciples. And she meant then, I think, dozens of years down the road, long after Baba's physical form is gone. That time is now. And so to collect these stories, no matter how trivial or small the details are, they're going to be looked upon down the road with great interest even today they are. 'Cause
Right.
many of us didn't have that insight.
Right.
So if you will, set up the stage again of his rooms, easy chair, reclining chair, bed, desks, plural, one. How many lights did he have, etc., and so forth.
You know, his upstairs there was a room just above the interview room, which is pretty much the same size as the interview room, and there was one chair. In the interview
And
room,
that's
there was
tiny.
one chair, and there was another chair. In India, you call a single chair as a sofa, but it's just one person can sit. It's not reclining. You don't, it's not one of those reclining chairs where you can put your leg up and.
It's just a chair.
It's just a straightforward chair, and you had the waste paper basket next to him where you can tear the letters and dump, which we would, occasionally he would call us and we would clean it because it would get filled up so fast. And then on this side there would be a desk, a small desk where you would have these trays of envelopes, and that's all you would do, read, and the rest of the room was practically empty.
Did he have books or telephones or magazines?
No,
or?
no, it just letters most of the time.
I mean, these aren't.
There
really
weren't any books that he would sit down and read. I would never seen him read.
How about newspapers?
Newspapers would come and it would lie on his desk.
How about
It would-
television?
No, there was no television.
Radio?
There was no television, no radio. He would.
No Netflix?
No, I remember. And you mentioned television, and it reminds me of an incident. We went to Madras with Swami, three of us. We were doing a PhD, and Swami said, "Oh, you boys have been in the ashram. You don't know what the city is like. I'll come with you." This is what he was. I mean, this is one of the things I'm saying. Why would a person? Why would he love you so much? And we'll come across so much of that impulsive love, spontaneity in his love. Oh, you're going to. He knew none of us had gone to summer vacations to our home for the last 7, 8, or 9 years, and so now we are in our PhD, and then the registrar comes and says, "Swami, these boys need to do some actual research." Because those days you didn't have internet and Google, right? So you had to actually go to a bank or the Reserve Bank of India and meet people and go to the libraries, and our library was not that sophisticated at that time. So we had to go to Madras city and live there. And Swami said, "There is no way these boys are going out to the city. They have been in the ashram. They don't know anything about the city."
I'm sure that was true.
Which was true. There was no. We were out of
Bangalore
touch.
is a big city
We were
with
out-
big ideas.
Bangalore and Madras. So when
Madras.
we said Madras, Swami said, "Okay, I'm coming to Madras. I'll take them with me." So that was good for us because we get to travel with Swami. Anyway, coming to this again, that's when we went through the Anantapur campus. So we wouldn't look up at girls or anyone for that matter. And here's Swami taking us, and he is going to Madras via Anantapur. So he decides to stop in Anantapur, and three of us. And Swami told us, "I'm watching you." Now, the last thing we would be interested when you go with Swami is look at girls.
Well, no, you've got the school teacher, the
Then-
school principal, and the assistant principal with you, and they've all got yardsticks. They're going to.
But he is, his attachment to us was so unique. So we were sitting for lunch and we were having food. You finish up on your plate because you don't want to waste food. Swami is sitting right there and watching. Don't waste food. He tells it loudly and clearly.
Are you
don't
talking
waste
about in
food.
his house, in the ashram,
in
or
the,
on the
in the
road?
Anantapur campus.
Okay,
so I'm sorry.
He
So we
walks
are-
with you to the canteen, to the cafeteria, to sit down to eat with you.
Yeah, on the way to Madras, he takes us to the Anantapur College, where it's all girls' college. So they invite Swami for lunch. So we are all in their hostel, in the ladies' hostel, just four of us guys. The one really close personal attendant to Swami, like Satyajit was in the last, there was Radha Krishna, and there was four of us, and the rest were all women, all around. So we were literally, our eyes were on the ground or looking at Swami, looking at the ground. And now we are sitting with our food in front, and Swami is sitting on the chair and saying, "I'm watching you, don't waste food." So when they serve you, you eat. And one of the boys, when they came, and they kept serving because we are Swami's guests, so they kept serving us. We couldn't eat after a point. So one of the boys said, "No, enough, thank you." He put his hand out. Oh my God, Swami was, "Oh, you're talking. What is this action to ladies you're doing? In front of me, if you're doing this, tomorrow you will do this." He was so angry. You couldn't tell Swami, how can I eat? No, you shouldn't say anything. So you don't know where you want to be in this
was a
position. You will be
tough
like, "You know what, give
taskmaster.
me a break. I want to go back to hostel."
Yeah.
He was tough. And he was tough in a way that you cannot even explain to Swami I can't eat so much, and they're just going on, and I have to say enough.
Sure.
And if I say enough with my
Because
hand,
he's there, they're going to keep piling it up
so
every
he
5
was
minutes.
so angry, and he wouldn't let go of that. 2 days later in Madras, he was telling the other girl, in front of me, he's showing signs to these girls like this he was doing. I don't know what these guys are going to do behind my back. It was there was a sense of a naivety in Swami, a sense of childishness, you know. It wasn't as if he was, I don't know if he was pulling our leg or not, but it didn't seem that time. That time you were like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Where do I stand with this person? If I do this, it goes wrong. If I do this, it is wrong. So where do I stand? He kept us on our toes. So that made us really watch every single action of ours, every single word of ours, every single thought of ours. We were like alert. And I guess that was true training of living in the moment. Honestly, it was, you couldn't let go even for a second in his presence. So we were watching movies. You talked about television. So that night in Madras, he said, oh, let's watch some movies. These boys have come, they must be tired. So he said, watching movies, Swami, yay. So they bought a television set from somewhere, put it in there, and the movies we watched were 3 of them. They got the tapes. One was Ramakatha, Sampurna Ramayana, which is a Telugu movie. They were all Telugu movies. There was a Shirdi Sai Baba Telugu movie, and there was Sakubai, a saint of Krishna, her Telugu movie, because Anjali Devi, who was a very ardent devotee of Swami, who stayed next to Swami's house in Madras, she brought these, and Swami said, let's watch. And guess what? In like 30 minutes, we finished all the 3 films. Because you're watching Ramayana with Swami, and he watches, and that's a filmy version of Ramayana. So Sita leaves the forest, and Rama is dejected, starts, and there's a sad song. Swami says, Chi, Rama was never like that. Move, fast forward. And then the Dhobi guard, there are Dhobis dancing, chi, move, fast forward.
That's
so
not
he
the way it
kept
was.
fast forwarding everything except one song, Ye Nimishaniki, Ye Mi Jarguno. The song is very philosophical, and Swami used to ask the boys sing that song very often. He says, any moment, anything can happen. That's the song Lakshmana is singing as he's taking Sita into the forest. So Swami liked that song, and that was the only song, because all the time you're suggesting a chariot going past, Swami listened to that one song, and then Swami said, okay, next movie.
It must have been very frustrating trying to watch
We
those
were
movies.
like, oh, Swami, is this how you watch films? And then the same speed, Shirdi Baba and everything went off so fast. He was like, oh, Shirdi Baba was never like this. Oh, Rama was never like this. What is this? This is all your stupid ideas. Come on, fast forward. So we finished it off in 30 minutes. So that's television and Swami. I don't think he had patience to watch anything. His concept of divinity was completely unique. It was very real for him. Being divine was real. It was not an intellectual, assumption.
Well, put
or
it together.
He
I'm
actually
just
lived
going to
it.
challenge you right now. Put it together, Sundar. You've seen this from 30 years ago. You've been thinking about it for, hundreds of months and weeks. You've watched him come and go as no mere human has ever had the privilege to do so. And these lessons have to be meaningful on a level are starting to make sense for you. I mean, on one hand, he's as tough as Dickens' taskmaster, and on the other hand, he's asking you, while he's insisting on an impossible behavior, such as the food, not gesture, what's the lesson? What's the takeaway now, this many decades later, that you can think of?
For me, it is the way I have made peace with this is the acceptance of the inexplicability of God.
Very good.
The acceptance of it. So you have the hot days, you have the cold days, you have the shower, suddenly a thunderstorm blasts through, your life might turn upside down. Can we accept it? The way, and he was like that. If he was a miniature, and I believe he is the miniature replica of this cosmic thing that's happening, that was exactly what it was in his presence. Sometimes it'll be nice and warm sunshine, sometimes boom, a thunderstorm passes by, you wouldn't know where you're taking. It was constantly something new. And that is why I think we ended up staying there 15, 16 years, because every time there was something new to learn constantly. We were talking about this personality again. This is something people would have never watched. And this is something which only students, and some of the students would have really seen in Swami, and I bring it out where I go to speak on retreats. Why I believe Swami was not human or normal, like you and me, was the dramas. He would love this plays. He would love to come and see the rehearsals in the play.
And close to the end, there seemed to be dramas almost every other day.
Yes,
I mean, you weren't there, but the
Right.
several times we were there of
Oh,
late.
yes, after that, so much has taken place. So many states and so many dramas. And he's a lover of fine arts. He loves all this. But what we noticed strange was when he would come to watch our plays, he would become one with the actor on stage. So he would go through the same emotions that the actor is going through. And this is something so bizarre. It was like a 5-year-old or a 3-year-old watching a cartoon film. You know, if you watch his face instead of the film, you'll watch the film, the cat goes like this, the boy or the girl who's watching it, the kid will also do this, and he'll smile. Exactly what, you know, Swami would go through the same emotions. His eyes will go like this, he will become like this, he'll become one with that. Now here's a brief example of a drama we came up on the 60th birthday, and we wrote this. It was called Here and There. Here means Puttaparthi and there is the outside world. So we are talking about a student in the drama, a student who learns the values and all that, and instead of practicing those values himself, he goes out to preach them, even before he is really imbibed them. So what happens is when he goes back to his old friends who would drink and smoke and play cards, he would go to them and he would try to convince them what he learned, but then he ends up becoming one of them again. And of course, at the end of the play, he comes back to Swami's fold. So this is the whole drama. And Swami had heard the story before. Professor Gokak, there was then the Vice Chancellor, read it out to Swami, and Swami was very excited. And unfortunately or fortunately, I was one of the rogues. You know, I had written the drama, and I was one of those guys who would smoke and drink and play cards. And there was one particular scene where the student of Swami is meeting these old friends, and then he's trying to tell them about the values he learned, and they just laugh it off. And in the end of the scene, they give him a glass of wine, and he doesn't have an answer. Now that entire scene, the first time we showed to Swami, he was watching it, and then he had the white handkerchief. You know, there's always handkerchiefs next to Swami's chair. So he pulled it, and he was twisting it and crushing it, and his face was becoming angry every time we rogues spoke to him. So we had glimpses of Swami doing this, and then later on the other boys around Swami, they said, "Oh my gosh, Swami was so upset when you guys were doing it." Anyway, the scene got over. Swami quietly got up and walked away. He didn't say anything. So we were like, "Oh my gosh, what is this?" He didn't say good, bad, nothing. He was so upset, he got up and walked off. So we sent word saying, "What is this?" The next day he comes with more VIPs and says, "Rowdy scene, I want to see the rowdy scene." So he's now like a kid who wants to see that horror film but who's terrified. So he watches the rowdy scene, and again he goes through the same emotional trauma. And this time he got so angry, he got up in the middle of this rehearsal. He comes up right to this boy, this student who's acting, and he tells, "Why can't you speak to these old friends of yours? What have you learnt in Swami's college? Speak to them. Why are you allowing yourself to get spoiled?" And this boy was like, "Swami, this is drama. I'm supposed to act like this.
I'm doing the play within the play that you wrote, Swami."
No, and Swami walked away. And then again he comes the next rowdy scene. I want to see the rowdy scene. He knew it was the play. He comes prepared for it, but in the play he gets caught into this. And of course, later he mentioned to one of his senior devotees, he said, "See, for me, even in a play, I cannot see my education, my student going away, falling astray." I thought that was very unique.
Yeah.
For him, it meant it was real.
And he was speaking about you at the time. He's, oh, this is not as the actor. I mean, I thought he was playing the rowdy.
No, I was playing the rowdy, but he was talking to the boy who got spoiled in the drama. Anyway,
Yes.
But the point is, even in the play, he said, "I cannot see my mission go astray," even in that sequence. But then, of course, when the birthday came, he still wanted the play. So he's now like a child. He has the President of India sitting next to him, and he's watching the rowdy scene. So now, but by this time, he's kind of seen it so many times, he kind of controlled himself, I guess, from emotions. So now he's watching the scene. Now he's telling the President, "Don't worry, this is only drama. This is not real. Oh, in the last scene, he's going to turn around. He's going to come back to Swami. Don't worry, don't worry." And the President must have been thinking, "I'm not worried. This is a drama."
So
but
how
for Swami,
curious.
it was like a child. He was telling people around him, "Oh, this is drama. They're just acting. They're not real rowdies. They are my students." And he was trying to protect us. because he was thinking everybody sees the world like he does, like a simple 5-year-old thinking, oh my gosh, this is really happening, kind of a thing. For us, that was so childish, so innocent, at the same time very mysterious, because it is not like one of those chancellors of a university who wants a good drama put up, who comes and supervises, says, yeah, that's good, oh yeah, make changes here and there, yeah, it's all fine, and walk away. This is a person who's sitting, who's becoming part of it, who feels the inner energy of the drama. You know, I acted as a pundit in a couple of dramas later. In one drama, he comes up to me on the backstage. He says, that's not, you know, I'm wearing a dhoti, you know, an Indian, the Indians wear what's called a dhoti. It's a white
Yes.
kind of a sheet that you, and the pundits wear it in a different style. And I'd worn it. And he comes up to me, and I had a huge shawl covering it. So from an audience perspective, there is no way they would even make a slight difference in the way that dhoti was tied, okay? He comes and he says, nah, there's something wrong. You don't have enough pleats on your dhoti. So he pulls it out, and then he stands in front of me. Now he is creating the pleat with his own hand and tucking it back into my waist. Now see, this is better. And so from 5 pleats, it became 7 pleats. That's all it is, probably, or 8. He created more pleats in that dhoti. And I'm thinking, there is no significance of this from a drama point of view. But for Swami, a pundit, for him that image has to be perfect. It's amazing how he would go into the depth of these details. You know, and there was another pundit role where I had to sing Harikatha. You know, there you have these pundits who go around singing God's songs, and so they have. I'll show it to you later. Swami gave me this. So they have what is called a different kind of a symbol, which is used in the 30s and 20s and earlier. You know, so they would use that as a symbol for the rhythm and for the sound to keep up with their singing. So I was just using my empty hand like this during the rehearsals. The day before the drama, he came and said, oh, you're using empty hand, you need something. Wait. So he goes upstairs and goes into one of his rooms where he has his treasures. He brings out and he said, I used to use this many years ago, keep it with you. And that is one of my most honored and treasured possessions. And he gave it to me for the drama. And for somebody to do that for a play,
Yeah.
I would think it was, for him, even the little things mattered. And for me, that is a sign, that was a sign of him being divine. I think, you know, in the Vedas it is said, Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That means God exists in the smallest of the small and the largest of the large. And for me here, the ability for him to pay attention to the smallest of the things and yet be the grandmaster overseeing a huge birthday celebrations and president's visit, and yet he doesn't lose sight of the little things. Oh, your pleats are not tucked in properly. I mean, where does one have the time for this? So many times I often catch myself, you know, I don't get time to take my dog for a little walk because I'm into a big project, and I say, Maya, can you help me out? I'm too tied up. But not with Swami. He wanted to be in every single, you know, part of the planning, because that for me, and that to me is a sign of something which normal human cannot do that. Not just once. I mean, at every single function, every single thing that happened in Puttaparthi, he was there. Even until as recent as 2 or 3 years ago, when the students were planning to go to Puttaparthi, he drove in his car to see where they would stay and personally see it. Because for him, he believed that if he looked at something, he would be blessing it. For him, he believed, and I say he believed or he knew simply because just different words, maybe he knew, I would say. He knew that his touch would heal somebody. He knew his word was important. He knew his look was important. So for him, he had to do it. You know, it was amazing how these little things touched me. On the one side is love. On the other side, how is it even humanly possible for somebody to keep track of all this? You know, what things which we wouldn't even consider as important, for him was very important. A day before his birthday, a real quick one, he comes for the drama, he sees our rehearsals, and I'm standing next to his car hoping he would give me a last minute advice or something that he had to tell me just before getting, because the next day is the 22nd and we have the convocation and the drama. He's getting into the car and he notices I have a small hole here in my shirt. And then he says, hey, chi, you got a hole in your shirt, and he pokes his finger in and gets into the car. And I just smiled sheepishly, and I was just happy that Swami spoke to me. He gets into the car and goes away, and I didn't even think twice about it. Next day morning, 22nd, there's a convocation, you have president and all these people sitting in the front. And I'm not saying this to show that I'm important. I'm sharing this experience to see how Swami operates. So he's coming out for darshan. He has a brown envelope cover in his hand. He comes out, where is Iyer? And then I get it from somewhere at the back, and he throws it to me. He says, there's a piece of cloth. Go get a new shirt stitched. I saw a hole in the shirt yesterday.
Wow.
So I was so stunned by that, and I often think back, and how did he remember to bring the shirt all the way down? Because I've been in Swami's room. I knew he would have picked it up, brought it all the way down. Why would he think of me? I mean, I'm not a VIP son. I'm just an accountant son. I'm nobody in that sense. And it wasn't that I was shirtless and I was starving on the streets. Just one simple hole. But for Swami, if he sees something, he would have to immediately act. Immediately. If you want to seek God, go within. If you go out to Google, you're only curious, and you know what curiosity does to the cat. It kills the cat. You're not going to find answers relating to God out in the media, out in books, out in different people. You could get inspiration from others, but you're going to finally find answers within. So if I were you, or if I was, when I was yearning for God, I would go cry out into the night, find an answer deep within.
Sundar, thank you very much. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sai Ram.
To be continued.
اللہ رحم مولا رحم 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 اللہ رحم مولا رحم. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. تو جو کرم فرمائے عدم انسان ہو جائے مستانہ ہو کے دیوانہ ہو کے تجھے پل میں پا جائے. سانس فضا میں تو ہے روح بیاں میں تو ہے ہر ابتحام میں ہر امتحان میں ہر ایک نظر زبان تو ہے. چھپا پھر ڈھونڈے کیوں تیرا پتہ. تو ہے دھوپ میں تو ہے سائے میں اپنے میں ہے تو پرائے میں. اللہ اللہ میرے روم روم کی ایک ادا تو عشق میرا اے میرے خدا. ہر سانس میں ہے بس تیری دعا تو عشق میرا اے میرے خدا. تجھے پانے سے بڑھ کر کچھ بھی نہیں تجھے دیکھتے ہی دل بولے یہی اللہ اللہ. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. تو جو کرم فرمائے عدم انسان ہو جائے مستانہ ہو کے دیوانہ ہو کے تجھے پل میں پا جائے. سانس فضا میں تو ہے روح بیاں میں تو ہے ہر ابتحان میں ہر امتحان میں ہر ایک نظر زبان تو ہے.
the exposure and the affection the students had with Baba, and the angle at which we approached Swami and we saw him was completely unique. That you wouldn't, there would be no end to it if you'll pick up every student who stayed there for a decade or more and listen to their stories. Each one of them will have a rich treasure of stories, just the way I'm telling you. It's not just I was the only one. Every student has something to offer, and even now when we meet at Baba's retreats, old students, we say, wow, did this happen to you? And we exchange stories. I mean, I like telling stories where I'm involved, so that way it's 100% authentic.
Yeah.
He turned around, he had materialized vibhuti inside the interview room, so his fingertips were full of vibhuti. So he turned around, not a word, but he turned around and put that vibhuti on my forehead, walked into the room and shut the door.
You must have just died.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
I don't know.
I take home a fantastic message from that. When we think we are praying, we are so full of ourselves and what we want and what has to happen to us, that our prayers never reaches the divine source within us. Yet, when my mind silenced itself, he knew exactly what I wanted, and the answer was right there. I think that's so powerful. The quote that we read is, in the depths of silence, the voice of God can be heard. That means you can hear God's voice. But he's now telling us, it is in the same depths of silence that I can hear your voice. No audience, no spectators, no TV cameras, no limelight, nobody to see these moments where he would give up anything and everything to touch or transform a boy. That loss is irreplaceable. And since we have been contemporaries of him, and we have watched him, and we have talked to him, and we have breathed the same air he has done, we walked the same earth that he did, it's a loss that our generation can never get over with. However spiritually evolved we are, at least I can speak for myself, there will always be a corner in my heart which will melt at the thought of.
Sundar Iyer. His nearly 16 years living in the presence of holy man Sri Satya Sai Baba has brought him unique glimpses into the higher realms. Welcome to Sojourns. This interview, part of a long series, is the second of 2 interviews recorded on the same day, June 19th, 2011, in Elyria, Ohio, USA.
Satya Dharma Prema Nityamai Pudami Talli Ento Pulakarinchu.
Sundar, good to be with you again. Thank you very much for sitting for this many interviews. We've done several now on a theme because you had such close proximity to Baba back in the early 80s. I want to begin by asking you to recount, like you did to us off camera a minute ago, your tenure at Prashanti Nilaya at Baba's side. You started in what year and in what grade?
This was 1979 when the college was first set up in Puttaparthi. That's when I joined. I was one of the first batch of students to join Puttaparthi in 1979 June. March I was there for the summer course in Vrindavan. So I literally came into Swami's physical proximity sometime during the March of 1979. I had no idea I'm going to stay, how long I would stay, but I ended up staying until 1994.
15
July,
and a half
15,
years.
little over 15 years.
It's a long time. So you
It
went
didn't
all the
seem-
way through.
It didn't seem that long.
You went
though.
all the way through Baba's
But-
University as one of the first batch students, as they say in India.
Yes,
You graduated with a degree in what?
in bachelor's in commerce, so BCom.
And then you immediately set out to achieve your master's
And
degree?
then we did a master's in banking and finance.
And then you took some time off, or did you go right into the PhD curriculum?
No, from there, Swami handpicked 2 or 3 of us in each of these sciences for PhD.
He
And
handpicked
He
you?
handpicked, yes. So I was very grateful. So he handpicked me along with 3 other students, and I continued my PhD in banking and finance.
Had
till
you planned all along to
1989.
get a PhD or not?
I'm sorry?
Had you planned all along to be?
Oh, no way.
Really?
I mean, with my grades in school and high school and junior college, as they would call it, for the 11th grade and 12th grade, I had no ideas that I would be studying so much. But my grades improved drastically after I joined Swami's institution. You had no distractions. Literally, you were all the time studying or meditating or thinking of something unique and profound. So it was. So you were from graduation to post graduation. I started getting A grades and O grades or whatever, and then so I got handpicked for a PhD. So 82 I passed my graduation, 84 post graduation, 89 I did my PhD, and then I started teaching as a lecturer in Baba's College for the next till 1994.
Back up a little bit. Who handed you your diploma the day you got your PhD?
Baba.
It had to be a very humbling experience.
Oh my gosh, I have those pictures. They're the treasures. He personally handed the degree to us, and he took a picture with us. He gave a medal. That is very beautiful.
Did he then ask you, after you took some time off, to return and become a teacher or a guest lecturer?
There was no time off. We were teaching. We were teaching along with our research. We were called research assistants then. So you also started taking classes and helping the senior professors with. You started getting trained as teachers, and then we automatically fell into the lecturers.
So you didn't get
category.
your
We
first
just-
sabbatical after you got your PhD?
Not really.
To go to Paris for 2 years and think.
No. I have no regrets. No plans to leave. But in between 1990 and 1992, until I got married, those 2 years, I left the institute, joined the ashram. Swami asked me to join the Central Trust accounts where my father was working, and I spent those 2 years with my dad. And then 1992, after the wedding, he says, no, now you need a good pay, you need to have a good salary, you're married. So he put me back under the University Grants Commission scale of the university and gave me the job back. In 1992 to 94, we were there until I left in August of 1994.
1994. So that leads me to a question that I should preface by saying, for those people who are dipping into these interviews willy-nilly, and they might be starting with this one, which is the third in this particular series, they wouldn't have heard us discuss in great detail that you were Baba's one of the attendants to him for 2 years, in 81, 82, and you explained to us how Baba picked you for that role because of your longtime quest for it. What I wanted to find out, though, that you didn't mention before, was how you received your first interview with Swami, with Baba.
That was very interesting because we were about 300-400 students, and it all began a few months before that when the hostel building in 97, as I mentioned in my previous interview, we were living in Mandir because the buildings were being built. The college and the hostel was being built, and we would have our classes in the East Rama High School and not in the college because the college was not ready. And some of the classes were held in the dorms inside the Mandir, and of course Baba would walk into those classes and sit with us for the whole economics lecture, if you will, and
Really?
those are such fantastic moments. He would go to the back in the last row and he said, nobody look at me, everybody look to the teacher, and he would sit and listen. And anyway, so the hostel building was finally finished, and in 1980 December he said we have to move into that building away from the Mandir. So that's about a couple of miles, a mile and a half away from the Mandir. And in order to do the inauguration of the hostel, we boys decided to come up with a grand program for Swami, because now that was our home and we wanted Swami to come and bless our home, if you will. And so we came up with what can we do to please Swami, and that was one of the first, probably the first, where boys actually came up with a dance program, which now is now the famous Bhangra dance, where you could actually beat drums and yell and jump in his presence. We were dying to do that after all the strict disciplined lives. So we said, all right, let's do this dance for Swami. We get get to wear all those colorful dresses and do the bhangra. And then, so we come up with various programs. And then one of the programs, they said, let's do something unique. So there was a talent search within the 300, 400 of us that were around. And I raised my hand and I said, hey, I want to do something. And they said, what do you know? And I said, I can do yoga on a rope. Because when I was young, I was learning that in Maharashtra, which is called Malkham. For those people who are in Bombay and Maharashtra, they would know this very well. You climb a rope 20, 30 feet up and then do the asanas, the yoga asanas right up there. It's fascinating science. It's an art or gymnastic feat, if you will. But I learned that and I said, I can do that and we can get some pulleys from the hostel terrace all the way down 4 stories high, and I can go all the way up and do it. And they said, oh, this will be great. Swami has never seen this.
He'd love that.
He would love that. And he did. He actually loved it so much that later on, for his 60th birthday, he had me perform it again for the much larger audience out in the stadium. And along with that, I said, I also know to jump through hoops of fire. And they said, oh my gosh, fire, now it's exciting. So we got all excited and made these programs because we were just a bunch of young teenagers wanting to do a program. So we said, all right, let's be as dashing and daring and put something out there. For me, having now gone to Puttaparthi, I wanted this physical recognition. Any chance to get closer to him. So for me, I saw this as a great opportunity to get closer to Baba, or for him to know, okay, this guy, yeah, I remember you jumped through the hoops of fire. So I wanted that to register. Anyway, so we did some rehearsals and I could jump through one hoop of fire with no problem, and we practiced and we said, let's make it a small ring, just 2 feet in diameter, just a little broader than my shoulder. So if we make it look like, ow, if it's too big, Baba is going to say, oh yeah, anybody can walk through that. So we wanted to make it as exciting as possible. And there weren't any Google or internet those days, so we didn't have time to do any research. We were just going by trial and error method. So I jumped through one hoop, and then we said, oh, seems to be too easy. Why don't we have 2 hoops now? And then you jump through 2 hoops of fire, and that makes it more exciting. So we practiced through 2 hoops, and we did that. And I said, you know what, let's add a third one. Let's add the third one. And so I jump through 1, then you bring the second one. I jump through 2, then you bring the third one, and then I jump through all 3.
And onto a bed of coals.
I'm sorry?
And then jump onto a bed of coals once you go through all 3 of them.
Coals. No, fortunately I wasn't that crazy. But that's a good idea though. I often go back and think of that incident as to how we begin. And I want to give that philosophical message simply because we begin with making an offering to God, and God is a prime thing, and then it all becomes all about the offering. Then the offering becomes more important than the God to whom it's being offered. So for me, it was a typical scenario of I wanted to do this for Swami, and then how could I do this better, and then it became all about what I can do and how best can I do, outperform. It was all about me and what I can do. But you got to give me a break. I was 17 years old. So the day came and we learned. Now, one thing we learned through our trial and error method was that you have these rags tied along the hoop, and then you set it on fire. So you got to dip it in diesel or kerosene, and then you got to let it dry, and then set it on fire. So to reduce a level of smoke. Now, if they were dripping wet, there would be a lot of smoke along with fire, and I couldn't even see the hoops, because especially when there were 3, and I had to see all the 3 to align myself before my jump. So it was all planned, practiced, all set, and Baba was supposed to come that day. The Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chenna Reddy, was coming, the Vice President was coming, and the Chief Minister was coming as a VIP, and Baba had invited all the devotees to come to the hostel that day. Ladies, gents, everybody. So they were spread out all over all the 3 stories and the terrace. So there were devotees all over the place. There was a special place for Baba kept, and so Baba arrived, and he was brought in, and there was a dance program that we did, and then I went and did the yoga on the rope, and Baba loved it. Every time I did an asana from there, for me it was far down, he would raise his hand and bless. It was very sweet of him, and I just loved being in the limelight of Baba, and I was like, yes, I'm getting his attention finally. And then came my part where I had to jump through the hoops of fire. Now, what had happened was, one of the enthusiastic volunteer boys came to me and said, Sundar, you had forgotten to put diesel and kerosene. So just 2 minutes ago, I have doused all the hoops with diesel and kerosene. And I said, oh my God, we had done it 2 hours before, and we wanted them all to evaporate so that when we light up, it will be just a simple little ring of fire, not an explosion. But it was too late. They announced my name, and I told these boys who were going to hold these hoops of fire, just get some rags or something and cover your hands because it's going to be hot. They said, okay, Sundar, make it fast as you can. Now, common sense would have been like, forget it, just don't even bring up the show because it's too dangerous for everyone involved, the boys holding the ring and especially for me. And as foolish as I could have been that day, I was wearing a tight neck sweater because, those days we didn't have sports. So nobody was ready for a sports, a fire resistant dresses, and so I had a tight jeans on, and I had I went to a boys looking for something tight, and one guy had a polyester tight turtleneck t-shirt, so I wore that since it stuck to my, little did I think, hey, this is polyester, I shouldn't go. Anyway, so so the show begins. I jump through the first hoop of fire, and the whole thing, of course, the moment they lit up, the crowd went whoo, because it just burst up and I could see tremendous amount of smoke, just as we had tried it earlier. I went through the first hoop, the 2 boys came and lit up the second hoop. I ran through and jumped through the second hoop. I cleared the second hoop, and when I just cleared and I got up, these 4 boys were holding those 2 hoops, 2 on either side. They turned around and said, Sundar, we can't do it anymore, it's too hot, I can't hold it. And I told them, please hang on just 30 more seconds, I'll do the third one and then we are off. So the other 2 boys came quickly and lit up the fire, and now there are 3 hoops for me, and Baba is on the other side of the hoops, so I can't see Baba. And so I run and I jump. So the guy who was holding it the first, these guys thought my legs had cleared and they let go. But what had happened was I had not cleared the hoop. So my feet hit the first hoop and everybody gave up immediately. So I land on the ground with all the 3 hoops entangled in my body.
All burning.
This is what is happening on this side. So I knew it had misfired, but it was all happening so fast. I went to the ground, I look up, and guess who was standing there? It was Baba, who pulled me out and rubbed all the fire sparks that were starting on my jersey. He was rubbing it off and saying, "Oh, Bangaru, 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 don't, I'm here, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." That is the beauty of the whole thing, and I tell these stories at Sai Baba retreats to explain the point that for me, I never could digest the fact that when he said, I am love, I have a love of 1,000 mothers, I love you more than I love myself. And I could say, yeah, it's easy to speak. I could never comprehend what do you really mean by it. At that incident, he was sitting in what we call the jula, the swing, the garden swing. And so the boys are gently swinging him back and forth, sitting all around him. There are hundreds of devotees all around, right? Though everybody was shocked, nobody could act at that moment. I believe when I started running towards to jump the third hoop of fire, Baba who was sitting here, he jumped up from the jula, pulled up his robe and started walking fast, almost running towards me, straight. And people were too shocked. They were watching here. It was pretty dark, because of the hoops of fire had to be seen. We had dimmed all the other lights. And so Baba is running towards me. I'm running to the third hoop. So when I jumped and I landed, he was the only one who pulled me out. And I can never get tired of telling the story simply to explain that he was having silk robes himself. He was wearing, the best of robes because it's the inauguration evening. He had the VIPs around him. He could have sent word to stop it. But at that moment, when the situation called, he just jumped right in. To me, that is selfless service. Right there. I mean, for him, with no thought of his safety at that moment, for him to come all the way and for him to do this when there were 500 and more, maybe 1,000 and more devotees and students all around who could have jumped in. Everybody was too shocked to even move. And he was the only one who acted. To me, that is his spontaneity of love. It's fascinating.
Did he have words with you later about attempting such a stupid move?
he started calling me the Mad Fireman. He said, "Fire boy, where's the Mad Fire boy?" So the next day, Darshan, he's calling, "Hey, where's the Mad Fire boy?" And he told all the others sitting in the veranda, "Oh, that was the boy. That was that mad fellow who wanted to jump through. Why did you do all this?" But chiding, but he was very
Yeah.
pleased that I did this for him. And for me, that was one of the best moments of my life. Apart from being very embarrassed by Swami, it was a very touching moment because he came and pulled me out of the fire, and then from then he started referring to me as a fire boy. So in a couple of months, then he one day said, "Hey, Mad boy, come." And I went and sat for the interview, and that's how I got my first. I call it, for me, I personally call it my initiation, a fire initiation into the Sai fold. I had to kind of burn some dross, I believe. So I had to go through it.
Well, we
and,
all do, but not quite so dramatically normally.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I love these stories. I'm sure anybody watching this video feels the same way. I hope now that we have Baba's Mahasamadhi behind us, that there will be more stories forthcoming, because these stories need to be shared.
Oh,
Your
yes.
stories are so wonderful, and yet I'm only convinced to the tip of the iceberg. With so many other boys and now adults, Sai men,
Yes.
Sai women, who have personal first-person stories with Swami, the Avatar, and I hope to hear them all
Oh,
one
yes.
day.
Ted, you wouldn't, there would be no end to it if you'll pick up every student who stayed there for a decade or more and listen to their stories. Each one of them will have a rich treasure of stories, just the way I'm telling you. It's not just I was the only one. And I want to make that clear, because it shouldn't be appearing that, oh, Sundar was the only one. It wasn't the case. Every student has something to offer. And even now when we meet at Baba's retreats, old students, we say, "Wow, did this happen to you?" And we exchange stories.
Yeah. But from my
it's fascinating.
viewpoint, there has to be a willingness initially to step
Oh,
forward.
yes. Yeah.
And so I hope this is an inspiration to other people to
I
step
hope so
forward
too.
as well.
I hope so too, because the exposure and the affection the students had with Baba, and the angle at which we approached Swami and we saw him was completely unique. And I think devotees get a great pleasure, even non-devotees for that matter, to get a glimpse of Swami's personality through our eyes.
Yeah.
And that's a hope I hope to share that perspective.
Jody and I
So-
receive so much input from people around the world who watch these, and they say one thing over and over again that really touches us deeply. For them, often, this is their personal darshan. This is
It
their
is.
personal Sai study circle.
Wow.
This is the first time in a whole community, in a whole state, in a whole country, where they know no other Sai devotees.
Mhm.
There's 150 countries of
Right.
people who send us emails about these interviews. And that reason alone should give us pause that it's important to continue to spread the word of Baba from those the closest to him, because it becomes their darshan. And
Yes.
satsang, their satsang.
Yes.
Yeah, but in a way they're darshan too, because that's as close as they'll get to having
Yes.
Baba's personal darshan.
Yes.
And I'm just
You
so
know,
grateful.
I have one more little story about the
Yeah.
spontaneity of his love, and it's fascinating how these are things. And this is one story where both these stories I was involved in. This one directly, and the other one was I was involved and witness to it personally. So that's why. I mean, I like telling stories where I'm involved, so that way it's 100% authentic.
Yeah.
So there is this. So Baba saving me from this fire, or helping me out of the rings, or whatever, however you want to call it, was done in the view of thousands of people. I want to tell you a story where nobody was watching this, except 2 or 3 of us, and the humility that Baba has and the kind of love that he has. It's the most touching story I ever tell people. There was this boy who was, and I'm going to keep it short for want of time, so we get to cover a lot more. There was this boy from abroad who joined the hostel, and initially he had all this attention from Swami, so he was in cloud 9 enjoying his days, and then slowly Swami started putting him on his own routine, and the boy now started feeling the mosquito bites, and sleeping on the floor was tough. And as weeks turned into months, he was getting more and more frustrated about the disciplines and the rigorness of the Indian dorm situation. So much so that the warden of the hostel at one point was literally worried that this guy is spreading his negative influences to others, because Baba was ignoring him. But the sports meet, by then the sports meet was on. We were the ones who first started playing games in front of Swami. He came and watched us, and we introduced the sports meet as one more occasion for Baba to come and enjoy. So the sports meet was on, and this boy finally got a chance to vent out his frustrations, if you will. And he was good in karate and things like that. So we said, why don't you handle a karate show? You take these boys, train, and you break bricks and do all those kick things. And he was excited. So suddenly he got this positive energy and he was practicing. Unfortunately, a week or so before, he hurt his leg so bad that he couldn't even walk. He had done something stupid, and one of his foot was very badly cut, so much so it was deeply bandaged, and the other foot was also swollen. So he was literally on crutches. So the situation is like this. Now this boy is back to where he was, and he was all the more negative and frustrated because there was one opportunity for him to get back into Swami's focus, because he had fallen out of Swami's focus, and he wanted to do something, and he thought, okay, this karate show back, again he'll get the namaskars with Swami and the chance of photograph, and once again Swami will come back to him. In that sense he was motivated, but now suddenly this hit him very hard, and he's now physically hurt. And not only that, he's not going to do his show, he's not even going to be able to participate on that meet. He couldn't even walk that bad. It was that bad. And so the situation is, that morning, he is in the sick ward. There was one room dedicated for sick boys, and whoever was sick or hurt would lie down there, so that it's easy to monitor somebody who is not well in one place rather than have them scattered all over the hostel. My friend and I are talking to the warden on the steps of the hostel, and it is about a little after morning bhajans, and we are ready to go off to the college to do our teaching, and we suddenly pause to look at Swami's car driving down the road towards the hostel. All the gates are normally open when Swami drives by, and invariably he drives by. He doesn't come into the hostel because there's nothing going on in the hostel. Nobody is around, no boys, no students, everybody's in the college. So we just stood reverentially waiting for Swami's car to pass by, but to our astonishment, it slowed down and actually turned into the hostel gates. And we froze. We said, oh my gosh, Swami's coming in now? I mean, the hostel is not even clean. Usually he announces he's coming and we get things cleaned up. Not that it's bad, but I don't want to.
Oh, it's okay. You're boys. It's probably
Yeah,
bad.
well, it's still quite clean for 400 boys. Let me tell you. But then when Swami is coming, it's all the more you want to make sure, because he walks barefoot most of the time, and so we wanted to make sure there's no, normally we do that, but this time Swami is coming right now. So my warden froze, and we all just froze. Swami stops. The door opens, and he is out. He's holding his robe up, and he's looking at us, and he's saying, just waste of time, waste of time. He's looking. When he starts doing that, you are like, oh my gosh, something is just wrong here. Something is wrong
So
here.
you were just standing and talking, and he said, waste of
We
time.
were
waste of
looking and
time.
talking to the warden, and then suddenly saw Swami's car, and we just turned around, and Swami's car comes and stops. He gets out and says, waste of time, unnecessary talking. So we got, oh my gosh, we are in deep trouble. You don't want such kind of comments from Swami at all, because he will keep on pointing that later on. So I was like, oh my gosh, got caught in the wrong place. Anyway, this is what's happening. So Swami went past us into the hostel so fast that we couldn't even, and we started following him behind, and he took a detour straight to the sick room. We started following him. He turned around. Once again the stop sign came. Stop. He said, stay there. Waste, he said. And he turned around. There is nobody in the hostel. There were these workers who were standing. They all were like this. Swami, Swami. They were all like this, just standing. He went straight past everyone, just 4 or 5 of us, and then went down the hall all the way to the sick room, which was next to the restrooms. Okay. He goes into the sick room, and the next thing we see is this boy. And mind you, Ted, he's as high, as tall as you, 6+, and he was at least 200 pounds, a huge guy. Okay. Swami has his arm across Swami's shoulder, and Swami's his arm around this boy's hip, and Swami is taking him to the restroom. Waited there, brought him back. Okay. We were so stunned. And exactly as you're not able to make out what exactly went on, we were like that right there in that moment, and we were wondering, what is this? Swami is taking him, coming back. Didn't he have those crutches? What happened to the crutches? And then we hear the boy's version of the story, he gets up in that morning and he finds the crutches are not there next to his bed, and he wants to go to the bathroom badly. And since it's a sports meet, the crutches are always in demand. Somebody or the other is hurt. So somebody who could walk to the college had taken it and gone to the college, and it was not time for him to return it back because this boy was sleeping. Anyway, so this boy is lying on his bed. You know, this is his version now. He's lying on his bed and he's cursing the daylights out of this place now, saying, I want to go to the toilet, I can't even walk. What kind of a God man is this? What kind of a thing I've come and gotten stuck into? This crazy hostel, this crazy lifestyle, this crazy God man, and I'm right here. So he was on the brink of collapse, and that's where Swami pushes you. He was on the brink of collapse, and that moment, when he made up his mind that this is total waste of time, I need to go back, the door opened, and for him, he sees Swami walking in. So he thought, he tells us later, he thought I thought I had a vision. But it wasn't. It wasn't vision because it was real. He told him, get up. He put his arm around Swami. Swami put his arm around him and took him to the restroom. Now this act of love, to me, can only be described as pure selflessness. There is omniscience on the one side. He's driving past the hostel. He knows this boy is in trouble. So he could have stopped, come into the hostel, rolled down his window and told us, hey, go take care of that boy. He needs to go to the restroom. I would still be telling the story to you with the same gesture, even if that was done. But at that moment, it wasn't about showing, I know what is going on. It wasn't about showing off your omniscience. It was acting right there, giving everything that you have to convince that boy that I am always there for you.
Beautiful, beautiful story.
No audience, no spectators, no TV cameras, no limelight, nobody to see these moments where he would give up anything and everything to touch or transform a boy. And that's all it was.
You know, it's one thing to read about accounts similar to these. I don't know that this has ever been printed up, but there are so many wonderful stories about Baba. It's another thing quite different and more dramatic to hear it told from a first-person eyewitness perspective. It brings to life these events that happened all the time at Prasanthi Nilayam
Yes.
that many of us can't even fathom. We'll occasionally read about them, and then we'll hear from you and others about the first-person stories of Baba coming over and in his own risk to his own form, pulling you out of a fire of rings, and it just adds so many different layers on top of the layers of understanding we've already been given as we pursue this. Which brings me to the question I wanted to ask you about what you were beginning to tell us off camera about prayer and asking, and to ask you to continue with that account.
You know, I've often, every single aspect of spirituality that I learned from Swami was a one-on-one experience. And that's why I value these very, very much. I learned the difference between asking and praying. And I want to share that perspective because it's very important. I often ask people, when you pray, do you ask something? And if you're asking, then is that asking praying? And one of the reasons why most of us don't get what we ask for answered is because we're asking and not praying. And I'm not merely playing with two different words, but I think for me prayer is very different from asking something. And when you're asking, you're just asking. When you're praying, you're not asking. For somebody who is spiritually evolved would probably can understand this, but as a youngster, for me, I had learned this firsthand. And it was such a powerful experience that taught me what true prayer really is and how you sit in front of your God, your chosen deity, whom you ascribe omniscience, you ascribe omnipresence, you ascribe omnipotence and everything. And then what do you do then? If he knows everything, then what am I going to ask? Isn't it an insult to tell him that I need something? The mother knows when the child is hungry. She doesn't even wait for the baby to cry because she knows exactly when the feeding time is. When, she watches over the baby even when the baby sleeps. And when you ascribe that quality to God, then what do? Isn't it insulting for us to say, Swami, I need this, Swami, I want that, Swami, please help me cure him or her or me? And for me, that's a very powerful lesson. And this is how I learned it. He came to the hostel one evening and spoke about, on a Sunday, and spoke about the Soham Pranayama. Very rarely does Swami speak about pranayama and mantra or yoga. So that was one of the most beautiful discourses of Swami, where he expounded the meaning of Soham, and he said, why is Soham such a powerful mantra? Because the so means that is coming into you as you breathe in, and the hum, that is you, I, is going away as you breathe out. So that is coming in, I is going out. That is coming in, I is going out. So breathe in, hum, breathe out. I think it's a very profound explanation. It's very simplistic in nature, but he said when you think of it, every time the ego just, every time you breathe out, breathe away yourself out and allow the infinity to come in. I thought that was a very powerful thing. And to me, and I haven't read about this perception of Soham anywhere else in the world, honestly. Anyway, so I heard this and I said, okay, I'm going to practice Soham, because I was so much into yoga by then. Every single thing I was take and practiced. And for some reason, I thought if I do this, maybe Swami would give me an indication that I'm on the right path. I was clinging to every indication and every blessing and spiritual blessing Swami was giving. So for me, I said, okay, what if I practice Soham now every day, and let's see how do I make Swami react to this. Sunday afternoon, I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is when my class goes for darshan. Okay, and because you see all the boys coming in for darshan every day, but it's not the same boys standing in the first few lines. There are different grade boys get their opportunity. So Monday is the commerce or the first year graduate boys, the second year. So every week, you go in turns. So we knew that our class was, this was somewhere much later in the 80s, after Swami's room and all that, much later. So I knew my class was going in on a Wednesday. So I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if I practice, on a Thursday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if I practice 3 days. Thursday I get to stand first in the line and I go and sit first in the row. I'm sure he is going to give me an indication that my prayers reached him. So for some reason I thought I was doing this to please him, not realizing that we do most of these spiritual pursuits for our own sake. We don't say, oh Baba, I've been praying for you so long, why is this happening? You didn't do it for him, you do it for your own self. But at that point I thought I'm going to do it to please him. So the next 3 days, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, I seriously, very ardently practiced the Soham Pranayama. I kept breathing in, so breathing out, hum. I was hardly paying attention in my classes. The nights I would hardly sleep. I would literally an austere tapas, if you will, I did for those 3 days, thinking on the 4th day, he's going to show me something, a real sign that I did it. And I wanted that from him, okay? So I Thursday evening, I came first in the line, went right there, sat right next to the birthday boy. The birthday boy usually sits right next to the front pillar, if you remember. And then I was sitting right next to him. And so even before the darshan began, I was so full of myself. I said, you know what, Baba, I don't want any little actions here and there. Just looking at me and all is not going to be enough. Or coming and standing in front of me is not going to be enough, because that way I can touch your feet. That's not a sign. I want something out of the world. Now this is asking, literally.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted something out of the world. You have to show me something out of the world that I did this sadhana and you accepted it. So I wasn't ready to take just a look or a smile or a nod or, I said, give me something. I don't know what it is. I want something. I practiced so hard for the last 3 days. Come on, you have to do this. He comes out for darshan, comes to the birthday boys, and he picks up the chocolate and throws it around. Not one falls on me. And he looks around and starts walking out for his darshan. And for me, that first thing was, okay, not even look. He kind of completely ignored me and he walked away. He finished the ladies' side, he was coming down the gents' side, and I knew that darshan is kind of getting over. He's picked up people for interview. So in all that commotion in my mind, I was thinking, okay, Swami, okay, let's have a compromise. Maybe you can just look at me and smile at me. How about a smile? Honestly, this is exactly what is going on in my head. Okay, Swami, at least just give me a smile. I know you're busy, you got people for interview, you're going to go in. The reason why I was panicking was, as soon as the darshan gets over, I sing bhajans, so I have to get up and go into the bhajan hall. And once I go into the bhajan hall, there is no telling that Swami is going to come and talk, because the bhajan starts and then Swami comes in just for the arati and walks away. This is the only chance where physically there could be some communication taking place. So he comes and he starts his last few steps at the end of the darshan, and I'm looking at him, and he completely ignored me. And he came and stood right in front of me. And then he spoke to a boy a couple of rows behind, asking, "Where did you come from?" And he told the VIPs, "Oh, he so-and-so's come from there. Oh, call your parents." So the boy gets up and looks for his dad, and he's calling his mom and dad. All the time Baba is here in front. And now this is where the true lesson began, because I'm looking at Baba, staring at him. And now I'm saying, "Okay, Baba, forget smile, forget everything. Just look down at me. Come on, can't you just look down at me?" And I'm staring with fiery eyes, sitting straight. Now, it doesn't need a God to know somebody's sitting down and staring at you. You and I do that. You walk in a shopping mall, if somebody's looking at you, and wonder, why is this so-and-so staring at me? It doesn't need to be divine. So it would have taken him a second just to look down, but he didn't. And all the time I was screaming. The distance was so close, less than 3 or 4 feet between me and Swami's face. I could literally see through his nostrils. He was standing so close. He was talking to that boy, waiting for the boy to call his parents, and all the time my head was bursting with this. "Swami, please, 3 days, I didn't speak to anyone. I was practicing Soham. You have to look down and acknowledge. Please acknowledge. Swami, can't you hear me? I mean, you are right in front of me. Can't you hear me? You have done this before. You have to do it now." There was absolutely stoic face with Swami, as far as I remember. There was no expression at all. And then he turned around, and to my dismay, he walked, picked up the people for interview room. And one by one they're going. I'm like, "Swami, just one glance, one little glance." I've come down to that much now. He went and he started shutting the interview room door. And usually, even before he shuts, he kind of peeps at the boys and then shuts the door. Sometimes he gives a loving smile, or he just mocks a face or shuts the door. Things devotees don't see usually. But I was hoping at least a look before he shuts the door. He didn't. He went and shut the door. And I was left stranded right there. At that moment, I remember that moment, suddenly everything went shh. From all that screaming and yelling at Swami in my head, it became completely silent. And tears were almost welling up my eyes with, "It's over." I just thought it was over. That's it. I have to go now to the bhajan hall. 3, 4, 5 seconds passed. Or probably 10 seconds, I don't know. And then suddenly the door, the noise came, and all the devotees were getting up. Suddenly there was a hush. I looked around, and I was about to get up because I had to go into the bhajan hall. And then suddenly there was a hush. I looked, and I saw the interview room door open. And by this time, the birthday boy had got up and gone away. So I moved into that corner pillar just for the 2 minutes to ease myself and get up and go. He comes out. Apparently, one of the ladies had not still come for the interview. Now, always God's actions are very subtle. Okay? So he comes out and he says, "Hey, lazy, come on." And so now that woman gets up and starts walking to the interview room. And at this point now I'm sitting under Swami's feet. My mind is completely blank. Now, no more. Sorry, go ahead.
What is he in front of you?
No, he's standing there. There's a small step up, and I'm sitting down. He's standing right just outside the interview room door, and he's calling the lady, and they're coming, and she's coming to the interview room, and Swami is telling, "Yeah, lazy," and all. He's letting her in. And then just before he followed her back into the interview room, it took only a second. And by then I was completely quiet. I was just watching. My mind was completely tired, physically, spiritually. I was exhausted after all that praying, quote unquote. I was just watching. He turned around. He had materialized vibhuti inside the interview room. So his fingertips were full of vibhuti. So he turned around, not a word, but he turned around and put that vibhuti on my forehead, walked into the room and shut the door.
You must have just died.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
I don't know.
I take home a fantastic message from that. When we think we are praying, we are so full of ourselves and what we want and what has to happen to us that our prayers never reaches the divine source within us. It doesn't. And I think all the emotions and the hysteria that was going on in my head, I thought was prayer, was actually all the chaos and the static that I was creating, a strong field for God to even answer. It wasn't even reaching him, though physically he was inches away from me. Yet, when my mind silenced itself, he knew exactly what I wanted, and the answer was right there. And to me, I take that even today, even in my most intense moments of life, when I'm so tempted to pray, I silence myself, because I think the Divine Mother knows your innermost desire. And the only thing that stops that from materializing is us. It's not the divine, it's us. And God says, Swami says, God's light, grace is like sunlight. It's all there for you. You have to only open the door. You have shut the door. And by our praying and asking, whether it's for healing me or somebody else, whatever it is, it's asking. If we are learning to accept it in complete silence, I think our innermost desires will automatically manifest. And to me and Maya, every time we share this, that comes as a predominant thing. And so I share this story in Swami's presence in Kodaikanal.
In Swami's presence.
I shared this because it's one of my favorite stories. And I shared this with Swami, and I ended the story saying how Swami says, and this is how I learned, that it is only in the depths of silence that the voice of God can be heard. And to me, it was in that silence, suddenly, that communication took place.
In your silence.
Yes. It's only in the depths of silence, because when I was praying, Swami, please look at me, all there was noise.
You
and
busied
then
up all the circuits.
the
They were about
interview,
ready to burst.
the interview room was shut, and I was blank. In that silence, the communication took place automatically. He knew what was wanted. But here's a catch to the whole thing, and this quote is not there in any book out of Swami's mouth. So I say this, and it's only in the depths of silence the voice of God can be heard. I say that. I bend down and touch Swami's feet after my talk. And then I get up and Swami says, good speech, good speech. And he repeats what I said. It is only in the depths of silence the voice of God can be heard. Yes, sir, but, there's a but to it? But it is also in the depths of silence God can hear your voice. I think that's so powerful. The quote that we read is, in the depths of silence, the voice of God can be heard. That means you can hear God's voice. But He's now telling us, it is in the same depths of silence that I can hear your voice.
Meaning your inner voice carries your true message to God's ears.
In the depths of silence.
In the depths of silence.
And to me, that is a fantastic riddle, because you can't hear a voice when there is silence. So what is the voice you hear? And when you hear the voice, is there silence or is there no silence?
Mm-hmm.
This is a koan for people to think.
This is so
a riddle
beautiful.
that would take a lifetime
definitely
to think.
What
What is the voice of
statement? Yeah.
What is the voice of God, and how can you retain the silence in that communication? And to me, that is true prayer. If we are able to attain that depths of silence, communication or communion takes place instantly.
Sundar, two more things. And one is that you prompted me to ask something that you didn't touch upon except in a fleeting moment. How did it come to be that you were sharing this story in front of Baba?
This was in Kodaikanal when
Yeah.
Baba handpicked a few of us, like he did every year. Later on, many other batches of students have been with Swami to Kodaikanal. That was his summer retreat, where, if you will, where he had lesser devotees and a more relaxed time.
Well, go on about that for just a second, because I've been told, and Jody and I found this out firsthand, that he was a more relaxed Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba in Vrindavan, in Whitefield, which we experienced and enjoyed thoroughly. But then I'm told he was even more relaxed in Kodaikanal.
In Kodaikanal, I haven't experienced Bhagavan or in Vrindavan, because I was totally in Puttaparthi. I was a Prashanta Nilayam product, if you will, not a Vrindavan product.
Which is a different campus, a different ashram.
Which is a different campus
3
and
hours
atmosphere.
right away.
And yes, Baba would be in a completely different mood and a frame of mind when he would be in Vrindavan. There is no doubt about that. But he is more of a god, darshan in Puttaparthi. There it's more of, lot more, from what I've heard from students, it's a lot more intimate, lot more freedom with Swami and
how does Kodaikanal contrast between the two of those?
I don't know. That's why I said, since I don't know Vrindavan,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to contrast that. But Kodaikanal was a heaven on earth, because there there's a bunch of 10 or 15 of us spending a whole month in Swami, living with Swami in and out. So he goes into his bedroom door and shuts, and we got our sleeping bags right outside his bedroom door.
Oh, that's
so he
great.
opens the door, you could actually step on our hands or face sleeping. So we are literally sleeping outside his room, and that's the heights of proximity that if you will, you could have with Baba, and that you just feel like a dad taking his sons out for a vacation. So he says, oh, there's nobody getting up early in the morning, there's no suprabhatam for you, all of you get up late, I want to see, it's very cold, nobody getting up in the morning, make sure you all have hot water showers, no cold water showers. So he's very sweet and very loving. He makes sure you eat and eat and eat. Oh my God, he feeds you so much. And so you spend a whole month with him doing this, a whole month. And so every evening, afternoon, he would sit and say, okay, so now what do? We just sit and chat. So Baba would come and tell stories. He would get some of his old devotees who would visit him then there, because they wouldn't come to Puttaparthi. They come once or twice a year because of after all those initial years of extreme proximity. And Baba would say, okay, tell your story, tell your story, and things like that. It's fascinating how you listen to them and the older stories of Baba, which these devotees would say. So in those evenings, he would make me speak. And so every evening for that whole month, I spoke something or the other along with 2 or 3 other boys.
And the stark reality is we sit here in Elyria, Ohio in June of 2011 talking about these most beautiful stories, is that there will never be another Kodaikanal session.
Yeah.
Or Vrindavan. And his Mahasamadhi and perpetual resting place in the Mandir and Puttaparthi
That's it.
is all people have. Does
Yeah.
it still strike you from time to time, as it does me and Jody, and I'm sure Maya too, as a stark reality that we can't quite wrap our arms around yet?
That loss is irreplaceable. And since we have been contemporaries of him, and we have watched him, and we have talked to him, and we have breathed the same air he has done, we walk the same earth that he did, it's a loss that our generation can never get over with. However spiritually evolved we are, at least I can speak for myself, there will always be a corner in my heart which will melt at the thought of.
And what is it that would cause your heart to melt the most? Was it a smile, a whimsical look, a
Everything.
whack across the head?
Everything about him, everything that he stood for, his life, his simplicity, and that's what touched me the most. He could have the way he would leave his car and ride half the distance with us in the bus. Not a very comfortable thing.
Climb into the bus instead of
He would climb into
the
the bus, and he did recently. I saw some pictures of him in a plane with the
I
boys.
saw those.
That was
Yeah.
another delightful. I'm sure that would have been a delightful experience of sitting with Baba on the same plane. I know Maya's father did that, but it's fascinating. Those moments are going to be cherished forever in the hearts and minds of people who had those opportunities. And to me, I want to take that and use it for my own spiritual evolution. And it helps me. Every moment I spend with him has helped me evolve to where I am today and where I see myself going tomorrow.
We have time for one quick final story. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I'm reminded of Harold Kushner, a famous American rabbi who wrote a book about why bad things happen to good people. And you reminded me earlier of a story from Baba along that same theme.
Yeah, I will try and keep it as short as I can. I have always have difficult in concising my stories because they're so. I kind of relive those moments when I say that, and I tend to stretch it exactly the way I experienced. But I'll do my best. There was a time when I was in Baba's room, and my father had a very nasty experience back in Haryana. He was robbed and beaten up, and he almost died in the streets. And I've always known my dad to be an extremely honorable man till the last day of his life. An extremely honorable person, and I'll talk more about it in the next interview of ours. In his relation with Swami, and that's a whole different aspect of Swami, the more divine aspect of Swami. But then when those days you didn't have emails, exchanges, so I received this letter from my mother and my father, but he's kind of saying, yeah, I'm okay, but this is what happened. I felt immediately a pang of what am I doing here when, they're trying to struggle and eke out a livelihood, and I'm just enjoying Baba's company. I felt a sense of guilt within me, and I never had the courage to ask Swami about it, or why did it happen. But for me, a more philosophical question came to my mind. I said, so why do bad things happen to good people? Here is this guy who's devoted to God. He does his 3 hours every morning prayer. Ever since I have been
3 hours.
From 3 in the morning till 6, and that's when I would get up when I was 6 and 7 years old. So it would be constant, and he was so strict in his sadhana and all that. Wasn't God supposed to protect him? Why do these things happen to these kind of people? And then that gave me to ask questions: why do saints suffer? What is the motivation then? If we are turning towards God and values and good things, and then bad things are going to happen to us, then you know what, hey, why do we even do this? What is the meaning behind it? I took that question and I wrote a detailed letter to Swami as to why Swami, why is it? How does one make sense of this? I wrote it, I read it, and I thought it was a bit too philosophical for me to, hey Swami, here's one big philosophical question. I kept it in my pocket thinking, let me think about it, kind of a thing. I kept it in my pocket. Swami walked by that day and he picked that letter as he went and just walked away. He didn't even ask me what it is. He just picked up that letter.
Saw it in your pocket and took it.
Yeah, he just picked it up and I'm like, oh my gosh. I let it be. And then later that night, I knew he had read it because the letter was shredded and it was in the basket. I made sure, is my letter there? It was there. It was shredded. So I knew he read it. And at that moment, but he didn't show me any signs that he read the letter or any smile or anything. He just, for me, I thought maybe he didn't understand such a English, I used to write to him in English. I thought maybe Swami didn't understand what I was asking. Anyway, it's okay, I forgot about it. I wouldn't even venture to seek asking Swami because I didn't know where I was with Swami on this question. Whether he was angry with me, upset with me, he didn't understand what I wrote, I don't know. I just left it. A couple of weeks or so passed by, and I'm telling you this background so you're able to correlate, but where I was that afternoon, I couldn't. So I'm right there washing vessels after Swami had his lunch, and he would go for his afternoon siesta for an hour or so. So everything is very quiet, and we clean up the kitchen and lunch, and I'm cleaning the vessels, and I'm coming down to a last little glass where you pour all the sambar and rasam, and it's yucky kind of a thing. So I was going to open the tap to clean it when I suddenly hear, hey, aim trachis now, what are you doing? And I looked behind, and right behind me, Swami Baba had crept. And I was like, oh my God, I was so scared. He kept right up to me. He said, what are you doing? Chi. He looked into the sink. There was this glass full of these, the leftovers. He said, oh my God, look at that. What do you people eat? And he kind of joked, and then quickly he said, clean it. And he opened the tap for me. And as he opened the tap, the water started filling this vessel and all the dirt started coming out, So he said, look at this. How the dirt is coming out. Look at all good water going in, only dirt is coming out. And then he says, you see this and you're scared. So he closes the tap and you stop doing good water. And look at it now, good and bad mixed, all confusion. And then he said, when there is bad inside you, you pour good into it. Then all the bad will come out. Don't be afraid because the bad is coming out. Oh, there is no point doing good, and you stop it. Now there is good and bad mixed and there's confusion. What do you do? This is how he's talking to me across the sink. What do you do? Open the tap. Do good. Every time he did do good, he kept opening the tap harder and faster and faster. And then now the good water was pouring in, and in a minute, all the bad had come out. There was nothing left. The glass was empty. It was just good and good out. He says, chudu. Now he's like a 5-year-old. See. No more bad. Only good in, good out. Good in, good out. Good in, good out. So in Telugu, he said, me bhaya brantilo, means your fears, your delusions are coming out. Let it come out. Do more good then. Do more good when it is coming out. Do more good. Eventually, what is good? Good. Good in, good out. Good in, good out. Good is God, God is good. Good is God. He kept muttering, good is God, God is good, good is God, and walked away quietly. And I just stood. Yes, good is God, God is good. He kept on muttering and walked away, and I just stood at the sink with my answer right there. I mean, this couldn't get more zen than it was that afternoon. For me, if something is happening bad, it's all the more reason that my illusions are coming out. Maybe it's expressing itself in the form of sickness of my near and dear one. Who knows? What are these 3 zeros that's coming?
Stay with it.
Presenting it. Stay with it, and be more intense
Yes.
in what you're doing. So eventually, it'll be only good and.
Don't push it away.
Good
Welcome it. See,
So I love that story.
that's a great, great story. Sundar, this has been so much fun. This is the third, and goodness knows how many we're going to do. And we look forward to sitting down again for part 4 of this ongoing series, Living with Sai Baba, from June 2011, looking back to the early 80s, late 70s, and beyond that. More will be revealed. Sai Ram.
Sairam. Thank you.
What was your dad really as an example because of his poverty? Do you take it? One final lesson to people who are big spiritual.
I think we have to face the past consequences of our karma, and it's a simple logical reaction of action. Every action has a reaction. So if I'm going to throw the banana peel on my driveway, there's a high probability I might slip on it and fall the next day, right? So when I'm slipping and falling the next day, it's because of my past karma.
Right.
But then because I fell down, that doesn't mean I get discouraged by cleaning my driveway. So if I've got a chance today to start doing good in my life, to be selfless, to think of others and put others before my wants, and when I start doing that, I'm still not escaping what I did yesterday.
You
I
can
still
learn
have
not to
I
fall
still
down.
have that potential slip on that banana peel because I threw it yesterday. So when I fall down, instead of saying, "Oh my God, I'm doing good now. Why am I still being paid?" I should look back and say, "You know what? This is all the past. I've got a chance now to build a bright future." So once the past is purged, all is there. All that remains is just good.
Is that the same as saying, or would you also be saying to yourself, I put the banana peel there. I'll not do that again.
Yes. Oh yes.
Okay.
I won't be doing that banana peel again, but I have to
Anyone
accept
could
that I
have-
would slip.
Anyone could have fallen.
Anybody could have fallen. My wife could have fallen. My kids could have fallen. So my action, whether I know it or not, is going to affect my kith and kin. So when it happens, then I don't turn to God and say, "Oh my God, it's my action that's caused it."
And so that's...
So any action that we have taken in our past, based on our illusion, based on fear, based on our adherence to ego, and based on playing the victim role, every action is going to play itself as a reaction in the future.
And every reaction offers us the opportunity not to do it again.
Exactly.
To learn
Yes.
its lesson.
As long as we have the courage to accept it as,
To face it.
this is my own, it's a purging, it's happening, but my fresh actions are going to be as selfless as possible,
There's a lesson
as
here.
good as possible, as free as possible. So if my thoughts and my words and my deeds are now set on the path of liberating myself and people around me, it's not that I'm going to escape what I did yesterday, but I'm on the path. Sooner or later, if not this life, the next lifetime, I'm going to be completely free. Completely be good water in, good water out. I can't wait for that to happen. So the more evil comes out of me, the more negative things happen to me, the more it should inspire me to say, "Hey, good, let's get rid of this as fast as I can." So I have to do more good, more intensely, so that comes out as fast as possible. I think that's a fantastic lesson. It's very powerful. It's very powerful.
God is good.
God is good. God is good. Good is God. God is good. Good is God. I love that. I love that beautiful
I can
way.
see him doing that.
I love the way he teaches some of these lessons very simply. Very simply he does it and walks away. It's fascinating.
And we get to hear it today. And everybody who watches this gets it.
Yes.
Thank you.
సత్యధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. సత్య ధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు వివిధ సౌఖ్యము హెచ్చు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడ వినుడు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడ. సత్యధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. సత్య ధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు వివిధ సౌఖ్యము హెచ్చు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడ వినుడు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడ. సత్యధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. సత్య ధర్మ ప్రేమ నిత్యమయ్యుండిన పుడమి తల్లి ఎంతో పులకరించు. విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు విశ్వశాంతినిచ్చు వివిధ సౌఖ్యము హెచ్చు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడ వినుడు. వినుడు భారతీయ వీరసుతుడా
I think posterity should know, or people even now should know what the true Sai Baba, who the true Sai Baba is.
Okay,
And
who is the true Sai Baba?
the true Sai Baba is one who is just one with what he said, one with what he thought, and one with what he did. He was exactly the same person as he spoke. If he said, I'm an avatar, it's because he believed he was one. He never expected anyone, and he doesn't expect even now any of his devotees to stand up for him in his defense and speak about, because then you're only exaggerating that ignorance which is out there. I think it's very important for people to understand that Baba by himself is a very, very, very simple person. You know, once there were a bunch of devotees with Swami, and he said, Swami, I want peace. What do you want? What do you want? And one said, Swami, I want peace. Okay, I will bless you with lot of troubles in life. And said, no, Swami, please don't say that. Please don't say that. I want peace.
Cancel.
Yes, please, Swami, I asked for peace. So she was terrified. And Swami smilingly said, how will you know peace if you don't practice it in the midst of problems? Swami was bloodshot eyes. He was so angry. He had an envelope in his hand. He came right up to me. He threw the envelope on me. And he said, who asked you for money? Did I ask for money? Who asked you for money? Tell your father and you take your luggage and get out of the ashram. And that was a fascinating interview. He said, if you really want my grace, there are 3 zeros. 1, you lose all the material possessions, everything, and you still crave my grace. Second step, all your kinmen, your close relatives, everyone you lose, you're all alone in the world. Can you still earn my grace? Seek my grace. And the third one, he said, oh, but then everybody will think you're a saint or a sage now. And now when I spoil your reputation, everything that you believed in good, if I make it bad, and you're so confused, you will want to run away. But at that moment, if you can turn around and say, I still need your love and grace.
So you have to be
You
willing
have
to.
me completely. It is a very difficult concept, Ted. And when we talk of emptying the cup, the Bible talks about it. The Zen masters talk about it. Baba talks about it. Come to me and empty your cup, empty your mind. When love beckons you, follow him, though his ways are hard and steep. And when he speaks to you, listen to him, though his voice may shatter your dreams as the northwest wind lays waste the garden. And when he embraces you, yield to him, though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you. For even as love crowns you, so shall he crucify you. Like sheaves of corn, he gathers you unto himself. And then he assigns you into the sacred fire, so you may become sacred bread for God's sacred feasts. And for me, right from the day I began to accept him, I saw myself as a Hanuman. I mean, for me, that relationship was more as a servant and a master. So when he was talking about Rama and Hanuman, I was very moved with that whole episode. And so he turned to me and he said, what do you want? So I asked him, Swami, how lucky was Rama? How lucky was Hanuman that Rama would hug him often? Swami looked at me. You want me to hug you? He asked. Like Rama did? I said, yes. He said, get up. And he hugged me. And when he released me, he said, how was it? I had tears in my eyes. But then very playfully he said, I was Rama when I hugged, but you're still not Hanuman.
Krishna Jai, Krishna Jai, Krishna Jai, Krishna 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 Jai.
Sai Baba. To Sundar Iyer, Sai Baba was Sundar's mentor, guru, teacher, best friend, and mother and father. And Baba remains his guide.
Mala Hari Dari Bhai Meera Manavihari Madana Mohana Muralidhari Krishna Jai.
Sundar spent 15 and a half years with Baba, receiving his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees. And he also taught 2 years at Baba's University. And he served as Baba's personal attendant for 2 years. This is part 1 of the June 19th, 2011 interview in a series of interviews of Sundar Iyer's close association with Sai Baba. Welcome to Soul Germs. This interview was recorded in Elyria, Ohio, June 19th, 2011.
Krishna 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 Jai.
Once again, thank you for having me, and it's always an honor and pleasure to talk about Swami, and any opportunity to share the wisdom, the knowledge that he had and that he represented. It's always an honor. So I feel very humbled to be a part of this satsang, if you will. The ego question that I put to Swami, it was a small group of boys, and Swami was asking, okay, any questions? Only spiritual questions. I know, because he didn't want somebody to say, Swami, my mother needs prasadam, or my father needs some, vibhuti. He said, only spiritual questions. So after a couple of questions, he looked towards me, and I kind of raised myself a little bit. And then he asked, what do you want? And I said, Swami, you say that the ego has to be annihilated for ultimate liberation. But the ego is so difficult to get rid of. How does one get rid of this ego? And Baba said, where do you come from, my sir? I don't remember whether he said my good man or sir, but I think I remember the word sir. Where do you come from, sir? Almost instantly. And at first I tried to be smart, so I said, Swami, from you. He said, no. Where do you come from, sir? And I said, from Bombay. And Swami said, oh, from Bombay. Where is Bombay? And I said, Swami, Bombay is in Maharashtra. That's the name of a state, like Cleveland is in Ohio. And Swami said, oh, where is Maharashtra? And I said, Swami, that's in the western part of India. Okay, so you're from Bombay. Bombay is in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is in one part of India. Where is India? It's part of Asia, Swami. And where is Asia? It's one of the 7 continents, Swami. It's part of the earth. Oh, where is the earth? It's part of the 9 planets. And as I am talking to Swami, it's slowly dawning on me that the concept of Sundar is becoming small, and there are bigger things happening here. Earth is one of the 9 planets, Navagrahalu. And where are these 9 planets? It goes around the sun, Swami. And where is all this? And somebody said, Swami, solar galaxy. Yes, how many galaxies? Millions of galaxies. In millions of galaxies, there is one solar galaxy. In that solar galaxy, there are 9 huge planets and millions of stars. And in that, one of those planets is the Earth. And in that Earth, the Milky Way. And in that Milky Way is a solar galaxy and the Earth. And in that Earth is one of the countries is India. In that country, there is one state. In that state, there is one city. In that city, among millions of homes and millions of people, there is one Sundar. Where is the place for ego? And the way he brought it down, I felt even foolish sitting there, because I just suddenly became negligible. And and Swami said, so there is no ego. Ego exists in your imagination. You fight the ego, you will be fighting for the rest of your life. There is no ego. It is in your imagination. And I find that very fascinating, that we build this spiritual path to overcome the ego, and we set up a long journey only to realize we've been fighting a shadow.
Sure. No secret that Baba himself married you to a woman named Maya.
Yes, and I think it's more than just pure sheer coincidence. But yes, it is true. We get caught up in this mirage, as we were talking about, the unreal, the real and the unreal nature of the universe, which in Sanskrit is called the mithya, which is not an illusion, because an illusion doesn't exist. But a mirage, for all practical purposes, it exists. Scientifically, it can be proved that mirage exists, and yet you know it's a mirage in the sense it's not real. You cannot go to that place and drink water, or you cannot go to that town that appears to be there, and you can't live in a house there because that doesn't exist. And yet, for all practical purposes, it's there. And that's the beauty of this ego, and then the resultant effect is all this creation and all the attachments. So we are fighting and trying to get rid of a mirage which we don't need to. And, you know,
There's no point to it.
there is no point to it. And when we say, you know, and just go back and think of how we look at everything around our lives as revolving around our ego. Where is east? I say east is to the left because of where I stand. Where is west? West is to the right from where I stand. Whereas what is up? This is up from where I stand. And from where I stand, this becomes low. So from where I stand, I've defined my society, I've defined my culture, I've defined what is good, what is bad, what are values, what are ethics. I've defined everything. And now comes a master who's going to take you out of this box, and you're saying, oh, no, you have to fit into my box, and then I'll worship you.
Well, I guess by definition, an accusation can only be negative. So let's just talk about those. How did you come to reconcile whatever the accusations that you were aware of as an attendant to Baba, and then just as a devotee years after that period?
You know, I'm going to approach this sensitive subject to the best way I can, and as maturely as I can. I'm not going to get into the debate of which accusation was true and which wasn't untrue, because that's a never-ending thing. But I do want to, before I begin, as you were talking about, Baba receives offerings and he also receives accusations. He made a very beautiful comment one day. He said, when you do a ritualistic puja, a puja is a form of worship that the Hindus do, where you actually chant the name of God and then you take flowers and put on the idol. So he says, when people are offering flowers, one or two there could be a withered flower. So that's okay. They don't know it. They're just offering flowers. One or two could be a withered, an old one, a dried up flower can come and fall at God's feet, and it's okay. So he regards accusations as, you know what, that's the person doesn't know he's throwing a withered flower, and that's all right. His magnanimity is why he chose to ignore these accusations. Number one, he never thought they were accusations. They were like, you know, there's some ignorant people who don't follow what goes on, and that's okay. It's part of the ignorance. I don't want to get back and clap hands and make it more louder and proclaim their ignorance. They will learn it in their own way. That is how he took it, and he never expected anyone, and he doesn't expect even now any of his devotees to stand up for him in his defense and speak about, because then you're only exaggerating that ignorance which is out there and making it real. But having said that, I do want to point the difference, the vast difference that exists in cultures, and to a Western mind, the spiritual path is very new when they come to India and trying to adopt the Indian cultural traditions. And even in India for today, because of the Western influence and things like that, we have forgotten the sanctity and the intensity that exists between a master and a disciple. And this is not something which is new to the Sai Baba fold. It has been existing for centuries together. And there are saints who have written poems on it. There are sages who have written the intensity and the tests and the path that the guru or the master lays out for a disciple is very intense, very straightforward, extremely pure. And it's the strength of the disciple that actually pulls him through.
And Sundar, I want to take a moment or two, however long it takes, to underscore and double underscore, especially from my perspective. I mean, I'm a Baba devotee, but I'm a journalist, and I've spent 44 years in the field of Western journalism. I know how easy it would be for anybody with, let's just say, less than honorable intentions to run with any of 5 quotes that they could just pick up from this interview from what you said and turn it into something that's totally the opposite. As you were discussing with me yesterday, and I'd like you to turn to this if you feel comfortable with it, sometimes has to do altogether with how the guru-disciple relationship is evolving or devolving. in the mind of a disciple, if they feel the guru is less attentive to them for whatever purpose,
Oh, yes,
they may
yes.
they may go running with their tail between their legs away from that guru as fast as their legs will carry them, and start besmirching the reputation of the guru
Oh,
out
yes.
of whatever their disappointment is.
Exactly.
Do you feel
You know-
comfortable sharing without going into any names at all?
No, of course I would, and I was going to come to that because it's very important to understand, especially when we talk of accusations, those which are sexual in nature and things like that against Baba. I know personally a couple of people who have actually been close to Baba with me, and who have been online, going, writing things, and there was a time when I got out of Puttaparthi and I called them up and I said, hey, you and I lived together, went through all this together, and we shared so much of philosophy and knowledge together, and as far as I know, you always loved Baba. What is it that's changing you so much? And he didn't have an answer, but he just said, I'm angry with him, so I want to make sure I just spoil his reputation. I said, but in your heart he didn't do anything of that nature. He said, I don't care, I just want to ruin his reputation. And the reason why these things happen is when Baba gives you importance, he can really place you very high up. So you're walking in the university, everybody looks up to you, oh, you're close to Baba, and Baba calls you up for everything, and everybody looks at you with great respect. And then when Baba decides to churn you, and he decides to cut you off, it can be miserably. Not only are you feeling now lonely that Baba is not talking to you, but he can turn around and literally make your life miserable.
And he can do this to students as well as 65-year-olds alike.
Anybody. And I'll quote Khalil Gibran's poem, please remind me, because that summarizes this so beautifully, what Baba does. And Khalil Gibran was not a Baba devotee, he wrote this poem,
Well, what is the quote? Because maybe it's very appropriate.
No, I'll come to that.
Okay.
And I really want to, that will be my punch quote, because that's a very beautiful poem. But the way, and I was talking about the 3 zeros that Baba was talking, with Pedda Potamman, and we were sitting, and that was a fascinating interview. He said, if you really want my grace, there are 3 zeros. 1, you lose all the material possessions, everything, and you still crave my grace. So you're not asking Baba, oh my gosh, what happened? I lost my job, I lost my house, Baba, what's going on? You just say, Baba, I still need your grace. Baba said, that's 1 step. Second step, all your kinmen, your close relatives, everyone you lose, you're all alone in the world. Can you still earn my grace? Seek my grace. And the third one, he said, oh, but then everybody will think you're a saint or a sage now. And now when I spoil your reputation, everything that you believed in good, if I make it bad, and you're so confused, you will want to run away. But at that moment, if you can turn around and say, I still need your love and grace,
So you have to be
you
willing
have
to
me completely.
give up everything, and some people aren't willing.
It is a very difficult concept, Ted. And when we talk of emptying the cup, the Bible talks about it, the Zen masters talk about it, Baba talks about it. Come to me and empty your cup, empty your mind. In the Swami Brahmananda, another Swami, most of his Swamis have the same names, another Swami writes this beautiful poem in Hindi, and it's sung in so many places. It says, Kaak ho Guru ke charan ki. Kaak means you become the ashes, the dust of Guru's feet. To Prabhu mil jayega. Only then will you get the glimpse of the divinity. When you become a dust, you know what that means, becoming a dust, is everything that I believed in, can I take it out of my head and give it? And that's why it's easy to sing a bhajan saying, Tan, Man, Dhan, Sab Tumhare Sharan Baba. That means my body, my wealth, and my mind is all at your feet. It's easy to say that. But think of what you say, and think of whom you're saying it to. Because if I stand in the presence of love and say, I love you, are you willing to surrender? Yes, Baba. Everything I believe which is mine is yours.
Yeah.
He says, all right.
3-0 time.
And then you say, oh, hang on a second. Not this, but that. Not this, but that.
You have conditions.
It's a very deep understanding. It requires a very deep understanding. It's an extremely personal path, which only the person who goes through will understand that, and appreciate what is happening. For an outsider, especially for somebody who chooses to be ignorant because of their ego, I was sharing this analogy of how there is a light on your face a floodlight, and there are two people behind. They both are wearing masks, and both are having a sharp knife in their hand, and you're terrified. You're ignorant. Why? Because the focus is on you. Now you take this light which is on you, take the ego away and focus it on the people. Now in that light, in that knowledge, you will see, hey, this is a surgeon. This is a surgeon. With a knife, he's going to save my life. You turn that light and shine it on the other guy. So okay, this is a thief who wants to take my life. Both are wearing masks. Both are having the knife in their hand. So when you're so full of yourself, and the light is all about you, who am I, and what I believe in, what I am full of, and then you can't look at those things. For you, the surgeon and the thief will appear the same.
So
You
in
know,
all these stories,
it-
especially the story about the 3 zeros, but all the stories you've just been talking about help relate even better than I might have envisioned as this conversation was being played out in my mind about talking for a few minutes in this hour or so about the accusations against Baba. It helps me to really understand them better. And as we put a cap on this part of the discussion, I'm just guessing that it's safe to say that you fully understand why some people might be good with passing the first zero test, maybe even the second zero test, but if they get stuck, they
The
could
third
turn
zero.
against the teacher
Exactly. You could turn against the teacher for,
and say anything.
and it's okay because you fought with the lion and you go back hurt. And that's why Baba doesn't judge you, because you know you can pass a kindergarten test, but then when you fail a doctor's exam or the highest level exams, nobody's going to say, oh come on, you failed. They're going to say, hey, good, you try again.
And one day my big question would be to find out, and I'd love to talk to somebody, maybe this will help bring somebody forward, someone who was once in that position, who got through the first 2 zeros, but because they failed the last zero, maybe they turned against Baba, only to one day eventually return to him as their mentor, guide, guru, Swami.
Even if they didn't return to him per se, even if they returned back to spiritual path, Baba has done his job.
Yeah.
He's got the fire of awakening on, and it's going on. Because he doesn't identify himself with himself the way you and I do. I remember one session when Baba was with the students who were leaving him because of this very thing. And he asked each person, because he knew each of them very close to him. And this is something nobody knows about. And I was there because I was in Baba's room then. And these were close people who stayed with Baba and grew up with Baba even before the college was established. And now they were leaving him because they were tired of being associated with Baba because of these accusations. So it was 1980 and they were like, we don't, Jesus just want to go away. And so Baba asks each one by name. And this was a very touching thing because I was in tears, even though I had not fully understood Baba, but I was touched by that personal part of it. He asked each one by name. You, I gave you toothbrush, I gave you soap, I gave you money, I gave you all this. Why are you leaving me? You know that I have not done anything bad. Why are you doing? And you tell me right now, I'm sitting right with you here. Tell any of you, raise your hands and tell me that I did something bad to you. Why are you all leaving me? Everybody kept stark silent. He said, it's okay, touch my feet and I'll forgive all this. Because don't go against your guru. That is the worst sin. For you, not for me. I'm thinking of you. Don't leave me now with this in your heart. Leave me if you want to go out and get married. Leave me if you want a better job. But don't leave me like this. Don't leave me thinking like this. You know in your heart. You know in your heart. None of them answered anything. And they left. And Baba continued his mission. But when you really go to Baba, it's purity. It's 100% purity. And this comes from a person who lived with him, who has had the most intimate moments with Baba. But that's for my personal growth. It's nothing, it's something no one other than me can understand. But I can assure you that there is no way that those things can ever be interpreted as something demeaning, something for his pleasure, if you will.
But you were there not for any
go ahead.
insignificant period of time. And in this 2-year period of seeing him so closely, every day, for 2 years, all you ever saw, you're saying, is the upliftment coming from Baba of the spiritual principles and teachings of his devotees.
Totally, 100%. Because that's why I keep saying that it is our good fortune to believe him as God. But he believed he was divine. He believed and he knew that his touch would change a person. He knew he could lift your consciousness. He knew he could take away. He said, I'm an ocean and you're the river. You flow into the ocean, you can never pollute the ocean. It was a fascinating saga of watching him just live who he thought he was, who he believed he was. And I just want to finish this with Khalil Gibran's quote, and that will put everything in perspective, because when we talk of love, when we talk of Baba's love, and anything is love, this poem is so fascinating. And this is what Khalil Gibran wrote. He says, when love beckons you. He says, when love beckons you, follow him, though his ways are hard and steep. And when he speaks to you, listen to him, though his voice may shatter your dreams as the northwest wind lays waste the garden. And when he embraces you, yield to him, though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you. For even as love crowns you, so shall he crucify you. Even as he is for your growth, so is he for your pruning. Even as he ascends to the tenderest branches that quiver in the morning sun, so shall he descend to your very roots and shake them to the clinging to the earth. Like sheaves of corn, he gathers you unto himself. That's how the poem goes. And it gives me goosepimples even now. Like sheaves of corn, he gathers you unto himself. He threshes you to make you naked. He sifts you to free you from your husks. He kneads you until you're pliant. And then he assigns you into the sacred fire, so you may become sacred bread for God's sacred feasts.
Sundar, the spiritual path is not for the faint of heart.
It is not. And that is why he says, but if you in your cowardice would seek only love's peace and love's pleasure, then it is better for you to walk out of love's threshing floor, out into the seasonless world, where you will laugh, but not all your laughter, and you will cry, but not all your tears. Love gives not but itself, and takes not but from itself, for love is sufficient unto love. And with Swami, who is an embodiment of love, you can't play with fire. You can't think it's lip service going and saying, Swami, I'm ready to give up everything for you. I am your Swami. I want to learn surrender. Once there were a bunch of devotees with Swami, and he said, Swami, I want peace. What do you want? What do you want? And one said, Swami, I want peace. Okay, I will bless you with lot of troubles in life. And said, no, Swami, please don't say that. Please don't say that. I want peace.
Cancel.
Yes, please, Swami, I asked for peace. So she was terrified. And Swami smilingly said, how will you know peace if you don't practice it in the midst of problems?
Yeah.
If everything is fine, if everything is nice and rosy and pink, you don't need, how will you know you have peace? If I give you trouble and then you practice peace, then you know, oh yes, I'm learning peace. So the more trouble I give you, the more you practice peace.
And ultimately you'll come to look back and not even see the trouble as having been trouble, because its net result is peace.
Net result is peace. It is peace. And the more we seek for purification, the more we seek the eternal, divine, pure love, the more we seek self-enlightenment, we have to learn to give up our boxes. That is why the word guru means, the gu stands for guna atita, that is one beyond qualities. And the ru stands for rupa varjita, that is one beyond the form. So for a guru who is beyond qualities, there is no good quality and bad quality. You are beyond qualities. There is no good and bad. One who is beyond the form. What would be, and if he wants to take you to his level, what are you willing to give up? Mm-hmm. And we got to approach this, the idea in a more philosophical, in a more matured way, rather than saying, you know what, this is good, this is bad. Okay, did Baba do this? Did Baba do that? Who did this? Who did that? Oh, he is good. So we are caught up in this good and bad. Values make sense in a society. In a purely individual spiritual path, there has to be a time when you have to transcend values. You learn swimming, you wear those floats and you learn swimming. Those floats are keeping you alive. you're a big deal. So the values play a big role in keeping the society alive and in perfect order, so you don't drown. But then once you learn swimming, what happens? You don't need those anymore. The very things become now a hindrance. So you got to get rid of them, not because you're against them, because you don't need them anymore, and then you transcend that. So that's the beauty of Baba's teaching. He wants to pull you out from this cage we have built ourselves in.
Sundar, I sense it's time to change the pace a little bit. That's all very heavy, and I really enjoyed it. But I know I'll be taken to task by devotees who are familiar with this series, because they've already seen the interview with you and Maya last year, and with your in-laws, and they just love it all. But I want to change the pace to accommodate some of their wishes expressed to me, and that they want what I would call more inside baseball. Do you know what that term is? Inside baseball means
I don't
just
know.
talk among ourselves as devotees, especially those who have had the good fortune to actually go see Baba at Prashanti Nilayam, his ashram. I always liken it to people who have no idea what an ashram is, to a place about the size of the Ohio State University campus with 60 buildings in it, and it's got this one open-air temple, and that's where Baba comes for darshan every day. And I want to hear a little bit about, before the temple had a roof, back in the 80s, when you were there, he picked you out of the crowd in the sand under the blazing sun and asked you to assist him in the house where he lived, right there in the mandir. Just paint a bit of a picture for those who are familiar with the general facilities, so that they can come to better appreciate his dwelling place, how small it was, how sparsely furnished it was, and what life was for Baba back in 80-82.
I'm glad you asked this question, especially in the light of recently what they apparently found in Baba's room, and the media blowing it out of proportion. And just as you did, I've received some emails saying, what is this, can you explain, and things like that. I think it's very important for people to understand that Baba by himself is a very, very, very simple person. And it's very important to understand that the Yajur Mandir, where Baba resided comfortably, thank goodness, finally, in the last 10 or 15 years of his life, is only the 10-15 years of his life. But as far as I knew, till he was 65 or 70 years old, he lived in that little room above the mandir, above the bhajan hall, the little small room, which was 10 feet by 12 feet, just one.
That was the size of the room.
10 or 12 feet, yes. Oh, yes. It was a very small bedroom with a small bathroom. And even the bathroom, believe me, Ted, wasn't tiled. And before he fell the third time and he really broke his back, he had already fallen twice. And there was once when he fell and he was hurt when I was there. And we had people in the ashram pleading with Swami, please let us redo that bathroom, because there was these cement walls which, over a period of time, water, keeps working on it, and it's not mossy, but it becomes very slippery.
Slippery, yeah.
So, and Baba would say, no, what are these guys, these Dunapatas, pointing to us like buffaloes, what are these buffaloes doing here? They can keep the bathroom clean. Whose money you think you are doing? It's devotees' money. I don't want a good bathroom. And they actually had to fight with him and convince him to put tiles in his bathroom.
Wow.
I have seen Baba, the towel that he used to dry himself, it will be one of those really cheap towels, simply because he believes that absorbs water better than a Turkish towel.
I think they do just the opposite myself. I don't think they absorb water at all.
But then people would pour gifts, and I myself, we could get gifts of all kinds of perfumes they would give Baba. We would get tons and tons of perfumes, and Baba would say, keep it away, because he would again choose in Dasara, in birthdays, he would call boys and give them. There will be tons of handkerchiefs, and honestly for us, there were some of these cosmetic soaps, I forget the name. It was the soap we used to hope Baba would give us, because Baba would have tons of them in his room. And so in today's world, if somebody would go and say, oh my gosh, Baba is using the cosmetics and this and that, he was keeping it just to give away. And he always had this thing like, people are giving me with love, let it be here. Swami would take, if I was a jeweler and if I made a crown for a temple, and I would say, Baba, you have so many temples in Puttaparthi, this is a crown I give you, let's say, because there was a crown mentioned in this. And I was thinking, just picturizing, that must have been some jeweler, giving it to Baba to place it in the next time he opens a temple or, gift it. And Baba accepts the gift, he would keep it. He loves these gifts and he would keep it because as a sign of blessing. It's very, if somebody gives you a gift and you say, all right, you take it please and put it away, it sounds so impersonal. For Baba, once he accepts it, and he always used it to give it to people. So his personal quarters was extremely simple and straightforward. One bed, that was an uncomfortable bed which I've seen him using, because that's there in the picture, in the old pictures of Baba, where there is a 5-hooded snake somebody had given him on that bed. The bed itself is uncomfortable because it's a small oval shaped bed, and the snakes coming out is pretty scary. But then I think eventually they got rid of that the top part, and just used that, and Baba used to use that as the bed to sleep on.
So it'd be hard and very uncomfortable then, and he wasn't.
It wasn't because it's oval in shape. It wasn't like you can really go this way or that way. It's pretty. It's nice to look and visualize, but it's not. Practically, I wouldn't have loved to sleep on it more than a day or two.
Now, for those who are familiar with the ashram, back in '80, there was no canopy, there was no tile floor.
No,
it
there
was
were
all
no.
outside as you'd
Yes.
be looking at the mandir, the front where he's
Yes.
the veranda, and above the interview room. The interview room's always on the first floor there.
Yes.
It was to the very end. And then above it would be what I
Yes.
mistakenly thought of as his bedroom, but you told
That's
me
his
that
living. This
his
is living
living
room where he meets.
a very tiny room all
Right.
by
So when
itself.
you're facing the mandir, to the right side at the bottom is the interview rooms. Right above that was his place where he would come out and sit and grant audience to the trust members or people in the ashram whom he would like to talk personally and things like that. And that room was another small room, as big as the interview room, which you have seen.
Very
It's
tiny.
probably tiny, yes, 12 feet by
Yeah.
10 feet or whatever. One single chair for him to sit, and there were 2 tables on either side, one to keep all the mails, and the other one was just the garbage for him to tear the envelopes and the letters that he would read to put it down. And there was one ceiling fan. There were no air conditioners in that ancient temple. There was no air conditioners. One ceiling fan in his bedroom, one ceiling fan in his
and his
living
bedroom
room.
would be behind that room with the one chair then.
Yes, would be right across. There was a curtain, and right across that would be the bedroom and the bathroom. And like I mentioned, in the previous time when we did the interview, he literally started his day with a flashlight. Believe me, because people right across West Prashanti could see him, and
The
they were,
apartment flats
and he
there,
didn't
yeah.
want to put on the light because Suprabhatam wouldn't begin an hour after he got up. So he was a very, very strict disciplinarian, but he did have access to these so-called goodies, which are at his beck and call, because he would take it to give people. And a real quick example, in my own case, when my father's 60th birthday was there on January 16th, and it was the same year as Swami's 60th birthday, so Swami used to say, oh, we both are same age and all that. But then the night before he would grant my father an interview, he said, tell your father to come for interview. The night before he did that, he sent a sari for my mother and a dhoti, or for my father. And so Colonel Jogara brought it over to our room, because again, when Swami gives it to you, you take it right to that person. So Colonel Jogara was a big shot, but he had to come all the way to our room. And my father was saying, oh, please come, sir, please sit down. So in that little brief conversation that he had while giving this, Swami, please ask me to give this to you so you can wear it tomorrow for the interview. He told my father, oh, what is the puja? What is the magic that you're doing? That Baba did something which I can't believe. And my father said, what did he do? What did he do? I don't do any magic. And he said, no, Baba opened the cupboard where he has all these expensive saris kept. Again, if somebody says, oh, why does Baba need all the silk saris in his room? This is why he needs it. So Baba opens the cupboard, goes personally, opens the cupboard, and he's looking at the saris and thinking, hey, Sundar's mother, skin color is something like mine, it's a little dark. So what color sari will suit her? Now, so Colonel Jogara was thinking, why would he have to do this? He should pick up something and give it. They will grab it. But that's the kind of thing I was telling yesterday. How does a person be so divine and yet pay attention to these small details. It's fascinating. Why would he do that? It wasn't that my father gave, tons of money for donation. And oh, by the way, he did. My father actually sold a house in Bombay. Not that we made any big money out of it. And then after giving my sisters whatever, he came and he decided that he has to write a check and donate to Swami. And he said, oh, everybody's donating. I should also donate. Swami has given us a room in the ashram. I have to pay for it. I said, don't bring me into this picture. It's between you and Swami. I was terrified when it comes to money. And I didn't even know when my dad had given this to Swami, because the next day he came. Swami was bloodshot eyes. He was so angry. He had an envelope in his hand. He came right up to me. He threw the envelope on me and he said, who asked you for money? Did I ask for money? Who asked you for money? Tell your father and you take your luggage and get out of the ashram. I was shivering. I said, Swami, I don't know anything. Open that check. Open that envelope. I opened, there was a check for 40,000 rupees. Swami said, did I ask you? Can your father afford it? Who's asking you to do that? Tell him to pack his luggage and go away. I don't want your money. And he was so angry that we went out of our way to give money, which my father honestly couldn't afford at that time, to give that kind of money to. But he wanted to do it because he was moving in big groups and everybody did it, so he wanted to do it. And Baba was so angry. He said, I don't ask. I know whom to take money from.
This is so amazing. I do think it's almost appropriate to say a word or two about that, because I'm asked that a lot. A lot of people, even among devotees, they're not quite sure what the money situation is. In 15 years of following Sai Baba as a follower, as a journalist, as an American, I can honestly say I've never heard of one solicitation. I think they're verboten. I think it's forbidden to ask for any charitable contributions of any kind, not only in India, but in America or around the world where Sai Baba's organizations are.
And just to add to this, he said, my hand is always like this, never like this.
Right.
I will never do this.
I once went around the campus, the ashram, again the size of a major university here in America, and I finally, after asking many, many people, if I wanted to make a donation, how would I do it? Nobody's asking, there's no signs, there's no... Finally, somebody said, there's one sign. It's about 6 inches by 8 inches, and it's tacked on the side of one of the canteen walls, and it says, if you wish to make a donation, it has to go through the bank in town via the Central Trust for charitable use only. To my knowledge, that is the only sign anywhere in India of instructions on how you can follow through with the donation, and even then, I'm told by reliable sources that not all of those donations are accepted when it comes that route.
When it comes to Baba, when you go personally and try to give him something, he decides whether to take it or not. And like I tell you, in my case, he definitely didn't like the idea of us donating money. And it's not like if I was in his place and I have this mission and this vision, I would grab every single cent that comes into my coffer. Why would I say no? But that's what made him divine. That's what made him, in spite of all these accusations, nobody could actually pin him down. Because when it finally came, push comes to shove, you didn't have anything finally. I mean, so the media has all this. Oh, all right, what did you do? Did he wear Nike shoes and come out for shopping? No. Okay, you found 500 pairs. It was for the students, or it was for somebody.
As Jody pointed out to me, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, no known incident of him ever wearing shoes in his lifetime.
No. He's worn those chappals in Kodaikanal when you would go out, and again we would sandals, and no, not no shoes. I think it's very ridiculous to think Sai Baba was hoarding money for some apparent reason. The fact that he would need that money to give away, and it's wonderful. Like when a parent leaves, he left behind so much treasures for now these people to run these institutions. It's fantastic. When I read it first, I said, thank God. Thank God there's actually this kind of money now to sustain what he has started, what he spent his entire lifetime to run. He has actually safeguarded it personally, and it's as if he's saying, all right, you know what, kids, now it's all yours. Do it. There's cash, there is gold, there is jewels, everything that you wanted. This is truly the sign of divinity. He could have spread it before he died, or when he got old, to give it away to people, and you and I would have never heard of it, and we would have still claimed whatever.
Well, you know,
he never hid anything.
From the 1,000 towns and villages that have received fresh water projects, the hospitals, the schools, the universities, the housing for widows. I mean, the list goes on and on. Major humanitarian projects. The money had to come from somewhere, and Jody's curious, and so am I. From whom would he accept money?
It's very interesting. There would be these big businessmen, big industrialists who had so much money to spare, and you get tax benefits and things like that. And you have the typical case of Isaac, who had this money and waited for 7-8 years since Baba. And I let me tell you this point. And so it was always from people who had enough money to give, he would accept the money, and he would say, okay, do whatever you want. Okay, do whatever you want, go give it to them. Or he would take it personally and keep it. If they give cash to him, he'll say, all right, leave it behind. India is a cash-rich economy. A Western mind will never understand that. Why would you have, I don't carry more than $20 in my wallet today in the US for the last 10 years. But the moment I land in India, I'll have a lot of cash and less credit cards, because it's still a cash-rich economy. So to find cash and gold in somebody's house is normal. It's not abnormal. Even a poor person will have a lot of gold stacked in his house.
Women in India wear their wealth.
Altars, women, jewelry. I mean, it's part of, it's not uncommon. So it's going to probably not raise too many eyebrows, in that sense of the term. But if you want to look at something suspiciously, you're going to say, oh my gosh, Baba had 98 kgs of gold. I said, thank God he had that kind of money. And the reason I'm saying thank God is, when Baba announced the hospital, announced on his birthday in 1991, he said about the hospital, I was working at the Central Trust. I was in the accounts section. My father was the accountant. And if not now, some other time, I'll tell you how he brought me close to my father just for those 2 years before my father died. That's a whole different story altogether. But I was an accountant there. We knew the trust is nowhere close to the money that would have been needed when he announced this hospital thing. My father was,
So it must have shocked
his
them.
blood pressure, it shocked all of us. I'm like, wow. We thought Swami was just living in cloud 9. This is no way possible.
And a year later to the day it was functioning.
It was functioning. It was fascinating. So he had things in place. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had things in place. And he got the ball rolling at the right time. It's a mastermind. It's a master plan that was brought into effect. And for us, even though we saw this happening in the institute, when the college was just being built, it was part of another university, and Swami was constantly telling us, I'm going to make this a Swami's university. It's going to be a Sai university. And we would be very humble, very prayerful, but in the back of our mind, we would look at it as something we couldn't comprehend it.
Sundar, how were you picked by Baba to be one of his attendants, so close to this form?
I mentioned this in our previous interview. When I got my first interview, he kept asking me, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And I said, I don't want anything. But he forced me. And so he came so close with all his big hair. I was so terrified. Suddenly it came to my mind that I've always been curious as to what Baba would do in his room. Because for me, like I said, I wasn't born in Sai family. I came across Swami because of circumstances. My father not being in Bombay, and they were looking for a good college, and one thing led to the other, and it's all there in our previous interview. And I comes to Swami's fold, and so, but when I'm watching him, the giving darshans and going upstairs, I would spend, those days we lived right bang across Swami's mandir in the dorms. We didn't have a hostel built yet. So that was all being built, and the college had already started. So we were living bang across Swami's. So I would constantly, walk down and stand in front of Swami's mandir in the evenings and nights and watch that little light on. I wonder what goes on in there. I wonder what goes on in there, and how great it would be if I can be there, so that I can really know that this is my guru. For me, it was a very ardent desire.
Well, yeah,
and then, so when he cornered me in the interview, I said, Swami, I called it room duty. I wanted to do room duty, Swami. I want to be in your room. He said, oh, acha, come from tomorrow.
So it's that simple. I mean, I remember...
It was very simple. Just said, come from tomorrow.
I remember most when you told the story before, your desire. But see, I equate that with everybody's desire. I think you're not unusual. There's a lot of people who want to know what Swami's like behind the closed door.
Yes.
And is he looking at the letters? Is he holding meetings and...
Right.
Devotees and trust members and others coming up. You had a chance to play that out. I guess my curiosity, though, is that can't be the first time that people asked him to do it, but he picked you.
I'm a
he
grateful.
gave you the opportunity.
I'm so grateful to that.
Did you know you were on a fast track before he gave you that hint that
I didn't know.
your wish is granted? Come on up.
I didn't know I was on. I didn't know what track I was on, whether fast or slow. But I am so grateful because I got to see him, and that's why I don't hesitate sharing these stories, because I think posterity should know, or people even now should know what the true Sai Baba, who the true Sai Baba is.
Okay,
And
who is the true Sai Baba?
the true Sai Baba is one who is just one with what he said, one with what he thought, and one with what he did. He was exactly the same person as he spoke. If he said, I'm an avatar, it's because he believed he was one. He lived even in his own quarters. I mean, when he was alone, he believed he was. And that is why I keep telling, Evan said yesterday, he would look at a letter and he would look at the name. And for him, looking at a name or a letter would mean he's looking and blessing other person. I mean, he would honor himself, literally, in that sense of the term. He respected himself because he knew what his body was. He knew where he walked, where he looked, where he touched, and whom he touched. And even in his room, a little shift, if he wants a chair in one particular angle, he just wants it there. It's fascinating how he would want his room clean. And this is again, there is signs of omniscience, omnipresence, and playfulness, if you will. Be clean the interview room downstairs before he comes down every day. And so one day he comes and he's just walking down the steps. He's not even come and inspected the room, because the next day he was interviewing the President of India or something. He said, I want the room spick and span. So we literally, as it is, you know how clean it is, but even we went an extra step forward and we cleaned every single possible place. 4 of us cleaning a 10-foot by 12-feet room. Okay, 4 of us. We spent every single possible place.
Did you use a toothbrush to clean all the crevices?
It was those brooms and cloths and everything, and no, not a toothbrush. But so Swami walks down the steps, and he's not even come down and inspected the room. Okay, so the steps are so narrow, and so it's a winding staircase. So he comes down, and as he's coming down, it's a lazy, 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 lazy. So we knew we are in trouble. The moment we knew we are in trouble, but we had cleaned every single place. So he comes right down. And straight away he takes me and says, look at that corner. And there's a little small cobweb there. Lazy, lazy, lazy. You're not good.
Like a drill instructor in the army.
So number one is, how did he know there was a cobweb? I mean, he's upstairs and we have been cleaning for 2 hours, literally. And so he walks down. He didn't even look around to see a cobweb. He just walks down, straight away takes me and says, look at that. There's a cobweb. So you're wondering, now does he even need to know something? There are moments when he becomes omniscient, I think, without his own knowing. It's so natural for him, you know, and in that is the kind of spontaneity with which we lived every moment of his time.
Time for a couple of final questions, and I'm reminded of, how can I put this? Did he ever get to the point in your life where he clearly and definitively touched your heart?
Oh yes. Yes, he did.
And did he ever get to the point in your life where he broke your heart?
Yes, he did. He has done both.
You agreed to this interview.
I know I did. When he touched my heart, and I've probably not even shared this with Maya, or maybe I've done it, I don't know if I did, but there was this moment which I can never ever forget. He was once talking about the story of Rama to just 2 of us who were sitting in his room, and he's talking about Hanuman and Rama and the relationship between Hanuman and Rama. And for me, right from the day I began to accept him, I saw myself as a Hanuman. I mean, for me, that relationship was more as a servant and a master. And even now, I identify myself more as Hanuman rather than Arjuna or Radha or any of those other devotion. For me, it's master, servant. So for me, it's always like that, my God and master. I always used to write to him, in the envelope I'll put Sri Sathya Sai, my God and master.
You were born to serve.
I'm grateful for that. I always saw it. So when he was talking about Rama and Hanuman, I was very moved with that whole episode. And then so Swami asked the other boy what he wants, and he was very benevolent that afternoon. And he said something. I was hardly listening to what that was going on because I was so caught up in that moment. Because Swami said how sacred was the relationship between the Lord and the one who serves. And he was talking about Hanuman as, you know, he says all of us are Hanuman. We all have monkey minds, but then we can become from a normal monkey to this great devotee. And so he turned to me and he said, "What do you want?" And I was, I told Swami, because Swami said Rama was so engrossed with Hanuman, and he would hug Hanuman often. So that is what he was talking in the story, and so I asked him, Swami, how lucky was Rama? How lucky was Hanuman that Rama would hug him often? Swami looked at me. "You want me to hug you?" he asked. "Like Rama did?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Get up." And he hugged me. And when he released me, he said, "How was it?" I had tears in my eyes. But then very playfully he said, "I was Rama when I hugged, but you're still not Hanuman."
You're a Hanuman wannabe.
Hanuman wannabe. Yes. Yes.
What a touching story with which to conclude, unless I sense you have one more little note to add to that. Do you?
No, I think we leave it at that.
Okay.
All I want to say is the relationship between Baba and his devotees, individuals, are very sacred, very pure.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be no room for any of Baba's devotees to give room for any kind of doubts or anything that would cross their mind thinking otherwise. That is an opportunity for us to grow out of the box. There's an opportunity for us to surrender to our masters, and it's going to come to us individually in our lives at some point or the other.
It's a message that needs to be said and underscored and said again, and you've just done all three. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Yeah, he was. But he was giving him a hard time.
No, I just had a question about what you said about Swami reading the letters. You said he doesn't need to read the letters, but he still does. I think that could be more as a, I don't know what to say, like a reassurance to people who send the letters to him. Now they hear from you that Swami did actually read those letters.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how would they know that, Swami is reading it, or what is Swami doing? So don't you think that's why
No, he
did it? I mean, that could be
that
like,
too.
it's-
There's no doubt about it. But I think more importantly, the way I saw him, for him, if he looked at somebody's name, he was thinking of him. He's blessing him, and it's not my interpretation. Well, it is my interpretation, but I thought he was doing that because I remember a person brought him a list of names, which was just a list of names printed, and there were 4 or 5 sheets of it. He kept it on his lap, and he took his hand and went through like this, turns the page, again goes through this. So it's 5-7 minutes, everybody's standing and watching what he's doing. He's going through each names and going through this. He did that when there was a list of students getting admission into Baba's college. He would take each and every application and go through that. So wouldn't it be easy for him to say, okay, good, what are the numbers, total numbers? I don't know what these names mean, Krishna, Rama, Govinda. But for him, each person's name he would read like this, with his hands going, turn around page and go through the same thing again, 4 or 5 pages. Why would he do that? Unless I think it was more like he was blessing him. Blessing each individual. So when you handed over letters from devotees to Baba, when he accepted it, he knew exactly what he's doing.
He knew exactly.
And that's why it was so important for devotees to just hand it over to him, because for them that itself was a blessing. That's good enough.
Do you remember when you were talking about how sometimes he would let you touch him and sometimes it would be stay away?
Yes.
I once saw a married couple, after an interview, go up to him and the husband said, "Swami, thank you so much," and Swami took his hand. It was a Western couple. "Swami, thank you so much," and Swami took his hand and shook. The wife went, Swami, thank you so
Oh.
much. And Swami escaped her hand by millimeters, and he went like that. It was so embarrassing for everyone, and he sort of jumped back. He absolutely didn't want her to touch him for some reason. But it was okay for her husband just a second before. But I'm sure that wasn't to embarrass her or
No.
because there was anything wrong with
No.
her. I'm sure there was some important reason.
Yes. That's why I said those are kind of things you can never understand why or how.
No.
If the two of us were there, if one touched his feet, he would be happy about it. The other person thinking, oh, he's touching Swami's feet, I can also touch, and he would immediately shrink back his feet or get up and walk away. It was something which he was, it's very inexplicable. You can never understand why or how. I can understand though one part of it, because in public Swami would not, even in private, I mean when it's women, he always honored Indian traditions, and especially being the boys' hostel, and he wanted to set an example with the boys. He wouldn't really allow anybody to physically, especially women, to physically be close or touch him in that sense of the term. He would never do that, and he just honored the culture he was, born and brought up in.
Oh, so that may have been
That
the
could have been
explanation to
also.
that.
That could have also been one reason why he wouldn't allow a woman to hold Swami's hand.
He had held my hand during that.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying in an interview room.
Although that was his
yeah,
choice.
It could have been.
In the
Could have-
interview
Yeah,
room,
it
you're
could have
right.
been, depending on who else was there in the room. He didn't want it to. He's very conscious in that sense when he's public, as to what he does and who touches him and who doesn't. But even in private, even in his own room, he's like that. Even if there are 4 people, and let's say there are 4 authorities who come to him, they don't just go touch his feet and leave, unless he tells them to touch his feet. Otherwise he'll say go, and if he does this, they have to just leave. They can't touch his feet. So it's not like, oh, I'm with Swami, I can go and touch his feet. If he's annoyed with somebody, he'll just listen to him and say, okay, go. And that person has to just slither out. I've seen so-called VIPs standing in front of Swami inside, but Swami not looking at them at all for days. But though they would come in every day and stand, Swami would talk to everyone, just ignore them as if they just don't exist. I mean, that's hard on them actually. If you're ignored when there are 5,000 people, it's different. When you have 4 people and you're being ignored, you can feel the burn in the room, and we would feel uncomfortable because this person would be standing next to us, and Swami would ask everyone, talk to all of us, just ignore him as if he just doesn't exist. And these were people who would have at one point been so close to Swami. So for them, that would have been a big test. So nobody is spared. Nobody got spared from the rod of his love. He knew whom to put in place. Nobody. That's one of the things that impressed me most as a youngster. I said, hey, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. He's in total control. That confidence appealed to me so much as a young boy. And I always thought, and I'll probably touch upon this in the next interview, how does 8th grade pass have that confidence? How does that person from a village get that kind of confidence? And he's dealing with top-tier scientists and doctors. There's not even an iota of, oh my God, he might know more than me. Not even an iota of that, that boldness, that courage. Where does that come from a villager? Where does that come? It has to be from a source within. There is no other answer for that. Nothing mattered to him.
And he proved repeatedly that he knew our thoughts,
Oh yes.
even if we're 13,000 miles away.
Oh yes. Oh yes, he does. In fact, there was once a person whom we knew told a blatant lie to Swami, having done something below in that room downstairs. And my colleague who was with me, he was a little bold with Swami, and Swami allowed him to speak once in a while. So after that person left, he just asked Swami, how does a person lie to you in your face and walk away? How do you allow it? And Swami just smilingly replied, he said, I am an embodiment of truth. I'm giving you a chance to speak truth to me. If you ignore that, that is your karma. It doesn't affect me, it affects you. And he was so deep and serene in his saying, we felt shivers. We were like, oh my gosh, who is this? He said, I am the embodiment of truth. To me, if you like, it is your karma. that karma will never leave you. So he had always given us a choice, you know. You're in my presence, you can speak the truth, or you could lie.
اللہ رحم مولا رحم 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 اللہ رحم مولا رحم. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. تو جو کرم فرمائے عدم انسان ہو جائے مستانہ ہو کے دیوانہ ہو کے تجھے پل میں پا جائے. سانس فضا میں تو ہے روح بیاں میں تو ہے ہر امتحان میں ہر امتحان میں ہر ایک نظر زبان تو ہے. چھپا پھر ڈھونڈے کیوں تیرا پتہ. تو ہے دھوپ میں تو ہے سائے میں اپنے میں ہے تو برائے میں. اللہ اللہ میرے روم روم کی ایک ادا تو عشق میرا اے میرے خدا ہر سانس میں ہے بس تیری دعا. تو عشق میرا اے میرے خدا تجھے پانے سے بڑھ کر کچھ بھی نہیں. تجھے دیکھتے ہی دل بولے یہی اللہ اللہ. کیسے عشق سے سج گئی راہیں جب سے دیکھی ہے تیری نگاہیں یا خدا میں تو تیرا ہو گیا. تو جو کرم فرمائے عدم انسان ہو جائے مستانہ ہو کے دیوانہ ہو کے تجھے پل میں پا جائے. سانس فضا میں تو ہے روح بیاں میں تو ہے ہر امتحان میں ہر امتحان میں ہر ایک نظر زبان تو ہے.
Because Baba once was reading letters and he said, how come I've read so many letters today and there was not a letter of thanks. This is probably the only time I really saw him very sad. She was known as Pedda Pottu Amma. And the wonderful thing about her was when she was a teenager, she actually saw Shirdi Baba. And she, I believe, was a witness when Shirdi Baba said, I'm going to come back as Satya Sai Baba. The only one. what struck us as young students of Baba was the complete contrast in our relation with Baba and her relation with Baba. And it's simply because of the age difference. We had a great deal of respect and reverence when Baba would be around us. Complete on the contrary, for her, Baba was like a spoiled brat. And if I remember in the last interview, we spoke about the 3 zeros. And he said Pedda Pottu is one of those who has passed the 3 zeros, the
Lost
tests
her money,
of
lost
mind.
her family, lost her reputation.
A 5 feet 5 inch cobra, a huge snake, gave me one nasty bite and let go. At this point, I would have said, Swami, Sai Ram. I said, ouch! All that came from my mouth was, ouch! No Sai Ram, no Swami, nothing.
Big mark, it's
It's
huge.
yeah, this is exactly where it bit me. It would take him at least 40 to 45 minutes for us to get that antidote. So it's not going to work. And that's when it hit me, that I could die. So I said, no Swami, it's a snake. He said, Chichi, your imagination, go, he said. As I was leaving the room, he paused, he said, listen. And that time it was a different voice, completely different voice, a voice of one who knows. Listen, he said. I turned around and looked at Swami. He said, from my mouth, I will never say it is a snake. It is a thorn, it is a thorn, it is a thorn. So my father was always wanting to die in Puttaparthi. That was his biggest desire. I got a telegram, and by the time I reached, he died. He died in some unknown, weird place in Bhopal. For me, those first 2 hours was blank. And then came an anger towards Swami
In you,
in me.
for disappointing your dad's.
My anger
wish.
was, I said, I know my father had to die. I was ready for that. But why here? The reason why this is so powerful is we think we ask for the highest, not knowing that God has even greater plans for us. So for him, the body was nothing. The body can perish wherever it is. But the fact that he said, oh, your father wanted to go to Chitravati. Dantlo emundi, adi body. The body can go anywhere. I gave him my feet. So on the one side, what hit me was for him to say, I have given him my feet. He has come into me. Why? He said, and he asked me, why? Enduku telsa? He said, because he served me. Because he served me, he has reached my feet. That is the importance he gives for service.
Service, seva, serving others. The lessons taught by holy man Sri Satya Sai Baba. Lessons learned by Sundar Iyer. Welcome to Soul Turns. This is part 4 in this series of interviews with Sundar Iyer, Sai Baba's student, personal attendant, and Sai University teacher. This interview was recorded on June 20th, 2011 in Elyria, Ohio, USA.
Sundar Iyer, it's a pleasure again to be able to talk to you. This is a series of interviews really in the month of June 2011. This is our 4th in this series. We've recorded other interviews prior to this. About your close proximity to Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. Why? Because you lived in the ashram, around the ashram for 15 and a half years. Why? Because you went to undergraduate school to get a degree. Baba pushed you into graduate school where you got a master's. Baba shoved you into a PhD program where you got your PhD degree. And then I'm sure he helped guide you towards teaching on the staff there for a while at the university. So now that people who may have picked this one first instead of coming the other way around are up to speed, let's just begin with a curiosity of mine, and that is those who know about Sri Satya Sai Baba may know a lot or a little about his predecessor, Shirdi Sai Baba, and you actually knew of a woman personally, Pedda Pottu, who was there as a devotee of both at one time. She was alive during the lifespan of devotee of Shirdi Sai Baba and lived also at Prashanti Nilayam. Tell us about that.
She was known as Pedda Pottu Amma. Pedda Pottu means the one with a big dot on the forehead. Pottu is the dot, and Pedda means big. So she was popularly known as Pedda Pottu Amma. I don't know what her real name would have been, but she has this huge, the Hindu ladies put a dot on their forehead, which is usually the size of the
Yeah, it's tiny.
forefinger. It's tiny, and it gets tinier now with the modern day. But she had one real big, it was almost like 1.5 inch across, and literally filling her forehead. And Swami would, I guess the name came because Swami started calling her Pedda Pottu. And that's how that Pedda Pottu Amma stuck. What struck us as young students of Baba was the complete contrast in our relation with Baba and her relation with Baba. And it's simply because of the age difference. We had a great deal of respect and reverence when Baba would be around us. Complete on the contrary, for her, Baba was like a spoiled brat. Literally. The way she would call Baba, I remember there were times when he would come out for darshan and he would pass by. Sometimes, he chooses to go a different direction. But if he chooses to go a little away from her, she will just yell out to him and say, what has happened today? Come here, I want to talk to you.
Where's my Baba?
And Baba would be like the teenager being embarrassed by his mom in public, and he would get pretty annoyed and try and look away. It was a very sweet, but we knew that Baba was full of love for her. And there was once where we actually shared an interview with her and us, and so we have Pedda Pottu Amma sitting and a few of us sitting, and then Baba had some very wonderful things to tell about her. And she would say, "Oh, Baba, keep quiet. You're talking too much about me. These boys don't have to know those stories and this and that." And I'm not able to recall exactly what specific things that Baba said, because those days I was still learning to understand Telugu, and Baba was speaking a lot of Telugu that
So
evening.
I didn't even know that part. You had to learn Telugu.
Oh, of course. Telugu was completely different from Tamil, and is still different from Tamil or Hindi. Being brought up in Bombay, Telugu was a completely new language.
But
So
there's this thinking among Westerners also that the state law of India requires school children to be taught in English, and I know that's the official language
Yes.
of the ashram, but still it goes hand in hand with those who speak Telugu as being very useful as well.
if you're living in Puttaparthi, knowing Telugu is definitely useful. And to understand Baba's language straight from him, the best way was to pick up Telugu. And it was easy because you're there, you meet the servants who work in the hostel, and the boys, you get to speak Telugu, you get to understand, and then slowly the beauty of Swami's version of Telugu was not anything colloquial. In that sense, it was 80% Sanskrit. And Telugu is that way a very rich language, because most of it, when you speak pure Telugu, you understand if you understand Sanskrit, you'll kind of tune into Telugu much faster. So but those days I was still getting to understand him, and so he had some beautiful things to tell about Pedda Pottu. And if I remember in the last interview, we spoke about the 3 zeros, and he said Pedda Pottu is one of those who has passed the 3 zeros, the
Lost
tests
her money,
of
lost
mind.
her family, lost her reputation.
And she has written her own book. She has and people have talked about her life, exactly as you said, she had lost everything.
Is it
having
true
come
what
to
I've
Baba.
heard, I think from Jody, that it's an astonishing fact, if it's genuine, that she lost 9 children?
I'm not able to recall the exact facts of her life. It's probably in the book that she had written in Telugu, and it's probably out there, definitely. But I do know that she had gone through everything that any saint would have gone through to realize God's presence. And the wonderful thing about her was, when she was a teenager, she actually saw Shirdi Baba, and she I believe was a witness when Shirdi Baba said, "I'm going to come back as Satya Sai Baba," the only one. So it's very fascinating to have known her, to have shared the same room with her and Baba, and watch that playful and beautiful and extremely warm. I have never seen Baba's mother, but haven't seen Pedapotama, I can gauge what could have transpired between Baba's mother and him. Because these were the people who on Swami's birthday would actually place oil on his head for his, they have a oil
ritual.
bath, a ritual where you actually put oil on your head and have a bath. So these are the elderly devotees who would actually go and place oil on Swami's head.
You started sharing some experiences about your shared interview. Do you recall anything from that one interview you had with her and with Baba?
And the reason why I'm able to recall only the 3 zeros and nothing else is because the 3 zeros was one thing that left us all in awe and in complete shock and disbelief that, oh my God, we are literally sitting at the feet of somebody who is not out there to just make your life easy and comfortable, but rather to pull you out of your limitations and set you free. And that transformation requires the complete absence of fear. And to say, I love you, Baba, in spite of any obstacles in life. And the reason why I'm bringing up is because Baba once was reading letters and he said, how come I've read so many letters today and there was not a letter of thanks? This is probably the only time I really saw him very sad. And he said, everybody wants something or the other. Somebody wants kids, somebody has kids, they have problems, they want them to get married. Now they are married, they have problems in marriage, they want kids again. It just is never ending. Why didn't I even get a letter of gratitude and of thanks? So for him, and he would always teach us that the greatest thing in a devotee is gratitude. Whatever happens, if you have the courage to say thank you, that is a sign of true devotion. And the 3 zeros that he talks about, where you could lose everything material around you, every single possession that you own could be lost in a fraction of a second, and would you have the guts? So the question arises, would you have the guts or the courage to say, thank you, Swami, thank you, Lord, and I need your love.
Forgive me for my impertinence, and you don't have to answer this question. How severely have you been tested with these 3 zeros that we all have to see hanging over our heads?
I think it's a very personal journey, and if I say I did, there was nothing for you to take home from what I go through. But and these tests don't come in, okay, one test is over, it doesn't mean that it's not going to come again,
The same test.
It's the same test. It could come again and again and again.
Scarier.
Right. I mean, Maya and I have been in situations where we have lost all our monies in a matter of weeks, and I think I shared with you on some other ground on a personal note. But there was every time a temptation to ask, why, Swami, why? And at those moments you think of these 3 zeros and all you say is, thank you, Swami. Thank you for this wonderful experience. There's something to learn, and you look for, and when the moment I say thank you, a sense of tremendous peace floods me, and that gives me courage to take the next step, and the next and the next step and the next step. So it's one step at a time, and at each step, if we learn to say thanks, we learn to look for the open doors. I always believe if there are 9 or 10 doors, and if they all shut on you, there's always one which can be opened. So we have to look for the open door rather than complain about the 8 doors that are closed on us.
I really think I could rightfully be criticized for my impertinence, but on the other hand, I'm really glad I had the courage to ask this question, because your answer is so very helpful. It's so easy to look at a person such as yourself who's been so profusely blessed, and to know that you too have to pay a price to test your own faith.
Yes.
Your own ongoing, sustaining faith.
Yeah, from Swami's perspective, from Baba's perspective, for one whose consciousness is one with the whole universe, distance and who's close and who's far doesn't make sense. For you and me, it makes a lot of sense. Oh, you have been close to Baba, I haven't been close to Baba. But for him, it makes no difference. So spiritual journeys, there are no VIP slots and there are no front row seats, and you could have 1,008 interviews with Baba. You could be on the same boat with somebody who has never seen him, as when it comes to the spiritual journey, because that is becoming one with everything. That is becoming God. You and I are just aspects of the same divinity.
Jody wants you to review the other 2 zeros, which I think are losing family members and reputation.
The one is you lose your material possessions. The second one is what if you lose all your kith and kin, all your attachments, all the ones whom you claim you love or who loves you. What if you're all alone in the world? And the last one is the most sensitive one, your own reputation. What if people spit on you and you're cursed and you're abused and you're thrown out into the gutter? So now you have nobody to look at, no next meal which is guaranteed for you, and nobody to feed you because you're not a saint or a sage anymore. You're out there. It's scary. But then, do we have and it may not, you may not even come to pass it at all. That's the beauty of it. You don't know. We don't know what is our innermost fear, what is our innermost weakness, because as a master would make sure that you're weak, he helps you to get over your weakness. And it's so inside us, he doesn't know, we don't know what it is, but he will know what it is. For somebody it's reputation, for somebody else it is, I don't care about reputation, but I just want all my money safe. So hey, all right, let's prick him at the softest spot, because that is what awakens you. We never like to be awakened when we are sleeping, however soothing the alarm is. There will be always, oh my gosh, it's going off. Even if we had 8 hours of sleep, 9 hours of sleep, we still don't want that alarm. So we get so accustomed to being where we are. That point of awakening will always be painful. And how that awakening comes and what kind of alarm he's got in store for each one of us, you never know. We never know.
This is so important to consider over and over again. And doubly so since, as you pointed out, the 3 zeros could be multiplied by 3 and you could have 12 zeros, I suspect, if you had to really learn the lessons over and over again.
I think I think the fear of test or the fear of loss is the greatest fear of all. And the day we completely surrender is the day we say, all right, I have nothing to hold back. And that sets you free. That sets you free.
Yeah, you'd have no encumbrances, no attachments, no desires, except God.
Except God.
You shared a story about fear in the curtain, and I'm intrigued by it still and like to have you put some more light on that.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because that flows into exactly what we are talking about, because we feel, hey, I'm ready to give up my possessions, I'm ready to do these zeros. We think we are. And I can speak for myself, though I can't speak for people who listen to this video, and I feel humbled. But I just want to share this humorous anecdote with Swami. We were sitting a week or two before the Dasara, the 9-day festival in Puttaparthi. And in those 9 days, Swami would pick up each student to speak something or the other.
And this is back in the early
every
80s,
evening,
maybe?
back in the 80s. Okay. The Dasara, the 10-day festival, continues even till last year. So that's a famous festival in India, where the triumph of good over evil. It's a 10 days where Rama fought with the demons, and the 11th day he won. He claimed victory. So anyway, those 10 days, each of those 10 days, Baba would pick each 1 or 2 students to speak. So a couple of weeks before, he has all these potential speakers around him to find out, okay, what are you all going to speak, and be prepared, you got to speak well, and things like that. It was on that occasion, he said, oh, you have to listen to this experience. So he goes out and brings an elderly woman into the interview room and tells her, now tell your story, tell your experience to these boys. And she tells about her experience in Bangalore, where she wants to have a vision of Baba in her home. Why? Because her neighbor, who was also a Baba devotee, had all these vibhuti materializing and visions and miracles taking place in her house. So she was jealous. This is how she said, I was jealous. Why would Baba go to their house and not to my house? And so she wanted that to happen in her house. So she became so adamant that one day she said, I'm not getting out of my puja room. I'm going to be sitting here and chanting your name till that thing happens. I get some vibhuti on the picture, or I get your darshan. I'm not going to move out. Now I must warn you, don't do this at home. Don't try this at home, as you get a disclaimer out there. Because Baba was just laughing away and just talking how hysteria, and he was laughing at the story. But anyway, as the story goes, 3 days later, she didn't move at all. 3 days and nights, she kept chanting Baba's name. Om Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba Namaha. And the third morning she said, I had forgotten why even I was chanting. It was because you were so mentally, physically and spiritually drained. But she was just probably not even chanting, but she said, I kept hearing the chant constantly in my head. And suddenly I saw Baba sitting on the chair in my altar. And Baba said, what did you do then? She said, and she had tears in her eyes, of course, but she said, Baba, I was so frightened. I was so frightened. And then Baba laughed and says, look, sure, she did tapas. She wanted me to come and give darshan. And when she had darshan, she was afraid. Why fear when I am here? Now, when I'm sitting here and I'm listening to that conversation, so I was thinking, oh my gosh, how foolish can this lady be? Why would she be afraid? You pray for God, and when He comes, why would He be afraid? What is the reason for fear? So in that moment, I was up there spiritually, and I looked down upon her, down. Oh my gosh, this is immature. That's so immature. Why would you be afraid? I would love to have the darshan like that, you know. That was what was going in my head. And this is how Baba showed us His omniscience. Not that, hey, I know what you're thinking, but very subtly. And this is exactly what happened. So 2 weeks later, the 9th day of the Dashara, I was supposed to speak on the stage, and as the practice goes, we would stand on the backstage in the Purnachandra auditorium, and this is an auditorium with huge curtains, you know, huge ones. They needed those motors to move them, and so when they overlap, there'll be almost 10 or 15 feet of overlap of these curtains.
You can
right?
get lost in there.
I'm sorry?
You could get lost
You
in
could
there.
get lost in, yeah, exactly. They were huge. And it so happened the practice in those days where we would wait in the backstage of Purnachandra Auditorium, and Swami would come to the backstage, and then he would speak a couple of words to this, you know, to us, just bless us or say, don't worry, I'm there, because we would be nervous. You know, we are young kids standing there, and there'll be 30, 40, 50,000 people, and there's a mic and no podium in front, because he didn't believe in any prepared notes. He would say, speak from your heart. So you're going to stand there, you feel completely exposed.
That would be tough.
That was good training for us though, but it was tough, and it was extempore, and you still have to be careful as to not speak too much, or what do you speak, how do you speak it. You don't say anything inappropriate, you know, because Baba trains you, because there are ladies, gents, so you don't use any slangs and things like that. Anyway, so he comes and gives you a couple of words of comfort usually, and then because of the curtains being overlapped, the sevadals or the volunteers usually would stand and keep them apart. So when Baba walks in between and goes out to give this magnificent darshan, because thousands of people are waiting on the other side of the curtain, his hair wouldn't get ruffled. So they would hold the curtain apart, and he would just walk like a king and go out. But that day, Baba, now all this is happening very fast. He's coming, he's seeing me, he said, don't worry, I touched his feet, and you know, and he comes to the curtain for them to part, but that day he told the volunteer, no, it's okay, leave it. So he told me, come, and he held my hand and walked and pushed the curtain aside and walked into it. So I'm nervous about my talk. All right. And now he's holding my hand and he's dragging me, and he says, come, come, come. And he dragged me and walked into this curtain. So now it's in between the curtains. So we are walking in about 5 feet in, this closed and this is not at open, it's pitch dark. So as 5 feet into the curtain, he stopped for a second and he said, are you afraid? I said, yes, Swami, I'm afraid. And very playfully he opened the other side, of course. By this time we were out there, and very playfully he said, why are you afraid? Why fear when I'm here? And when he said that, then it hit me, oh my God, this is exactly the thing he told this lady 2 weeks ago. And I felt like kicking myself. and that was very humbling. And every time, even now, 20, 25 years later, when I'm tempted to say, God, why aren't you answering my prayer? Or I'm ready for you, I know in my heart, probably I am not. Because we think we are ready, but when the time comes, it doesn't come announced, it comes unannounced. His call comes unannounced, and we always find ourselves lacking for that. So for me, it was a beautiful experience of his omniscience on the one side, but at the same time, his proving to me that you're not ready.
Yeah.
You're as afraid as anyone else is. So
it's a growing process, and boy, when he is your tutor, and holds you by the hand and says, "Are you afraid?" You start to get the message pretty deeply. I want to ask you something about you very ever so casually, Sundar, have said in this and previous interviews that when you were called upon to give a talk in the Divine Presence, and you point out that they're extemporaneous and let Baba speak through you, and you were a young boy, it must have scared the daylights out of many, many young students who are invited to speak. Share a little bit about some of the topics you talked on, some of the experiences you gained from that, and maybe the frequency. How often would he call upon you to speak?
The frequency, of course, depends on how well you spoke and how good the feedback was, and this Baba would pick you up again to speak. But if the feedback was not good, he would say, "Okay, poor boy, you are a little nervous, practice in the hostel and come." Now, being in the university, we had a lot of occasions in the hostel and in the college to address boys, to MC small events, you know how college and hostel life is usually. So people who aspire to be behind a mic would, prove themselves good. And then when Swami visited the hostel, there would be one or two boys the warden would say, "All right, let's give him a chance. I think he does a very good job of speaking." So then you get to speak and Swami listens, "Oh, he spoke very well. Let's put him up on a big stage." And so that's how you progress from one to the other. In festivals like these, we were lucky because we had advance notice. We had notice of a week or so. But I do remember when he was walking in Bombay, where there were millions of people, and he was just walking for darshan, and he passed me and he told me like this. And I followed him, not knowing what he wanted from me. He went to the stage and he said, "Speak before I speak." That was like 3 minutes notice. And I had to get up and speak suddenly to this large audience. This was before when he took us all for the play, the Shankaracharya play that we did. He was so happy that he took us around with him to Bombay and Bangalore. And this is what he would do. He said, "Iyer, speak." And so for me, I would be nervous then, but for some reason when it comes to talking about Swami, my fear, the public seems to dissolve, and for me it seems like there's a mission to be fulfilled, and for me a greater sense of purpose comes into light. And I become one with so even when I speak at retreats, it's very emotionally heavy, spiritually draining, emotionally draining, but I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it because I know there we create an energy which is far beyond the listener and the speaker. The energy that's generated when you speak about God, when you think about God. Even now, if it's one person millions of miles away watching a video, which I do when I watch your interviews on Souljourney, but the energy that's generated because the topic and the thought it's across space and time at that moment. So that's very powerful.
It accesses the passion, in my opinion, that's down concealed within our inner vaults in all of us all the time, that seldom has the opportunity to come out. So what you're talking about is a person's heart being ignited about a subject that's near and dear to them, and they're only too happy to share it with you.
Right. And I've always wanted to be a teacher.
Yeah.
And I've always wanted to be a teacher. So I guess it comes out like I prepare people how to. I don't know.
Don't you think you are a teacher?
I just love it. I love being a teacher because as a teacher, the challenge of a teacher is not just teaching, but constantly learning how to teach and constantly learning the subject itself. So I guess I'm a student and a teacher, and we all are, I guess, in some form or the other.
Well, be a teacher talking about another experience that you had as a student involving the snake.
That I laugh because that was when I was a teacher, actually.
Oh, okay.
So Baba is leading us now. He's giving us keywords in the previous talk, and so he's leading us here. But that was, I want to bring up this story simply to prove the point when I say, and I've said that earlier, that he believes in his word more than you and I believe. He believes his word is very important. He believes his touch is very important. He believes his look is very important. So he knows what he is talking, what he is doing, when he is doing. And this one experience can prove beyond a point to anybody out there. And it goes beyond the science of medicine, of healing, of anything that you can think of, because it's a fascinating story. And I'm so grateful it happened to me, because other than just the experience of it's taught me a lifetime of lesson of being humble. So here's how it started. Many years ago in Puttaparthi, I was walking one day after my yoga session back to the hostel, and I found some village urchins jumping up and down and hitting something on the road. And when I got closer, as I walked past, I saw they were hitting a snake. And my heart immediately went out to that snake. And they were jumping up and down, hitting in kotra, and all, they were talking in Telugu, and nobody had, as I watched it, nobody had the guts to hit the snake on, it was a cobra, nobody had the guts to hit it on its head, which I later learned would be the fastest and the easiest way to kill a snake, not by hitting the rest of its body. So this poor snake slithered away, more bruised and more dangerous, I guess, than before. And these boys were saying, good, we should not allow this. That's why I tell you, we have an amazing way to justify whatever we do. We can kill a snake and justify it. We kill human beings and justify it in the name of religion. It's fascinating how we can justify anything and everything. So I was so upset with that. I said, never again will I allow a snake to be killed in my presence as long as I know. I have a fascination for snake, and I didn't realize it till that day that I had the secret love for snakes. I know it doesn't sound, my wife will go yuck, but I do. And so I started catching, and Puttaparthi, the name of Puttaparthi is anthill, the house of snakes, the name itself. So there is plenty of snakes, and being the tropical climate, there's plenty of cobras, the brown cobras. And so I ended up catching these little snakes. From little it became medium-sized snakes, then it became big snakes. They would sneak their way into the college campus, or somebody would spot them in the hostel, right behind, where the garbage was, the food was dumped. And so where the food is dumped as waste before they picked up, there are rats, and where there are rats, there'll be snakes. So it wasn't uncommon for us to bump into cobras here and there. And slowly the word spread around that, hey, Sundar can catch a snake. Initially I had told them, if you see a snake, let me know, because I don't want you to start killing it. I can catch it and then take it away and put it out somewhere. Now I figured on my own how to catch a snake. There wasn't a Discovery Channel then. I would have perhaps avoided this accident of mine. But I just figured, you take a stick and press the head down and put your thumb on top of the head and slowly and carefully put your fingers under its mouth, and once his mouth is there, he just coils around you, but his poor thing doesn't have any strength to do anything. He's more struggling for his life. And then I would take him back to the hills and then leave them out there. Now, as I said to you in the earlier interview, where the good deed starts with a good intention, then it becomes all about the deed, and all about the intention is slowly forgotten. And so I slowly started enjoying the limelight that I was in when I was catching snakes. I mean, you become a popular teacher now, so you have all the students coming to you and saying, hey sir, come on sir, show us, next time you catch a snake, let us know. And I said, yeah, I will let you know. So one thing led to the other, and foolishly, I would actually catch a snake and then make the boys touch it and say, feel it. Now this is done in the zoo after a heavy training, so that you don't have accidents. Now this is me just desiring to be adventurous and sharing that adventure with boys and saying, hey, don't be scared, touch the snake, it's okay. And see this mouth, and this is how the poison is coming out of its teeth, and not realizing that that's a cobra I'm holding. I mean, I realized it, but I probably didn't understand the impact of what I was doing, potentially not putting myself in danger, but everybody around me. There were times that I would demonstrate, I would take the snake and put it around my neck and leave him. And I would say, look, the snake is not out there to kill you. He's going to find his own way first, because he's now on a survival mode. So I would leave him and then let go of my hands, and the snake would obviously slither down. He's not going to turn around and say, who is the one who, And so it became that I was a popular snake guy, and everybody got to know me as the one who catches cobras. And then, so the villagers, the locals in Puttaparthi, because of the hostel and college, and everybody got to know about it. So anywhere in the mandir now, there was the Prashanti Mandir, in the college, in the hostel. So my territory, my fame expanded. It became quite popular that I could catch snakes. Finally, I think there was this afternoon, I was sleeping, and this is the only time I can share with you something which is personal, but I think it has to fit in the whole story as it goes, and I'm just being very honest and upfront over here. I was sleeping and in the midst of a vivid dream, and I'll come to that vivid dream later, which is actually a prologue to the story, but I'll come to it later. I was in the midst of a vivid dream when I was woken up around 2:30 or so in the afternoon. I was taking a small siesta because I didn't have classes to teach, and I was taking a siesta in the hostel. Somebody woke me up and said, "Sundar, there's a snake in the college." And I woke up and I said, you know what, by the time I go there, there's going to be no snake. I mean, no snakes waiting, you know, in a corner waiting, hey, Sundar is going to come and catch me. By the time people spot a snake and they call me and I go, invariably the snake wouldn't be there. So I asked this boy, are you sure he's there? Because by the time we go, I knew there was time. It was time for darshan. It was around 3 o'clock. And I said, by the time I go and the snake is not going to be there, it's just a waste of time, so I'm not coming. He said, no. The snake is there. It's by the small cages, by the bioscience laboratories, and he's been cornered. He's in the concrete floor. He's not moving, and there are people around, made a big circle, and there are some villagers with daggers and sticks waiting to kill it. So we have told them, wait, Sundar will come, and you don't have to kill it. So I said, all right, I'll come. And since I got up from sleep, I wore my Hawaiian sandals, you know, like the one you're wearing, where your toes are all completely exposed, like this famous Puttaparthi sandals. Flip-flops, thank you. Flip-flops. I wore the flip-flops, quickly wore my flip-flops and started walking towards the college. Normally I would wear shoes. I would always remember to wear sneakers. By then we were in sports meet and we had sneakers and things like that. But that afternoon, I don't know, I wasn't thinking correctly. I wore my flip-flops and started walking to the college. And I go there and I see the snake in the corner and all these people around them. It's, hey, Sundar's come. There's literally a cheering crowd waiting for me. People with cameras. I have the picture of me holding that snake. I have it here, and I have a soft copy of it in case you want to put it out there. But I feel very ashamed though. Anyway, they took pictures of the snake, of me. I mean, anyway, I went there. I looked for a stick. I put the head down, caught him, and this guy was huge. He was almost my height, 5 foot 5 inches, huge snake, and I had to hold him like this instead of, you know, usually the mouth I would hold like this, but the mouth is so big I had to actually hold him just like this. It was this thick throughout. Anyway, so I catch him and then tell the villagers and everybody to go away and then pose for some pictures. And that day was the first time when somebody took pictures. And so I posed for pictures, put the snakes, stretched the snake out and called one boy of equal height, and that boy stood and I said, oh my gosh, don't be scared, I'm just measuring the snake's height. I was in cloud 9, literally enjoying the glamour, and then all the good intentions were still there, but I think that was way out, forgotten. And I walk up to the Hanuman statue was not built then. The Krishna statue was built. So the Hanuman statue was just the top of the hill. So I decided to go all the way up there and throw the snake out on the other side. Now as I walk up to the Krishna statue and go up to the Hanuman statue, and I was about to throw the snake, a bunch of students came running behind me. Normally I wouldn't allow them to come all the way up to the hills, because now you're in snake territory. You're not in the compound, in the concrete. They came up and said, oh sir, we missed this whole thing, come on, every time we miss it, every time you catch a snake we miss it, and please show us again how to catch a snake. We never know when we'll get a chance again. And I decided that day, all right, you know what the heck, let me show them how to catch a snake. So I looked around for the same stick which I press the head, and I didn't find any, and I said, oh, you know what, I'll just try a new thing. I'll just put my foot on top of the head and press him down. This is all going in my head, and little was I thinking that I'm wearing flip-flops, and that could be a dangerous thing that I'm trying with a wild snake.
Might be a morsel for that snake to sink its fangs into.
Right, and so I hold the tail of the snake, and of course I tell them, I had basic sense to keep them at a good distance. Tell them stay there and watch. So I held the tail of the snake and let go of the head. Yeah. And so the snake cannot climb on its own body, but so the snake was going like this on the ground, and I held him far out like this, and his head was on the ground. I let it down a little bit so his head was on the ground. He was trying to escape, poor thing. He's fighting for his life. He was not out here to help me with this freak show that I was putting up. And so when I saw his head and his hood spread out like this on the ground, I thought it was a good time now to put my foot on top. I put my foot on top of his head, looked up at the boys and said, this is how you first hold his head. And that 10 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever it took for me to do that, I didn't realize that this was not a concrete floor underneath. Because when I put a stick on top of the snake could not go underneath because it was concrete floor. I've never caught a snake in the wild. So when I put my foot on top, I thought he stays pressed, but he's fighting for his life, and that's pure muscle. So he dug himself underneath the sandy ground, which was very easy for him. He dug himself underneath, and now my foot was right in his side. He gave one nasty bite. A 5 feet 5 inch cobra, a huge snake, gave me one nasty bite and let go.
What was your immediate reaction?
Now you would think, and that's why I said I'll be upfront and humble and honest here. You would think a person who practiced 10 years of yoga, completely into Swami's fold, meditating, at this point, I would have said, Swami, Sai Ram. I said, ouch! All that came from my mouth was, ouch! No Sai Ram, no Swami, nothing. That was the last thing probably in my mind. So that's again another thing, is how you think you're ready but you're not. Anyway, it didn't really matter, I guess. At that point, I felt a sharp twinge of bite. I knew it bit me. So I quickly flung him into the bushes, and I maintained a straight face, and I told the boys, oh, hey, it's okay, let's go back. Two of my colleagues were with me. They saw this happening. They were much closer than the other boys. The other boys didn't know exactly what happened. So these colleagues, two of them, they said, Sundar, have you been bit? I said, yeah, I think I've been bit, but let's go to the hospital. Don't worry, it's okay. My initial thing was negation. I just wanted to negate the whole thing as if it didn't happen, because it was too much for me to think of what if it's true. So the immediate reaction was, oh, no, nothing, it's not big. I'll just go to the hospital and take a blade and slice it out and let the blood flow out, and I should be okay. And then as I started walking from where the Hanuman statue is now to the Krishna statue, which is probably a couple of 100 yards, by the time I started walking down, then the pain hit me. All of a sudden, it started hitting me, and then I thought my foot was on fire, because that's poison. I couldn't even take a step. The pain was unbearable. That's when I realized I cannot go to the hostel. I have to go to the hospital, which is again a walking distance. I wasn't afraid of snakes because I've caught them so many times. The thought of death and other things didn't hit me yet. All that, the pain was so immense, I told the boys, okay, let's head to the hospital. Two of my colleagues were with me. So they said, all right. One of them was a science student. He said, Sundar, you're not supposed to walk. It's a snake, cobra has bit you. Let us carry you. I said, carry me? No way. Look at create a scene. I don't want to be carried. The great snake charmer cannot be carried. I said, I'll walk to the hospital. I did everything that was not the right one. I tied a tourniquet, you tied a tourniquet, but I tied it in the wrong place. And I tied it in the ankle out here. If you can.
Yes.
And the reason why I want to show it is because I did take the precaution as I thought. So I tied a tourniquet here, but apparently both sides are bones here. So when you tie a tourniquet here, it's not going to be helpful. You should tie a tourniquet here. But I tied it here.
Okay.
And this is the place where the snake bit me. It's a big mark. It still hurts me. And
a big mark. It's huge.
This is exactly where it bit me, and it became a mark. And I'll come to this in a bit. But so the tourniquet that I tied here was not helpful. Apparently, as the doctors told me later, he said, that's the wrong place you tied a tourniquet. Hey, like I said, there was no Google, there was no place, they wait for us to prepare for this. Anyway, so I walked to the hospital, and Dr. Alreja is waiting there to greet us. Now, as I'm walking to the hospital, though the pain was unbearable, I'm still talking to my colleagues, and I'm telling them, hey, listen, we go there, Dr. Alreja is going to be there. Now, I have been in Baba's room, and I know every evening Dr. Alreja meets Baba. So now it's hitting me like, oh my gosh, what have I done? What have I done? I mean, I could be sent home for this stupid act of trying to be a snake charmer and putting myself in danger. What if Baba gets to know about this physically? I mean, pardon us, because we are so close to him, sometimes we treat it. What if Dr. Alreja gets to know what happened, and if he tells Baba this, I'm going to be out. Baba is going to get so angry of what I did. He could send me out of the ashram. And so I tell these boys, please let me do the talking. You guys don't talk. I'm going to stretch the truth as much as I can. And I'm going to tell Dr. Alreja that I was in the college, I was doing social service, and I got bit by a snake. Social service was one of the things where boys would go dig up roads and help villages do, out there working, cut grass for them and things like that. So I'll tell them I was in the college doing social service, and my definition of social service was helping the place get rid of snakes. And
Sure.
so
Well, it was loosely stretched, thin enough, maybe cover possibly a little bit.
justify, right? I justify that I'm still speaking the truth. But if I left it there, then if he goes to Swami, he can tell whatever he wants. I didn't want him to get into details of what exactly happened. So we walked there, and exactly as I expected, Dr. Alreja was there. He said, what happened? We said, snake bit us. He said, oh my God, lie down on the bed and stretcher. And then as he was wheeling me up, he said, what happened? How did it bite you? You know, because he knows me personally. He said, what, Sundar, how did it bite you? I said, oh, in college I was doing social service and it bit me there. And we left it at that. He said, okay. He took my pulse and he didn't like what he saw. And so he went up and put me in a room and immediately ordered for the antidote. So I'm lying there. I looked at the clock. It was close to 4 o'clock or so. And then I'm waiting for the antidote to come. After 5 minutes, I noticed a little bit of unrest among the doctor, and somebody came and told Alreja something. He said, you look worried. He walked away. And one of my colleagues came back to me and he said, Sundar, it's okay. No, nothing happened. I said, I didn't even ask. The moment you say nothing happened to me, I know something has happened. So what is it? He says, don't worry. The guy who was the antidote, because the hospital was small, there was one steel almirah where all the medicines were kept, and antidote was in that. Now the person who had the key to it had locked it and gone for Baba's darshan, which was at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So now to open that almirah, it was a glass, you could have broken it, but the almirah was steel. So to get it, you got to send somebody now to the ashram, get him or get the key and come back. And they said, oh, somebody's gone to fetch him. Don't worry, in 5 minutes he'll come back. And that's when I told this boy, I said, listen, if he's gone for darshan and if Baba's out for darshan, nobody's going to disturb him. Going, coming, and I knew the darshan was out there. It would have been on now. And so I said, it would take him at least 40 to 45 minutes for us to get that antidote. So it's not going to work. And that's when it hit me, that I could die. Sure. I said, okay, the antidote is not coming. So, and it's a cobra that has bit me. And already about 12 to 15 minutes has already passed by. And I was kind of feeling faint, but other than that, the burning sensation was keeping me alive, actually, in a way. So I couldn't really drift into that. I didn't know. So I told him, okay, I'm going to lie down and I'm going to practice something, and you wake me up before they inject me. And he promised he would. I lay down. Mrs. Prem Bahel, she is from the primary school, the warden of the primary school then, the principal of the primary school. These are two wonderful ladies, and I'm sure you would meet them when you go to the ashram even now. And she was there. She was a very elderly woman. She was gently, her hand was on top of my head, just gently like a mother. My parents were in the ashram. They have no idea this is all going on. Anyway, she was there, and all I remember was I lay down and I closed my eyes, and I was preparing myself for the death. And being into yoga, and crazy as I was, I think I still am, my wife thinks so at least, I was wondering how should I exit my body. And I had read about Walter Coven's story and other story about going through the dark tunnel and seeing the light at the other end. I said, am I going to do all that? Am I going to go through a dark tunnel? I was more excited about the concept that I have to die consciously. I have to allow and become one with the light. And I want to exit through the Sahasrara chakra. And that is my training for yoga. So I was lying down and preparing myself because I knew there was no possible way I could survive. So I lay down and started focusing on the light filling my body. But to be very honest, the pain was so real that I had a difficult time doing this. It's okay when you're lying after a nice yoga session and your mood is perfect, but it's a different thing when your foot is on fire literally with poison there and you're trying to meditate and calm yourself down. Mm-hmm. As far as I remember, it was 5 minutes before somebody woke me up. All because I was conscious throughout. There were no dark tunnels and lights. I wish there was. I would have written $1 million, a New York bestseller book, but I couldn't, unfortunately. There wasn't any of those. There wasn't any supernatural experience at all, other than the fact that I was completely conscious of the pain, and I was waiting for this death to come. And somebody shook my shoulder. I opened my eyes and he said the antidote has arrived. I said, what, in 5 minutes? You got the antidote? He said, what do you mean 5 minutes? Look at the clock. I saw the clock. It was 5 minutes to 5 o'clock. It was almost 45 to 50 minutes later. And now I cannot explain even today what was that. For me, I was conscious. It wasn't like I slipped into some zone and I came back. I was conscious. I knew it was 5 minutes, but actually it had already 45, 50 minutes had passed by. Anyway, I came, they gave me the antidote. They said they're going to keep me overnight for an observation, and I survived, and I survived there. I ended up staying, of course, for a couple of weeks more because of my foot injury. It became localized and things like that. Story is not over yet. So in the evening, my father comes along with my mother, and of course he let go, and he said how foolish I was, and I said, promise them I won't catch a snake again. And Dr. Alreja walks in and he says, oh, Sundar Iyer, you have been telling us all lies. I said, what do you mean lies? He said, Baba told very clearly that it is not a snake, it is a thorn.
A thorn?
So it's a thorn. And I said, what do you mean, Baba said? And then he explained to my dad and me what happened. He said, no, when I couldn't find the antidote and you were lying and I knew your pulse was falling, I immediately called the ashram. Mr. Chiranjeevi Rao was there on the phone, and I told him, please inform Swami ASAP that Sundar Iyer has been bit by a snake. I don't have the antidote with me to give him right now. So his job was, when there's an emergency like this, let Swami know, because he didn't want Swami to ask later, why didn't you tell me? It was your job to bring it to my attention, right? So he wanted to bring it to Swami's attention that I've sent for the antidote, but it's not available, and there's a snake bite. So he knew that there's no way somebody could survive a snake bite. The picture here, my father then recalls what happened, though he didn't recall the exact dialogue. My father recalls Swami coming out for darshan, and as he was crossing the ladies into the gents side, those days there was an arch in the sand. Okay, the arch, under the arch would be the ashram officials would stand, and they would not normally come in the way of Swami and his devotees unless there was something so important that couldn't wait for later in the evening. So Mr. Chiranjeevi Rao stepped out. Swami asked what it is, and then Mr. Chiranjeevi Rao told me this story later on. As he told Swami, he goes, kneels down Swami and says, Swami, Sundar Iyer ki paamb karsindanta. That means Sundar Iyer has been bit by a snake. And Swami immediately retorted back. He says, no, that fellow is a drama boy. He's just doing it for my attention. It's not a snake, it's a thorn. It almost like rebuking him, saying, why did you disturb me for such a trivial thing? అది ఏం లేదు, అది ఊరికే ముళ్ళు, అది పాంబు కాదు, ఊరికే డ్రామా చేస్తున్నాడు వాడు.
That's amazing.
He is doing a drama. It's not a snake, it's a thorn. Don't disturb me for this kind of something like that, and walked away back into the darshan. So Chiranjeevi Rao called back, and he probably was strong, in a strong voice. He told Alreja, what do you mean you're making me disturb Swami for these trivial things? So Alreja comes later and tells me, Sundar, you have been telling lies. This is what happened.
But what would account for the pain and the venom and whatever came off that thorn must have been like a snake venom.
You and I know it's a snake, and all my friends knew it was a snake. I knew it was a snake. But here's the thing. Here's the whole thing. I was so upset that evening when I heard this verse. I said, no vibhuti, no nothing. All I get is this kind of a thing, and Swami just puts me down, make me look like a fool. It was a snake, Swami. Come on, give me a break. You can't say it's a thorn. I was thinking in my head. All right. 2 years later.
2 years later.
I never got an answer for it. I kind of, went past that story, and I forgot about it. I always wondered why was it that a snake bite, a cobra bite, which is supposed to be systemic in nature, which would cut your oxygen supply to the brain and immediately kill you within 15-20 minutes. How was the whole thing localized in my foot? And then it became a local wound, and the wound was treated, blah blah blah. That's a whole different story. But I was always wondering why and how. I mean, I didn't have any supernatural experience either, so it was like a big thumbs down from me. But I definitely learned the lesson that I would never go and do this snake catching incident, at least not in public's view, and I kind of completely refrained from doing any of such things again. 2 years later, now that's why I said there's a prologue and an epilogue for this. Let me finish the prologue now. As I was lying that night in the hospital, and I was thinking of the day's events, that's when it hit me how foolish I was and how serious I could have been in trouble. And I actually died. My parents left and everybody left, and I was just going to sleep. And then it struck me that the afternoon, if you remember, I told you I was in the midst of a vivid dream and I was woken up. I went back to that dream and it hit me all of a sudden. In that dream, I had died, and I'm opening a manhole and I'm coming out of it, and there's very cloudy skies, and I see my grandfather and great grand aunt and all these people around me. It's fascinating. I'm seeing all of them in this dream. I recollected that dream, and as I'm saying this now, I can get that dream. It was so vivid and clear. And I look around, and in a distance, a palanquin is coming towards me. 4 people are carrying a palanquin. They put it on the ground, and the curtain parts, and there's Swami inside. He says, "Come here." So I go to Swami, and I kneel down, and Swami says, "Do you want to come with me, or you want to go back down?" And I look at Swami, and I'm thinking of the chances I'm getting with Swami down there. I'm thinking, "Swami, I want to go down." He said, "Good, take namaskar." So I remember touching his feet, and I was woken up, and all this happened. I didn't even have time to recollect that dream until that night, which was for me very fascinating as to what was it. But then I just dismissed it as a dream. I said, "Yeah, okay, maybe there was a coincidence, maybe there's something I don't know, maybe it was something." I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. The epilogue came 2 years later. So I had forgotten about it. 2 years passed, and then more gymnastics took place, sports events and dramas went on, and more occasions to meet Swami, and other things took priorities, and this was long forgotten story. 2 years later, Swami's 65th birthday, or I think it was around that time, I was sitting and we were discussing the drama and the play, and then Swami was talking to me, and I was making all the notes, and towards the end we all got up to touch Swami's feet and got away, and I got up too to touch his feet and leave the room, when he looked at my feet down and he said, "What is that mark on your foot?" Because by then it's a scar which is there even today. And he says, "What is that mark on your foot?" I froze. I said, "No, Swami, please don't make me say anything. I'm going to get into trouble now. I don't want to, you're standing in his presence. I couldn't obviously lie or even stretch the truth. I have to be blunt and honest about it. But I hate it to face the consequences of something which was done 2 years ago." I looked at him. He said, "What is it? Why is that such a big mark?" Very innocently. And I said, "Swami, snake bit me. Swami, paambu karisindi." "That is a snake bite? Is it a snake?" "It wasn't a snake, was it?" He looks. And I'm looking at Baba, and I'm telling him almost instantly, "No, Swami, it was a snake." Now I want to pause for a second here, just because in Krishna and Arjuna's relationship, Baba would often tell this story, and it's a very common story from the scriptures. He would say, Krishna would look at a parrot and tell Arjuna, "Look at that crow." And Arjuna would say, "Oh, but that's a beautiful crow." And he would say, "Oh, it's not a crow, it's a parrot." Arjuna would say, "Oh yes, it is a parrot." And then, so Krishna said, "Don't you have something of your own? If I tell it's a parrot, you're saying yes. If I say it's a pigeon, you're saying yes." Arjuna told him, "If it's a parrot for you, it better be a parrot, because I would say yes, because you can change a crow into a parrot into a crow." I would say yes. Now I thought, I liked that story, but here I am, when he asked me, looking into my eyes, it wasn't a snake, it was a thorn, wasn't it? And I'm looking at it and, "No, Swami, it's a snake."
Well, that part you hadn't said until right now. So he actually said that to you, that...
It was a poem.
No, it'll come to that.
Okay.
What he said was, "It wasn't a snake, was it?" I said, "Swami, no, it was a snake." I wasn't an Arjuna then. Again, another humbling factor for me. I think of that today, and I said, maybe I should have just agreed with Swami, but my senses and everything, for me, we cling to our own reality. That's what I think.
To tell the truth as you saw it.
As I saw it, but that's not, what we see here is not the truth. That's the whole beauty of it. Anyway, so I said, "No, Swami, it's a snake." He said, "Chichi, your imagination, go," he said. As I was leaving the room, he paused, he said, "Listen." And that time it was a different voice, completely different voice, a voice of one who knows. "Listen," he said. I turned around and looked at Swami. He said, "From my mouth, I will never say it is a snake. It is a thorn, it is a thorn, it is a thorn. From my mouth, I will never say it is a snake. నా నోటు నుంచి అది ముళ్ళని ఎప్పటికీ రాదు. నా నోటు నుంచి అది పాంబని ఎప్పటికీ రాదు. అది ముళ్ళు 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 పో," he said. And as I came out and sat in the bhajan hall, I was shivering, because the truth of that statement hit me. And then I recollected 2 years ago when Chiranjeev told him, at that moment, there was no time left. It was just at that time when he had to decide and will it. There was no time even to write in the air and wave palms, no time to create vibhuti and send it to me. Almost instantly, in a matter of rebuking, he said, no, it's not a snake, it's a thorn, he's an actor. So he made the whole thing as a drama, as a play. He made it into an act, and he made the snake bite into a thorn. And he willed it as if it's a matter of no. Now I realize why that was so fast and so abrupt and so sudden from his voice.
He
The
saved
sternness in his voice was willing it then and there. Even if he had materialized vibhuti, the sacred ash, and sent it to me, it would have been another 10 minutes for it to reach me. That would have probably been too late. For me, it's fascinating because I know it is a snake bite. The doctors knew it was a snake bite. It is a cobra bite, not even an ordinary snake. And for one to survive that by itself is a miracle. And for one now, 2 years later, to hear somebody saying, I will still not say it's a snake. It is a thorn, it is a thorn, it is a thorn. So that is why I say he believes that his word is so powerful that he can, even 2 years later, if he had agreed with me it's a snake, maybe it would have had its own consequences
He
then.
transmuted our idea of reality to keep you from dying a torturous death from the venom of a snake, to have you undergo in its place the pain of a thorn
Yes.
prick into your foot.
He localized, the whole poison was localized. I had so many other doctors who came to me weeks later after that and started talking to me and asking me, how is it? Because they were trying to put two and two together. For them too, it was something they couldn't accept. Even though they were Baba devotees, they couldn't accept how was this possible. How could a cobra bite not have killed you? Especially after having, you caught the snake, you had the snake in your hand. And of course, many years later, I shared this. When I told you about Baba picking me up to speak in Bombay, this was a story I told
This is the one you said in Baba's presence?
in Baba's presence in Bombay. And Baba
You looked
listened to the
around to
whole.
see how he might have reacted to that story?
No, I didn't. By then I was, after Baba confirmed to me, saying it's a thorn, and the way he said it, the two things touched me most. One was, a mother would never say my son was near death experience. She would never say that. So that was one part of him saying, I will never say it's a snake bite.
It was
And
like-
the other part was his divinity saying, no, I will never say it. I've said it's a thorn, it's going to be a thorn. It will always be a thorn.
Sundar, read my lips, it was a thorn. that's pretty
Exactly.
much what he was insisting.
Exactly.
In spite of your snapshot of reality,
Yes.
from your senses, from the pain, from what you knew to be the case.
Yes, and that's so powerful, because when he says something, it happens. That's why when he said there would be a hospital, there was a hospital. When he said this would be a university, there was a university. There's nothing stopping him. He would will it. And that is what awakens me from the depths of sleep once in a while, as to where does that power? Who is this person? Who is this being walking amongst us?
Sundar, the final story for this installment has to do with something that near and dear to your heart, and also I'm sure quite sad, the loss of your father.
Yes. The reason I share that story is again to prove Swami's omniscience, and this is where I saw the cosmic part of Sai, the almighty, powerful master walking the earth, somebody who would say, I am the divine. For somebody to come up with that, for me to be able to digest that fact, I think this one experience proved it beyond doubt. It's one thing to say I am divine, and the other thing is to actually prove to you. And yes, he had proved it innumerable times, but this was something very profound, and it has so many lessons. So let me get to it straight away, since we have very little time left on this segment. My father was, like I said, an extremely rigid disciplinarian, and for him life was a very serious thing. I mean, he would take up seva very seriously, and he would, when Swami said you are in charge of the Central Trust accounts, he said, okay, I am, and he thought the whole trust was resting on his shoulders, and that's it. For him, that was the whole world. He wouldn't even come for darshan, because it was his office time. And so he would be out there, and every time Swami had to speak to him on my father's birthday or bless him, he would tell me, I'm going to talk to your father tomorrow. so ask him to come. Everybody wants interviews with Swami. They ask Swami, I have to ask your father for an interview. He would, playfully chide me. But my father was, for me, darshan is not important. He has given me a task, I will do that.
And before you proceed, a word or two about how he received such an awesome responsibility. He was in charge of the accounts for the whole trust that ran Prashanti Nilayam?
The Sathya Sai Central Trust. He was in charge of the trust. At that time, the trust was growing, and so he would sit with the internal and external auditors and account for every single expense and help them make the double entry and set up a lot of things in those days. He was an accountant, so when he came and retired, Swami said, "Can you be an accountant here?" And so he sat with Colonel Jogarao, and Colonel Jogarao liked him and told Swami he's a great candidate. And Swami said, "Yes, okay, then put him in charge of the accounts." And for Swami, my father, that was the ultimate. He said, "Finally, I can actually write accounts honestly." So he has been working for commercial companies, and he would always have this in the back of my mind. When can I ever find a honest accountant? When can I ever be an honest person to say, okay, this is a liability, this is an asset, and this is how it is to be.
No more cooking the numbers.
No more cooking the numbers. And he was very glad, and for him that was the fruit of all his labor throughout his life, found fulfillment at serving Baba. Just like Maya says, her father was longing to fly, and finally all his flight carriers ended up flying for Swami. So I guess every carrier, no matter how unconnected it might seem, you have Ted Henry doing the news reading for 40 years somewhere thousands of miles away, but now he is able to use his talent to serve Baba in the fag end of his career. I mean, after retirement, you're using the same talent and using it for Baba's mission.
Along with Jodi Cleary's guidance.
Oh, of course.
Which she gets from Baba.
Of course, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the reason why I bring this about is quite a few people think that what they're doing is not spiritual.
Yeah.
And something spiritual has to be something else.
Great point.
No, I think every single career, every single task you take has a potential of being a matter of service to God. I met, I have a friend in Dayton, an extremely well-known, a very profound accountant, in the sense he brings about merging of different companies and he helps in all this kind of stuff. He's a great helper in preparing business plans and things like that. Now he takes young adults and youngsters from Swami's fold and helps them come up with good business plans. He says, that's my seva for Swami, that's my talent, I'm using it. So and apparently a business plan which is just dry numbers and about profits, he is taking that and making it his worship. I think anything and everything, if you look for it to be spiritual, can be spiritual.
Work is worship.
Work becomes worship, and that's the beauty of this lesson I found. Anyway, my father was so strict about his work, so for him that was his worship, and Swami would have to call him, wait for him, and speak to him if he had to speak something. That relationship was amazing. My father's only desire as a Hindu Brahmin was to die in Puttaparthi. He said, this is my only desire, I have to die in Puttaparthi. And he told my mother, when I die, you should chant Gayatri in my ear, don't cry. Don't be crying and wailing. You should be chanting Gayatri in my last moments of my life. And my mother would say, oh yeah, you do the same thing to me too. And I would sit down and say, you know what, don't you guys have anything better to speak about? But that's how my father was. For him, everything was a matter of, okay, this has to be done this way. And that's it, no second thoughts about it. 1992 summer, Swami had to leave for Vrindavan, and my father, and Swami had specifically told my father that summer he would not be in Puttaparthi. He said, summer you go spend with your daughters and your grandchildren, and then you come back, your son is going to be here. So 1992 he left for
Kodaikanal or Vrindavan?
Swami left for Vrindavan and then Kodaikanal, but my father planned to leave on April 1st, on April 2nd or 3rd, he planned to leave for to the north to see his daughters, that's my sisters. He went to Bhopal, which is a far off place, about 3,000 miles from Puttaparthi. And so he went to Vrindavan, Swami blessed him, Swami said go, he took Swami's blessings and then went to Bhopal. And just before that he had met Maya and he told me that he likes Maya and Maya is the right person for me. He blessed both of us. I said, I don't know, this is all up to Swami, but for him it was something had to be done. And I realized now that was 20 days before he died. So April 1st we celebrate as our engagement day. Also an April Fool's Day. But my father blessed both of us and said, when I come back, we will take it up with Swami. April 9th, I remember, he left for Bhopal. And this was my father's only desire, because anybody dying in Puttaparthi, he would be there, out there, he will do the last rites for them and take the body to Puttaparthi and do the cremation and do all that, because he said, as a Hindu Brahmin, it's my duty to do that, honor any fallen body and never let them know that there was nobody to give them. In India, that's a very sacred thing. It says kandadena, means don't let a dead body just be there to rotten. You have to always give a shoulder for a dead body. And that's why people have sons, because they say the sons can carry them when they die and things like that. So my father was always wanting to die in Puttaparthi. That was his biggest desire. When he went to Bhopal, he had a heart attack. I got a telegram, and by the time I reached, he died. He died in some unknown weird place in Bhopal on April 20th. When I got a call, I rushed, and I didn't know it. They said, "Father's serious." I rushed, and by the time I reached there, I saw him in a coffin with ice, and they just preserved the body for 1.5 days before I came. Of course, I was heartbroken. I went and spoke to my mother, and my mother, in amidst sobs and tears, she told me, "I did exactly as your father wanted me to." When he kept watching the monitor, though it was behind him, he would turn his head and kept watching the monitor, I believe. Suddenly his kidney failed and blah blah blah, and multi-organ failure or whatever, and that was a small hospital. They didn't know what to do about it. He told my mother like this. When the time came, my mother sat. She made him sit, went into his ear, chanted the Gayatri, and then he collapsed on her shoulder. So she told me, I did my job. For me, those first 2 hours was blank, and then came an anger towards Swami in me
for disappointing your dad's.
My anger
wish.
was, I said, I know my father had to die, I was ready for that, but why here? You're talking about the 3 zeros, right? This was partly one of those zeros where I said, why here? This was a person who served you day and night. This is a person who thought about you day and night. And his 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock morning ritual never stopped even for a day, whether he slept at 1 in the night or 7 in the evening or 2 in the night. He would be up, get up, have his ritual bath and do the chanting, and it was so rigid, so rigid. I said, why couldn't that one desire be fulfilled? Why in this unknown place, even today, I don't even know where his body was cremated. So why would it be here? And I was so angry with Swami. There was no room for any doubts anymore, because I had seen Swami's omniscience and omnipotence many times over. So there wasn't that he didn't know. I said, why would Swami allow this to happen? Why would this happen? I was very angry with him. So my mother asked, don't you want to send a telegram to Swami? I said, I'm not even interested in informing him. I'll take care of it. I'll send him maybe a week later, 10 days later. I'm not even interested in informing. So nobody informed anybody in the ashram, because they waited for me to do whatever, They said, okay, it's your call, whatever. And then I waited there, spent 10, 12 days, did all the rites that they wanted me to do, and then sent a telegram to Swami just as a formality. Swami, father passed away. Pranams. That's all I said, because I was very angry. I didn't want to say anything. I stayed there for some time, and then I came back to Vrindavan, and Swami had returned back from Kodaikanal. And so when he came out for darshan, I was sitting in the first line. He came out straight to me, and he said, Chesko, means touch my feet. Okay, I touched his feet, I looked up to him, and he said, don't worry, I'm here. And then suddenly he had a playful thing in his eyes. He said, did the boys tell you in Kodaikanal what happened? Did they tell you? I'm like, Swami, what would they tell me? I said, no, Swami. Oh, wait, I'll come back from darshan and tell you. So he goes off for darshan. And then I couldn't wait, of course, for Swami to come back and tell me what was it that he wanted me to know. So I turned around, and one of the Kodaikanal boys came to me, and Sundar, I heard about your dad, and I'm so sorry to hear about his death. I said, thank you for your condolence. So he said, Sundar, I want to check something with you. I said, sure, what is it? He pulls out his diary and he goes to the dates, and he said, when did your father die? I said, April 20th, he passed away. He said, what time? I said, what do you mean, what time? From what the doctors told me, it was at 2:30 or 3:30 in the afternoon, he died. So I asked him, why are you asking me these details? He pulls out his diary and he says, Sundar, look at this. On April 20th in the afternoon, Swami was with us in Kodaikanal. At this time, around 3:30 or 4 or whatever the time was, he pauses, he keeps quiet for a while, for a few seconds, and then he asks people, now this is happening thousands of miles away. He's asking people around him, how many of you know Sundar Iyer's father? How many of you know Sundar Iyer? So obviously the boys knew because I was there in Puttaparthi. So they raised their hands. A couple of primary school people raised their hands and said, we know Sundar Iyer. And Swami said, oh, you all know him? Yeah, his father just reached my feet. I listened to what that boy said. I was stunned. And then Swami comes back from darshan, calls me inside. Did you know what I said? Did you know what I said? Oh, your father wanted to go to Chitravati. That is only the body. I gave him my feet. The reason why this is so powerful is we think we ask for the highest, not knowing that God has even greater plans for us. So for him, the body was nothing. The body can perish wherever it is. But the fact that he said, oh, your father wanted to go to Chitravati. Dantlo emundi, adi body. The body can go anywhere. I gave him my feet. So on the one side, what hit me was for him to say, I have given him my feet. He has come into me. Why? He said, and he asked me, why? Enduku telsa? He said, because he served me. Because he served me, he has reached my feet. That is the importance he gives for service. And this is such a powerful story that I often think of as the ultimate revelation for me as to who Baba is. And that's why for me to even define him as God is limiting who he is.
Sundar, I'm speechless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing from beyond your heart. And Sairam.
Sairam.
She spent 2 years attending to Baba along with other students
Yes.
in his room.
Yes. And my heart goes out to just tell people, hey, listen, if you want to really know about Sai Baba, then come to us. You know, come to me, ask me. I watched him 24 into 7, 365 days a year. I was a teenager. I was struggling to find faith, and I found faith by watching him, not by reading a book, not because Vibhuti materialized in some photograph. That would have scared the heck out of me, probably. But this was, I noticed, I saw what Baba was.
For me, it was different because I think from the time I was born, thanks to my grandma, our family was already into Swami. And she was the Brindavan singer, so she got my mom into Swami, and that's how, you know, as kids, we always knew Swami.
His entire life, the way I saw it, was a saga of sacrifice. You know, he was doing it, it's all for his devotees' sake. He had a huge veranda where you could go out for a walk and get some fresh air. He wouldn't do that because devotees would come and watch him. So in his own room, in his own house, he lived like a prisoner. And yet, there was a sense of incredible freedom, peace in his face, in his presence. And to me, that, I was saying, where is that secret? What is that secret that he's not bound by these four walls? I could go crazy. You could give me $10 million and tell me to do this. I couldn't do it. I would go mad.
And August 18th, he gave my parents and Sundar's mom an interview and finalized the wedding. And then he sat with a calendar and said, oh, let's look at the date. And he said, first he said September 3rd, and then he said, no, it's a Thursday, it's a working day, you know, it won't work out. And then he said September 6th is a Sunday, so let's do it on September 6th.
And that's married the two of you.
He married the two of us in the interview room.
But he would get up at 4 in the morning. He would not put on his own bedroom light. He would use a flashlight. Why? Because you'd say, if I put on the light, the devotees across in the West Prashanti, they're all waiting for Baba's room light. And they're crazy people. They won't sleep. Then they will all be up at 3 o'clock and they'll be waiting to get a glimpse of my hair, my face. Why should I trouble them? వాళ్ళకి ఎందుకు ఇదంతా? నేనేమో నాకు లైట్ ఉంటే చాలు, ఈ చిన్న లైట్ ఉంటే చాలు. నా పని నేను చూసుకుంటాను. He would say, I can take care of my job with my flashlight. Why do I need a big light? So in his own room, in his own house, he would use a flashlight to go to the restroom in the morning, have a shower, come out.
We were sitting in darshan. We had gone from the, the hospital staff. We were sitting, and suddenly Swami came out, and there was this girl. It was her birthday, one of the girls, and so she stood up with her tray of candy, and Swami looked at her and he says, "Are you Maya?" And she looked and she says, "No, Swami, I'm," and she told her name, and then he looked around. Of course, he blessed her and took her candy, and then he looks and he says, "Where's Maya?" And I was scared. I said, "What did I do? Why is he asking for me?" Because he's never done that before, right? So
all day long, what does he do? I mean, I used to often wonder, what does he do sitting there reading the devotees' mail?
He does that.
You know, oh, that's all he did. That was his pastime, opening, reading.
So I stood up. I was like in the 3rd or 4th row, and I stood up and I said, "Swami, I'm Maya." And then he looks at me and he says, "Oh, marriage mangta hai," which means you want to get married.
Okay, here's the first lesson I learned. Never open your mouth and speak to Swami unless you're spoken to. So even though we say we were in his room and we were 2 years, none of us, and no one I knew could ever say, "Oh yeah, I can put in a word for Baba for you." Nobody.
So we went there to see Swami, and he called my parents and my grandparents in for an interview. And my parents were not sure if children are allowed, so we were left outside, with one of the ladies there. So as he was talking to my parents, he looked and he said, "Where are the children?" And then my mother said, "They're sitting out." So he said, "No, bring them." So my sister and I were brought in, and he looked at my sister and then he said, "Oh, what's your name?" So she said, "Shalini." And he said, "Oh, good girl," and patted her cheek and, hugged her. And then he looked at me and said, "What's your name?" And I looked at him and said, "As if you don't know." Because all my life I'd been hearing that he knows everything, right?
So you were being smart with Baba?
I was being smart with him.
I haven't been to Puttaparthi for 15 years, nor has Maya. The desire has not come for two reasons. One, and both are very personal. One being that I've not felt the need, because why do I need to go when you experience His divinity in everything that we do, the birds chirping, the plants, the trees, the good and the bad. It's amazing how when you open yourself and allow divinity to express itself from within, the proximity is so mind-blowing that you feel going there is just something you don't want to. The other reason why I really don't want to go is I can't see Swami in a wheelchair. I've not seen it that way.
Maya and Sundar Iyer, both Sai Baba University students. Sundar, a personal attendant inside Baba's home for 2 years. Maya, a student and a nurse at Baba's hospital. Two students brought together for life by Sai Baba. Welcome to Sojourns. This interview was recorded in Elyria, Ohio in August 2010.
Thank you for giving us an honor to share our inspiration and faith. I can probably begin by saying how I came to Swami very briefly. And I guess it was Baba who brought Maya later into my life too, and brought me into her life, so brought us together. I was not born into a Sai family, or my parents were not Sai Baba devotees. They were Orthodox Hindu couple, extremely Orthodox with all the pujas and all the idols. We had all the gods possible in our puja room, and my dad would get up at 3 in the morning and do his regular pujas. In such a situation, Baba was considered as a miracle man, and my parents were not very fond of Baba, and so they were it was a closed door issue. And I remember at the age of 8 or 10, somebody came to our home from South Africa, and she said, "Hey, this young boy is longing to, he's got so many questions about God and spirituality. Can I take him to see Sai Baba?" And they said, "Oh, no, you're not going to take him to see Sai Baba. He'll learn all he wants here." Unfortunately, by the time I was 16, none of my questions were answered. And my questions were very simple. I mean, if God is out there, why are there poor people, or why are there volcanoes, and why is there poverty and death, and why can't all our wishes be fulfilled? As simple as that. Why can't I just get an A grade without studying? Just by praying, can I do that? Well, I had plenty of questions, but unfortunately there was nobody to answer them. I found families were buried in rituals and ceremonies, and nobody explained their significance to me. My thread ceremony was a disaster as far as I was concerned, because the pujari was out to collect money. So by the time I was 16 or 17, I was so against.
You were pretty cynical.
I was very cynical. I was against God, religion. I said, you know what? I have had enough of this.
I'm surprised you were able to turn yourself around with such a profound negative attitude.
Exactly. I was very surprised the way Swami came into my life and how things turned around. But when he did, what I found with Baba was the simplicity of his teachings. I was going to a photographer called Sai Datta in Bombay, and I would learn coloring black and white pictures as color, because those days color photographs were like,
So you would add
it was so rare, only the rich people could afford it. So quite a few people would take black and white pictures, and then there was a special color that you could actually paint them with the natural colors and try to bring it to some kind of color. And so we had heard about Sai Datta, and then I walk into the studio and say, "Hey, I want to learn this painting, can you teach me?" He said, "Sure." And guess what pictures he hands to me? It's all Sai Baba's pictures. At first, honestly, I had not seen much, I had not seen pictures of Sai Baba, so I just thought this was some rock star of some kind. The idea of him being a saint didn't occur to me at all, because in India, the concept of saint and sages that we were brought up with was the torn and tattered ones. The more tattered the saint is, the more holier he is. The more famished he looks, the more powerful spiritually he is.
And he looked like a movie star to you.
Right. He was some kind of somebody. I thought, okay, some big shot. I didn't I saw the saffron robe, but I just couldn't put two and two together. There's no way a saint can, get along in India sitting on a throne and driving in a car, right? Because he'll be immediately branded as, oh, this is no saint at all. But when I kept getting pictures after pictures and coloring just orange and black and skin color all the time, I said, do you have any other pictures at all? So who is this guy? And that's when Sai Datta opened up. He was very quiet, he was very patient, he never forced Sai Baba on me. But he said, this is a holy man. I said, really? He seems to be a really rich man, rich holy man. He's got silk robes, there's not a hole in his robe, and he is surrounded by all these people. So that's how the first experience of Sai Baba, the first time I actually heard about him, I was not interested at all. I said, oh, okay, if he's a holy man, forget it. Don't even bother explaining to me. He said, no, this is your kind of holy man. I said, what do you mean? Because by then he knew what I was, I used to use him as my mentor and tell him all my woes and all my how people don't explain concepts of God or religion and things like that. And he gave me the summer showers in Vrindavan.
This guy was an established Baba devotee.
Oh yes, he was a photographer, Sai Baba's
Oh,
photographer.
he was Baba's photographer.
Yeah, he was Baba's photographer.
He wasn't just a commercial photographer.
Oh no. His family, his father was with Shirdi Baba.
I didn't hear
His
that
father
part of
and
the
his
story.
grandfather were with Shirdi Sai Baba.
So he
They
was
have-
just waiting for you for the nut to crack so he could
Yes.
give you his
Yes.
wisdom and insights.
Yes, especially because my father got transferred at that time to a distant remote village from Bombay. He got transferred to Haryana, which is a very distant place of Delhi, to a village. There were no colleges there, and I was going to finish my 12th grade and enter into college.
So did
So-
he begin then to spoon feed you information at a level that you found acceptable about this man whose picture you were coloring in?
Well, he didn't speak anything about him. He just said, "Hey, so this is my father's getting transferred. Everybody, I need to look for a college somewhere else in India because I can't continue to live in Bombay." So I'm telling him all this. He said, "You know what? There is a college. This guy's college is just going to open in Puttaparthi. So if you want, you can go." I said, "No, holy man, no holy colleges." So that's when he gave me this book. He said, "Listen, just read this book, and then you make up your mind."
And they were all Baba's sayings and the discourses.
And the summer course in Vrindavan was a great discourse of Baba. And I was expecting him to talk about the usual things, the God with 4 hands and spears. And I was always turned off by all our gods had weapons in their hands, and I could never understand why. Anyway, summer showers in Vrindavan was simple. I opened this book and he's saying God is love. That's it. That's what I always believed. Serve the people. That's it. That's what I want to hear. And so that's how it started. I was like, wow, this guy speaks sense. And so the little miracles that the Sai Datta was trying to tell me, I thought he's going to talk about how he's performing miracles or how he's able to do none of what he was doing. It was all about you are God too. Everybody is God. Everybody is divine. Love is God. God is love. Things which made so much sense. And I said, how come I never came across this before? So that was suddenly, it was like a door opening, like a floodgates opening. I often think about that moment in my life as to how I was so cynical about it and what changed me. I can never understand what
and
changed
Baba
me.
might say that you, Sundar Iyer, waited lifetimes for that particular moment.
And now I believe that.
And how long was it after that moment dawned on you that you decided to commit yourself to make an application to attend Baba's university?
Well, and then I started reading Baba's books. I attended his summer course in Vrindavan. And because my father said, go there, try it for a month and see if you like it.
Even though your father was opposed to this from the outset.
Well, he was, but at that point he was in Haryana. He needed a college for me. So this turned out to be a place where nobody smokes and drinks and no parties. So he said, okay, at least this guy will be sane. If anything, he can at least focus on his studies. So he was more interested in the fact that it was a protected environment. So he said, go check out the summer course and see if you like the place, and then let me know, and if your marks are good, you can get it. So I did go, attended the summer course, and every moment I saw Baba, I was getting more and more interested in him. I saw people falling at his feet. I saw people, once you're in Vrindavan and you hear so many stories, none of them was seriously, it didn't move me. I was more curious at that point, more willing to learn before I finally said, Baba, I'm surrendering to you, or you're my guru. It took a long time for me to say that.
Did he give you any personal attention during those early days when you're attending these courses?
The summer course in Brindavan, he gave a group interview to every state, young students from every state who attended, and I was part of that group. So that was as close as I got at that time, and I was more sitting behind and watching what he does, and you know how he's talking, and I was body reading, sign reading, just to make sure that I was on the right track.
So I take it was not just but a short time thereafter that the opportunity and your willingness met, and you decided
Yes.
to attend.
The first time, the turning point came when my grades were out, my 12th standard grades were out, because I decided to join Puttaparthi because every time Baba spoke, I said he makes a lot of sense. He makes so much sense. I need to know more about this person. He is so down to earth, so simple, and yet people are talking such great things about him. Who is this personality? So I was very curious that I joined this college. So Puttaparthi, I moved to Puttaparthi from Brindavan, waited for my grades to come. I was told you need an A grade to get into the commerce, the BCom, the bachelor's in commerce in India is called the BCom. Bachelor's in science is BSc, and bachelor's in arts is BA. So my father had clearly, specifically said, you are only getting your admission in commerce.
He wants
I'm
you
an
to be a
accountant.
businessman.
No, I'm an accountant, so you are also going to be an accountant, period. My fate was sealed.
I cannot see Sundar Iyer as an accountant. I'm sorry.
Well, he said you have to get into commerce, and I needed A grade. My grades came out, and I was lower than B grade, a little higher than C grade probably, but lower than B grade. I was nowhere close to an A grade, and I knew there was no way I could get into this admission. And so, long story short, my father sends me the return ticket to come back to Bombay, and he says, I have to deal with you now and put you in some college somewhere. You're not going to get into Baba's college, because the college had opened. It was a week later, and I had my return tickets booked. So 2 days before I left Puttaparthi, I wrote a very strong letter to Baba, a very angry letter. And I said, Baba, for once I was interested in God and spirituality, and I thought you made sense. I've never prayed to you before. This is the first time I'm going to pray to you. If for some reason, if you think my life can change, then I need admission. I don't know how you can give me this admission, but I don't think it's happening. Now I have only 2 days left. The college has started. And I wrote all this, whatever I felt I wrote. And towards the end I said, the moment you take this letter, your relation and my relation is cut. I don't believe you're God, and I don't think you're divine. These things just don't work.
You were angry.
I was very angry. I was a young Bombay blood. So I thought, I'm not going to sneak out of the ashram. I'm going to let him know, look into his face and say, here, take it. Bye. I was so prepared for it. I went and sat first in the darshan with just a day left. I'm sitting with the letter in my hand with my palms folded, because that was, and the envelope, and I wanted to give it to him, look into his eyes. So he comes for darshan, and he comes, his fingers like this on the letter. He holds the envelope like this, and he says, Kya hai? What is it? The first time he spoke to me, literally. And I was like, Baba, admission, Baba, admission. And I heard my father's voice from inside, BCom, make it clear what admission. So I said, Swami, BCom, BCom. And Swami said, what, BCom? Be calm. Be calm.
You remember him saying that?
Oh my gosh. Everybody was laughing. And I was excited because he spoke to me. He didn't take that letter. His hand was like this, and then he took it away and walked off. And in the letter, later when I opened 2 days later and read that letter again, I was feeling very ashamed of what I read. But when I read in the end, I said, the moment you take this letter, my relationship is going to break. So it's almost like, okay, do I cut the relationship or not? So he came like this, held the envelope like this, because he would pull it off from my hand, right? He used to always take it like this. Kya hai? Swami, be calm, be calm, be calm, be calm. And he looked at the principal, and I think he made some gesture and walked away. And so the darshan gets over, and then I saw the principal of the college walking towards me, and I ran to him because I've been running to him every day. And he knew this is a pain guy coming to me every day. Sir, please, sir, please. So today I said, did you see Swami spoke to me? He said, I know. I think your prayers are answered. You can come and see me tomorrow. You sure I'm going to get BCom? He said, whatever you want, I'll give you.
Even with your CCOM average, you got into BCom.
I got into BCom, and I think I never had to look back. Oftentimes I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes and I think, what if he had let me go?
So no, that's a beautiful story. We'll get back to part 2 in just a minute. But right now I want to hear how Maya got accepted and decided to go to Baba's school. And it wasn't the secondary or the high school, as we say here in America. It was the primary school. How did that happen?
It was the primary school, and I joined there in my 8th grade. For me, it was different because I think from the time I was born, thanks to my grandma, our family was already into Swami. And she was the Vrindavan singer, so she got my mom into Swami, and that's how, as kids, we always knew Swami.
And I should point out the whole family's here right now. Your grandmother and your mother both had a lot to do with that.
My mom is there.
Yeah, and well, that's not your mother. That's
no,
Leela.
there she
She's
is.
behind. Yeah. So,
And
was there enthusiasm initially that opened the door for you, or did you have an interest as well?
well, we did have an interest. Actually, again, it was because my dad was in the Air Force, and the kind of places that he was posted to, every 2 years, it would be a different place. And as we came to higher grades, my sister was to go into the 9th grade and me into the 8th. The school was not very good. So my parents started looking at different options, and then they didn't want us to keep changing schools as we got into the higher grades.
Right.
And then my grandmother said that, this school is there in Puttaparthi, and they were just starting the high school that year in '83. So we were the first batch of students for the 8th and 9th grade. And she said, why don't you try that? And she was in Bangalore, so it was, close enough for her to visit us, even if my parents couldn't come. So we went there and we had to, go through the entrance exam. They used to have an entrance exam in math, English, and Hindi, 3 subjects. And I was all excited because I used to read Enid Blyton books as a kid and all the stories about dorm life and, hostel living. I was excited about
really
that.
wanted that.
I really wanted that. My sister was not very keen about leaving home and going, but I guess her being there was a consolation for me, so I didn't miss my parents that much. And then, of course, added to it was that this is Swami's school, so it was the icing on the cake. So that's how we went there, and I joined. So we did 3 years. I did 3 years over there, 8th to 10th grade, and then I went into the girls' college in Anantapur.
But you didn't
And,
you just didn't join, did you? You also
well-
had to be selected for.
Oh
the
yes,
school?
we had to. We had to do these entrance exams.
And the point I'm
And,
making is that you had sort of a slight advantage nobody else had. In fact, some people may even say that you cheated to get in. You sat on Baba's lap as an infant, as a child, didn't you?
I did when I
don't
was
you think that
about
sealed
4
the
years
fate
old.
for you right there?
I guess he had already decided at that time that
And real quickly,
We're gonna come there,
What's
so.
that quick story? How could you meet him at such a young, tender age for yourself?
Well,
And how old were you?
I was, I think, 4 or 5.
Okay.
And 4. So every vacation, my parents, would take us to Bangalore to see my grandparents, and then that year we were visiting, and I think this was in Bangalore, right? Yeah. So we used to, whenever Swami was there, we used to go to Vrindavan for the darshans all the time because my grandma used to sing there, and that year it was actually in Puttaparthi, not Bangalore. So we went there to see Swami, and he called my parents and my grandparents in for an interview. And my parents were not sure if children are allowed, so we were left outside, with one of the ladies there. So as he was talking to my parents, he looked and he said, where are the children? And then my mother said, they're sitting out. So he said, no, bring them. So my sister and I were brought in, and he looked at my sister, and then he said, oh, what's your name? So she said, Shalini. And he said, oh, good girl, and patted her cheek and, hugged her. And then he looked at me and said, what's your name? And I looked at him and said, as if you don't know. Because all my life I'd been hearing that he knows everything, right?
So you were being smart with Baba?
I was being smart with him.
And what did he
And
say
then
to
he
you?
looked and he said, Maya, Jagat Maya, which means world of Maya. And patted me on the cheek, and then he gave us a lot of vibhuti packets, and we did namaskaram.
So had your
That was
parents
the
already
first thing.
told him you're the names of the daughters?
No. They hadn't mentioned us at all. He asked, where are the children? Because till then he was talking to them about, their lives and all that.
You must
and,
have been pretty impressed at the age of 4 that this
I
guru
was.
teacher whose lap you were sitting in
Oh,
knew your
yes.
name.
Oh, I loved him at that age too.
And I'm
so.
invited to ask you also about your first interview with Baba. Is that not at this time, but a later time?
Well, that was the first interview. I don't know. And
Okay.
the other one was when after I finished college, my bachelor's degree in '91. That's the year that the hospital, the super specialty hospital in Puttaparthi, was being built
Right.
and inaugurated, the big one. So we were sent letters. We finished in June '91, and we received letters from our principal saying that Swami was looking for old students to volunteer at the hospital. And if we were interested, we could, go to Puttaparthi and see what it was about. So, of course, that was a good chance. And so my friend and me and a couple of others, we went to Puttaparthi and sat there. And this was in December of '91. So November, the hospital was inaugurated, and this was in December. And we were about 8 girls, and Swami called us in for an interview. So that was the second one that I got, if you take the first
And
one.
I had interrupted you when
And,
you just started to talk about your first several years there as a Baba student. Did you have much access to Swami at that time? Did he come to the school? Did you have a chance?
Yes, he used to come to the school, especially when there would be, some dignitaries visiting Puttaparthi. He would come to show them the school. So he would walk into the classrooms and we'd be there, and the teachers would freeze, and he'd say, no, keep teaching, And of course, nobody would pay attention because Swami's standing there. And then sometimes he would just drive in when it was breakfast time. So he'd just come around the dining hall, we'd all be sitting, and he'll ask, okay, did you eat? Did you have this? Did you have that? And walk around.
So Maya, was this
But,
experience everything that you expected it was going to be, or was it actually
It was a
more?
lot more.
How so?
It was a lot more. I mean, I guess I had no concept of how it's going to be there. I was only thinking about the life in the dorm and that kind of thing. But being there, we used to go every Thursday and Sunday for darshan from school. Every Thursday, Sunday morning, and Swami would come and he would, he'd just talk to everybody. And then when it's your birthday, you get to sit right up front and give him that tray of, candy, and then he throws it, and all that excitement and that closeness with him.
There's a
I guess
question
I
I've
didn't think
often
of
wondered
that.
as I see the students come in. Were you and your sister students all students at a spiritual school, or were you spiritual students at a school? Did you have much of a sense of having an interest in spiritual growth at that time, or was this just school for you?
Initially, I guess it was just school, because everything was new. We had to concentrate on the studies part of it, and it was a good standard. But being there, listening to Swami's discourses, attending every function, going to darshans, brought in the spirituality, and I guess that's where we started questioning and learning and exploring more about ourselves, and
And one of the things that I've liked over the years is hearing people's personal experiences of Swami as a student on the inside, and I'll ask Sundar this in a second too. Did you start to become aware of some of your sister students having personal experiences with Baba, whether they came in their dreams or performed leelas for them, or miracles or materializations?
Yes. In fact, a lot of the girls, when their parents would visit, Swami would call them in for interviews, as children, and then they would tell us a few things that he said, and a lot of them would talk about dreams that they've had. We used to, discuss with each other. We were 13, 14-year-olds, so we used to talk about those things, and Swami materializing, the little lockets for some of them, giving that. So there were a lot of experiences shared over there. And then the teachers would share their experiences with us too. When they first came to Swami and how different things were at that time. So we learned a lot from them also.
And who was Sai Baba to you at that very early age when you were a young student?
To me, he was...
Was he more than the principal of the school?
Oh, yes, definitely. He was more a friend to me. I would think of him as that. Because I know my parents said God and everything, but I wasn't clear as to who God is at that point.
And one
I
final
don't know,
question for
but-
this part of the interview, and what about the students that you went to class with?
Mm-hmm.
Did they share your point of view? Were some of them skeptics or doubters, or were some of them really convinced of the
Well,
value?
there were a couple who were very new to Swami, and they had, joined there because of maybe circumstances. Somebody said it's a good school, girls, it's a girls' school, your girls will be safe, it's a good environment. So they came there, they didn't know much about Swami. I wouldn't say anyone was very skeptic at that point. They were learning about him.
And you had a lot to learn about all the way through those
Oh,
remaining
yes,
years.
a lot.
So, Sundar, back over to you, and I've asked about Maya's first interview, including the one at the age of 4. I don't suspect you had such an experience. Tell us about your first meeting with Baba in an interview form.
I wish I had that interview at the age of 4 now. But my first interview with Baba was about 8-9 months. Well, I joined in 79. It was in, 81. A year and a half later. We had, just 6 months before that, we had a hostel inauguration. And Baba had attended, and I had done some gymnastics in front of him. I jumped through 3 rings of fire, and I'll probably mention that.
That would get his attention.
Yes, it did, and I'll probably come to that incident in a bit, because that explains the spontaneity of Baba's love. For me, it was all first-hand. For me, if somebody says, Swami is love, I could never understand that till I had that experience, and I'll come to that in a bit if you have the time.
Yep.
But the interview was when he finally called me, he cornered me straight away into a wall, and he said, "What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?" I said, "Swami, I don't want anything," because I had never, even today, asked him anything. Because I said, if he's God, he should know anything, and God should provide you. Why should you ask something? And he said, "No, ask me. What do you want?" I said, "Swami, I don't want anything." "No, you ask me. Cheppu, bolo." He tried Telugu, he tried Hindi, he tried English. "What do you want?" I was so scared. The first thing I said, okay. My sister, I just said, because my mother has been now writing to me, "Hey, you're in Sai Baba's ashram now." So now their doors were slowly opening up, and they wanted to sneak in. But they didn't know where to go with Sai Baba, because Sai Baba was a big no-no for them, being Lord Shiva devotees and all. So she had kept writing, "You know what, your elder sister has been married for 11 years, she's not had a baby, can you ask Sai Baba?" I said, "No way, I'm the last person to get up and say, 'Swami, bless my sister with a baby.'" I thought it was just so petty to ask him, because I saw him so keen in his mission and things like that. But he was forcing me that they had nothing else to ask. So I just said, "Swami, my sister." "Ah, yes, your sister. Less 11 years, 12 years, whole family is crying, no baby, no baby."
Really?
"Your mother," and then he turns around and says, "Your mother, ayyo muruga, koindal porakaliye." He told in Tamil exactly the way my mother would say. For my mother, that was a message for my mother, because even if he had said, "Oh Bhagavan, oh God, your mother is saying," it would have been different. He actually said the family deity whom my mother would worship, right? "Oh Muruga, your mother is all the time Muruga, Koanda Parakliye,
Is
Koanda
this the first time maybe that he revealed his omniscience to you?
Yeah, that was the first time. For me, it was like, wow. And it was coming so fast, I didn't have time to even digest it. He just waited for me to say that. It was as if like, "I need you to say that so that I can get your family in here, you nincompoop, say that." So the moment I said, "Yes, your sister, she's not had a baby, everybody is crying, your mother is going on doing this, I'll give you Vibhuti, you give it to your sister, in 8-9 months, she'll get a baby boy." Good. I'm like, wow. And I said, come out of...
What do you think your sister might have said?
Well, I'll come to that in a bit. And the second thing, now what do you want? So you didn't finish it. Okay, Neeku em kavalan, what do you want? What do you want? "Swami, I want nothing." "So, Cheppo." And he's coming so close, big hair, yours. "Swami, what is this going on here? I don't want anything." But the moment he said, and suddenly it was just always been my desire, and my heartfelt desire, because I wanted to know, what does Swami do in his room upstairs? I mean, here people are saying his avatar, he is God, he sleeps, he doesn't sleep, he doesn't eat, whatever, And I was wanting to know everything firsthand. I never, because I had enough of rituals and other people's stories. So I wanted to learn firsthand everything about Sai Baba. So the moment he said, "What do you want?" I said, "Swami, I want to be with you in your room." Come tomorrow morning. In a flash of a second, he said, "That's all. Repu nunchi vachese. Come from tomorrow." I was like, "Wow, Swami, thank," and I hugged him. He said, "Hey, you're spoiling my hair." So those are the two things. And I walk out of the interview room excited because I'm going to be in Swami's room. I have no clue what that meant, because I knew there were other boys. There were 2 or 3 other boys who were actually personal attendants of Swami.
Every day.
Yes, they would, we would go there in the 4:35.
And did he invite you to come just for one day?
No, I stayed there with him for 2 years after that.
I knew you got into that position eventually, but I didn't know it was as a result of that first encounter.
It
with
was.
him.
It happened so simply and so sweetly. Because those were, in my building blocks of faith was actually in his divine presence, not by reading a book, but actually watching him and seeing him, literally almost 24 hours till he would go to his bed and shut the room door. But to finish my story, the story of my sister. So I come out of the interview room excited because I'm going to go into Baba's room. And the second part was nervous and confused because Baba not only revealed his omniscience about my sister's plight, but he also said, "I'm going to give you Vibhuti. In 8-9 months, she's going to have a baby boy." So like too many things. First of all, 8 or 9 months, immediately. It's not like, eventually she'll have a boy. He's given the time frame. And he says, "It's going to be a boy. What if it's a girl?" I needed that faith so badly at that period. I didn't want to philosophize if it's a girl and make a philosophy of what Baba would have meant. I wanted just, concrete evidence at that point. I said, "Baba, you don't have to say all those details for me. Now I have to wait 8 months to make sure that it comes true." But believe it or not, the timing, and this is what the Leela of Baba is. Those days you had registered mail, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm waiting at the interview room. Anyway, so I'm waiting at the interview room, waiting for Baba to give that Vibhuti, because my baby, my sister's baby has to come. So obviously it's not going to be like just a packet Vibhuti. He's going to materialize for me. Yay! So I'm waiting for that. Baba finishes the interview and he's handing everybody packets of Vibhuti. I'm like, where's that Vibhuti coming? The Vibhuti, which Baba said. He just hands me the packets of Vibhuti and he's carrying on. I'm saying, Swami, didn't you say my sister? Swami's sister, Vibhuti? I gave you, no? Send this to her. It was just an ordinary handing over, So that was my first thing. Like, you don't need any special, for your sister, 11 years, okay, let me prescribe this one. The 4th wave. It was just just send it to her. And for me, that was like, there's no way this is going to work. This is just what he gave everyone else. There's no way. So I had no feeling. I said, oh my gosh, this need not have happened. I should not have asked about this, because I was just getting there and I don't want this confusion. Anyway, I put it in the mail, write all these details to my sister, and I mail it to her. Now the mail takes 3 or 4 days to reach Delhi. The day it reached her, that morning, 5 in the morning, my sister was woken up by Nagar Sankirtan. And so she had also heard about, me being in Baba's college and all that. And she was probably going through this depression phase of not having a baby, and she was really pining for one. So apparently that morning she got up with this Baba's bhajan going past her house. So she got up and she felt like crying to Baba and saying, "If you're really God, why don't you hear my prayer?" And 8 o'clock that morning, she gets the prasadam by mail. So for her,
with the Vibhuti.
See the timing. It's a perfect time. It is not like, she was, every time I speak about Baba, this is what I get. The timing. He gave me the interview, he made me ask, and he said, mail it. So I mail it. In 3 days later, she gets up at that time and she prays, and she, her prayer and the grace had to meet. This extraordinary sequence of events is something I can't get over, and it's everybody's experience in some level or the other. It's not coincidence, right? It's coincidence. Mm-hmm. So that was it. She gets this envelope, she opens it, she finds Baba's Vibhuti and the letter, and then of course 8 months later she had a boy.
So she got pregnant.
She got pregnant within a month. She conceived within a month.
Whoa!
One thing after the other. So my parents immediately, it was like a 180 degree or a 360 degree, whatever turn that
180
was.
degree.
180 degree turn, straight to Baba.
Well, you know,
there was no questions asked after that.
This is just a joyous story to share, and I'm really glad you did, because it's just unbelievably beautiful. But then you open this big door also that has to be explored, and it's your fault. You said you had all of this interest in knowing about what goes on upstairs in Baba's room, and you told him to his face, and he said, come up, and then you just got done telling us that you stayed there with him as his attendant for 2 years.
Yeah.
Everybody's waiting, Sundar. What does go on in Baba's house?
Well, let me summarize that. I think what I took home every night was the intensity of Baba and his mission. He was such an intense person. There wasn't. I would see his life. Okay, as is a day in Baba's life. You get up in the morning. It's a small room, 10 feet by 10 feet. And the Puttaparthi ashram windows are wooden windows above the bhajan hall where he would sleep. And there were 4 of them, 4 small windows, so you can open each one at a time. He would have just 1 open and 3 closed all the time. And in the mornings, he would get up at 4 o'clock or whatever, because he needs to get his hair done for the 6 o'clock darshan. The Suprabhatam goes on much later at 5:15 or so. They think they're waking him up, but he's wide awake. He's probably doing his hair. But he would get up at 4 in the morning. He would not put on his own bedroom light. He would use a flashlight. Why? Because you'd say, if I put on the light, the devotees across in the West Prashanti, they're all waiting for Baba's room light. And they're crazy people. They won't sleep. Then they will all be up at 3 o'clock and they'll be waiting to get a glimpse of my hair, my face. Why should I trouble them? వాళ్ళకి ఎందుకు ఇదంతా? నేనేమో నాకు లైట్ ఉంటే చాలు, ఈ చిన్న లైట్ ఉంటే చాలు. నా పని నేను చూసుకుంటాను. He would say, I can take care of my job with my flashlight. Why do I need a big light? So in his own room, in his own house, he would use a flashlight to go to the restroom in the morning, have his shower, come out. Till at 5:15 or 6 o'clock, till it becomes brighter, then he would put on his light, because then you can't make out the difference whether the room light is on or off.
Beautiful.
That was just the beginning of his day, right? And then he comes out for darshan. He gets people in, listens to their problems, and solves their issues, and just keeps listening to them. Then he, all day long, what does he do? I mean, I used to often wonder, what does he do sitting there reading the devotees' mail?
He does that.
You know. Oh, that's all he did. That was his pastime, opening, reading, and he would keep some aside.
Now, even though he's lived in various houses since the days when you were there, this is his, that I'm aware of now, 3rd one he's living in now, all in same close proximity. Forgive me for going a little extra heavy on this, but this is something for posterity. Few people have the opportunity right now, or in the future, or ever, to learn about really Sai Baba in his own personal moments that we can learn from. And just what you shared with us is enormously valuable, that he's always with his devotees, especially with their concerns.
Oh yeah, he was.
What's in that tiny room? A bed and a chair and a light and a table? Is there anything else?
It's just the minimum furniture. His living room has just 1 chair for him. Everybody else stands around him, or they sit on the floor.
And does he hold court in there? Are there meetings constantly going on? Is he by himself mostly? What happens?
Well, the times when I was there, the college had just opened, the university was just forming, so you would have the vice chancellor and the registrar, the ashram officials would go up there, the doctor from that small hospital would go up there, and he would make the doctor tell about each and every patient who was there in the hospital, who are all visited you, who are the patients. So he saw me, the stomach ache came, and that leg, one lady came with a broken leg. What did you give her? What medicine did you give her? Okay, so he would take out 2 packets of vibhuti, give this to that lady. So that would go into Dr. Alreja. He's an old man now. Dr. Alreja's left pocket. And then he would listen to another patient. He would dig out another 2 packets or 3 packets, whatever, and he would say, give this to him. So Dr. Alreja would take that, put it in his right pocket. And then it would go on in different pockets. And then one day I asked Dr. Alreja, it's from the same basket. Why are you going on, because he would come down later on, make notes and go. So I asked him, Aap ye kyun kar rahe hain? Why are you doing this? Because it's all coming from same basket Baba has given you. He said, no. Baba has given me 2 packets and said, this goes to a lady.
Those 2
that has to go only to that lady.
That's interesting. So people who were there because he requested to see them, when he gave instructions, he expected them to carry out the instructions.
Oh, to the letter.
To the letter.
Always, even with us, it was to the letter. He would tell you to do something. You would say, did you meet him or did you just tell somebody to do that? So he would expect us to follow it to the very end, to the very letter. So that was a kind of training he gave us. The beauty of that, what I was wanting to say here to summarize the whole thing was, his entire life, the way I saw it, was a saga of sacrifice. You know, he was doing it, it's all for his devotee's sake. He had a huge veranda where you could go out for a walk and get some fresh air. He wouldn't do that because devotees would come and watch him. So in his own room, in his own house, he lived like a prisoner. And yet, there was a sense of incredible freedom, peace in his face, in his presence. And to me, that, I was saying, where is that secret? What is that secret? That he's not bound by these four walls. I could go crazy. You could give me $10 million and tell me to do this. I couldn't do it. I would go mad. I would fall for the money, no doubt.
And he would do this routine 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Without stopping.
Quick question for my fourth grade mind, because you gave us a great account of how he knows, he just knows. He knew about your sister, he knew about 11 years with no children, he knew about your mother's anguish over that, and yet you tell us that he reads the letters of his devotees all day. Did it ever dawn on you to ask, why are you reading these, Baba? Surely you know what's inside these letters, just like you know the contents of my family that you shared with me.
Okay, here's the first lesson I learned. Never open your mouth and speak to Swami unless you're spoken to. So even though we say we were in his room and we were 2 years, none of us, and no one I knew could ever say, oh yeah, I can put in a word for Baba for you. Nobody. We couldn't, and that's another thing that impressed me, that nobody could say he was close to Baba or take Baba for granted. Even the closest of the closest.
And not just among students, but among his closest attendants as well.
Everyone, including the ashram official, whoever, the highest, could never, because when he was with Baba, he was with his mouth shut. Baba would ask him, what is the news? What does so-and-so say? What does so-and-so say? What's news from Canada? Then he open your mouth and say, oh, what's news from the US? Then he open your mouth and say, if he is busy reading, you just leave him. Why does Baba read letters? I have no answers. I stopped asking why a long time ago. I would just stand and watch and observe. I was never that never crossed my mind, because it was such a natural thing for Baba to just pick up the letters and read. But having said that, let me share one exciting or an interesting anecdote.
Does it have to do with after reading a letter?
Yes.
Yeah, he said one
it's
day?
about reading the letter.
Okay, good.
And the strange thing that Baba would do, just to give you a glimpse of how these personalities are incomprehensible. I got that also from Baba. One is his physical austerity, if you will, of being focused on his mission, but also a playfulness. Hey, you can't understand me. Just when you get to know, you think you're getting to know him and his routine, he would throw you off. Here's one. So every day the mail would come and we would arrange it in trays. Okay, the big envelopes, the small, the long ones, and the red ones. We just arrange it properly. It's just easy for him to pick it up instead of being in a mess. So we take the tray and go, and he would open his bedroom in the afternoon, come out, and we would go and leave it just next to him. And if he has something to share, that time he would talk to you, and we would wait just outside his room. We would never stand in his presence unless he would say, okay, sit down and press my feet or something. Otherwise, he would just stay and leave. So that's afternoon. It's just like everyday routine, right? So I just go, leave the trays, and I'm backing out. He says, wait, come here. I said, all right. I go. He takes the tray, keeps it on his lap, and believe me, there would have been at least 150 or 175 envelopes in that one tray, and there were 3 trays like that. At a speed of, I don't know, incredible speed, he kept picking up envelopes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're not feeling or anything, just picking it up at fast. Keep it here, keep it. I was like, wow, what is this going on? So he's passing one envelope after the other, the big, small, then another tray. Here, take. He's like, that day he didn't have time for this. So he gives me, my hand is full of envelopes here. Like I have at least 40 or 50 of them. And then he takes a deep breath and he says, you know what, all this has got something to do with money. So give it to Kutumbrao, the person who was in charge. And I'm walking down the stairs thinking, what do you mean all this has got something to do with money? So I went to a smaller room because he would expect us to open it, arrange it and give it to the, Kutumbrao. So we would take anything personal away, and if it's a check or some money involved, we would give it separately. Every single envelope had something from 11 rupees to a $10,000 check.
He knew.
Every one of them had something to do with money. Every one. I couldn't believe. I told others, hey guys, you don't touch this is my stuff, I'm going to do it. They say, yeah, it's all yours because Baba gave you better do it. So I sat and it took me about 45 minutes to open each one. I was curious. What if one of them was missing? Every one of them had either some cash, some check, something from the least was 11 rupees. I remember those amounts, and the biggest was a $10,000 check. Every one of them. And I was like, wow. So to answer your question, why does he need to read letters? I don't know. Why does he need to eat? Why does he need to walk? Why does he need to be here? Just to have fun, I guess.
Well, Maya, there's so much to ask, so little time, and so many areas to cover here. So let's resume with your part of the story about as a student, you also, and then after you were a student, you worked in the hospital there. I'd like to know about that. Yes. I'd like to know about how you and Sundar met, and I'd like to know how you and Sundar formed this wonderful partnership. It's really a dual road partnership, both the marriage and great service work. That is your way of spending the rest of your life in the service of humanity. So you begin with the hospital work first.
Okay. Well, like I was saying earlier that, when Swami started the hospital in 91, some of us got letters to volunteer in the hospital. And
while you were students?
No, we had finished.
Okay,
I had finished my graduation,
right.
And I was back home, and I was planning to do my master's, but then I got this letter saying if you want to volunteer at the super specialty hospital, come to Puttaparthi. So I just left everything, and this was in December 91. I went to Puttaparthi, and we were a group of 8 girls, and Swami called us in and told us that the next day we were being sent to Delhi, to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And we would go there and we'd receive training to work in the hospital. And we had no idea what kind of training and what we were going to be doing, but it was Swami's work, so anything was okay. And this was winter in Delhi, it was December. And Delhi is really, really cold as compared to Puttaparthi. So Swami at the end of the interview looked at us and said, he actually called one of the Sevadals, and then he distributed blankets to all of us. And he said, y'all are not prepared. Delhi is going to be really cold, so, I'm giving you these blankets, keep warm over there. And he said, your tickets are booked, everything is done, so you go. So the next day, 8 of us and one of the teachers came with us, and we were put on a train 2 days to Delhi. We go there, we were received by the staff of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, taken to the hospital, and there we were told that we were given choices, and they said, we need 3 girls to work in the ICU. And I must say, not one of the 8 of us has a degree in science. We were all either arts or commerce. No training whatsoever, in nursing. And I think the only thing we may have done is cut up frogs in school or something. That's it, anything to do with science. But
and they would have been dead frogs.
Dead frogs, exactly. We had no idea about anything to do with medicine. So we go there, we were told 3 girls had to work in the ICU, and this is all in the cardiac department. And then 4 of us were to work in the operation theater, and 1 girl for the cath lab, which they call it. So I jumped at the idea of working in the operation theater because it just sounded exciting. So my friend and me and 2 other girls went there, and then we were trained initially as anesthetists. And I still remember, they were training us to put in the IV and draw the blood, and suddenly I hear this thump, and my friend's fallen down, fainted on the floor because she saw blood the first time. So we were there for 2 months. So the first month was training as anesthetists, and the second month they shifted us over to assist in the surgery. So we had to stand there and give the instruments to the doctors and, go through, learn all the steps of every type of open heart surgery, and learn all
What a
that.
baptism of fire. You went right in from nothing
Yeah.
to open heart surgery.
To open heart surgery. And I remember Dr. Venugopal, who was the head chief of staff there at that point, one day looked, and I was assisting in that surgery. I was under training, and he looked and said, have you ever held a heart before? And I said, no. And he said, you want to feel what it's like? And he called me, and I actually put my hand in and held the person's heart in my hand. It was amazing. And we came back from there and
Sure
then
did
started
beat
working.
pursuing your master's at that same time frame, which you could have been doing, huh?
I guess.
Broaden
But,
your horizons on human
yeah.
life and your own, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what happened
It was
then?
well, we came back from Delhi, and those days the team of doctors from Delhi used to come and work at the Puttaparthi hospital because they were still setting up, things over here. So they came back with us, and the training continued. And there were 2 operation theaters, and I think in the 2 years that I was there, we did about 1,500 open heart surgeries.
Good grief.
We used to work from 7 in the morning to 2 the next morning,
You
and
had
then
to
go
be
back again.
Just exhausting for you.
Well, I don't know where we got the energy from. I guess Swami did it, and we were never tired. We would stand, 9-10 hours a day continuously. And my mom, I remember when I called her from Delhi and said, guess where I am? I'm in Delhi the first time that I went for the training, because they had no idea. They thought I'm in Puttaparthi, and the next day I'm gone and I'm in Delhi, and I call and say I'm here, and this is what I've come for, and I'm being trained. And she said, are you sure? Can you stand on the blood? And and she says, and then they also trained us to help, because there was less doctors there. So with so many surgeries going on, they needed help as assistant doctors. So eventually we started doing that, so the stitching up towards the end of the surgery and all that. We started doing that. So my mom calls and she says, you only used to do embroidery and now you're doing this,
It's all the same.
But it's all the same. But the best part was that Swami used to come to the hospital, and he used to watch the surgeries sometimes, and he would scrub up. Yeah, he said these are the rules. You don't enter an operation theater without wearing.
Baba
So he would wear he would scrub, and he would wear. Of course, the cap wouldn't fit his head, so he would just keep it on. But he would wear the mask, and he'd wear the robe.
Amazing. These are great insights.
He used to follow that, and he used
great,
to come
great,
in.
wonderful insights people are going to love as much as I do.
It was beautiful.
So, how did you meet Sundar?
Well, Sundar, I was working in the hospital, and Sundar was already there. He was teaching in the college, and our families, his parents and my dad's family, they've known each other from Bombay days, so they're all very close together. So we kind of knew. That later, yeah. So. We knew of each other, but we'd never met, being in Puttaparthi. And when was that? That was later, though, right?
Yeah, that's how you got to. You had an idea, but you didn't know that was happening, right? Till who's Maya?
Oh, right. Yeah. So this was, I guess, in June '92.
Okay.
In April, Sundar's father had passed away, and I'll let him tell you that part of it. But we were sitting in darshan. We had gone from the hospital staff. We were sitting, and suddenly Swami came out, and there was this girl. It was her birthday, one of the girls, and so she stood up with her tray of candy, and Swami looked at her, and he says, "Are you Maya?" And she looked, and she says, "No, Swami, I'm." And she told her name, and then he looked around. Of course, he blessed her and took her candy, and then he looks and he says, "Where's Maya?" And I was scared. I said, "What did I do? Why is he asking for me?" Because he's never done that before, right? So I stood up. I was like in the 3rd or 4th row, and I stood up and I said, "Swami, I'm Maya." And then he looks at me and he says, "Oh, marriage mangta hai," which means you want to get married. And when we joined the hospital, one of the conditions was But one of the conditions when we joined the hospital, I remember they told our parents that for the next 5 years you will not get these girls married. You'll not get your daughter married. You wouldn't talk of that. And I'd only been in the hospital for a year then. And I was like, "No, Swami, I don't want to get married. I'm working." But then later I got to know that he had just spoken to Sundar's mom and told her that now, you need to get your son married. You're alone. You need to get your son married. And I've seen a girl. She works in the hospital. She's your same year and all that.
Baba's saying that to Sundar's mom.
Yeah, he had already said that to his mom. And then he comes out afterwards, and the next day or something, I think in Darshan, he looks at me and says, "Oh, you want to get married?" And I was like, "No, I don't want to get married." And then my parents later told me this part of the story.
So how much time passed before all this came to be, when you had a chance then to meet Sundar and decide that your fate was already sealed by Baba?
Well, he had spoken to Sundar's mom in June of '92, and then he asked her to call my parents, and he said that now, because his father was not there, he said, we are the boys' side, so I'm going to do everything. So the girl's parents should come and ask for the boy's hand in marriage. And in July, I think my parents had gone. Swami was in Vrindavan at that time. Mm-hmm. So they had gone there, but then he looked at them and said that, July to August, there's this month in the Indian calendar where no one talks of marriage or any, functions like that, nothing auspicious. So he looked and said, this is the Adi Masam, so we won't talk now. You come after this and see me. So August, they came to Puttaparthi when that month got over. And August 18th, he gave my parents and Sundar's mom an interview and finalized the wedding. And then he sat with a calendar and said, "Oh, let's look at the date." And he said, first he said September 3rd, and then he said, "No, it's a Thursday. It's a working day, it won't work out." And then he said, September 6th is a Sunday, so let's do it on September 6th.
And that's married the two of you.
He married the two of us in the interview room.
That's just wonderful.
He did that.
And real quickly, it's been a wonderful marriage. You have two beautiful dogs.
Yes, we do.
and you have a very enterprising future program that you're already sinking your teeth into.
Yes.
That will really benefit people all over, not just locally, the people you directly contact, but you'll be really setting an example for others to follow in your footsteps. A couple of words from you first about that, and then I'd like to talk to Sundar also about that.
Okay. Well, this is, both of us have been into yoga, but Sundar is who got me into yoga. It was his passion always, and he'll tell you about that. But when we got married, one of the first questions he asked me is, have you done yoga and do you like it? And I said, I did a little bit in college, and it did seem interesting. I think I'd like to get into it. And of course, the first thing he made me do was a handstand. And then he left me there, and I was like, don't leave me, And then suddenly I hear his voice at the other end of the room, and I started crying. And I said, I'm not doing this again. But then he taught me yoga, and I loved it, and I still do. And this is what we want to get out to the community and everybody, and the true meaning of yoga, and not just as a fitness exercise, but bring out this mind, body, spirit aspect of it, and bring this out to everybody. And that's what we're working on together.
And you have a virtual studio in your own home.
We do.
You've been to the Himalayas.
Yes.
You've done videos, website information.
We're learning everything as we go along, but trying to do it together.
And in a nutshell, what can people learn from that will help them, whether they have a background in yoga or not, that will help them make better sense of their life and bring some calmness and love that's missing to their life?
Yoga basically does that. It's a very subtle way that it brings about. You do the exercises, but the way you focus on each part of your body and your breath, it helps you calm down. It helps the stress. It helps stress relief. So automatically, as you're doing this, you start feeling the difference, and that would help.
And I want to ask you what I ask just about everybody. Who is Sai Baba?
To me, Sai Baba is the greatest teacher of all, and a very loving friend. That's what I would say.
Is he with you always?
Yes, always.
How far away is he?
Not far at all. He's in here, always.
Maya, thank you. And here's the Mangala Sutra that I want Sundar to explain that Baba actually materialized?
Yes, at the wedding, in his room when the time came, and he said, "Hey, so where is Mangala Sutra? Where is the in the Tamil we call it Tali, Tali, or Mangal Sutra is Mangal means auspicious, and Sutra means thread. And where is it?" And Maya's mother was like, "Okay, what do we do?" She had one. She had bought to be blessed for her sister's wedding was also fixed at that time. So, but Swami said, "Hang on," and he waved his hand and materialized the
He
tali.
did.
It was on a thread, which was with turmeric powder, which is again a symbol of auspiciousness. It symbolizes gold. So the poor could not afford gold, so they take yellow powder and put it on a regular thread, so it looks like gold. So he had that on a thread, and he told me to tie it around her neck, and he helped me tie the knot.
Oh, how beautiful.
Because in our tradition, I tie one knot. The bridegroom tries, I'm bad at these traditions, the bridegroom ties one knot, and his sister, if he has, they tie the other two knots, meaning that the girl doesn't just get married to him, but his whole family is now, she gets bound
Yeah.
to the family, things like that.
How beautiful.
But anyway, but in this case, it was, I tied a knot, and then Swami brought his hand in and worked with me to tie the other two. I thought that was a special blessing.
Swami blessed the two of you so much.
It was a very special thing, and we are very honored that he took the time to do that for us.
So this begins another chapter in your life, Sundar, and in the life for two of you. But before we get into it real quickly, wrap up the previous chapter a little bit more for us. You spent 2 years attending to Baba along with other students
Yes.
in his room.
Yes.
And I wish I could ask you 300 questions about that, but what might you add to the picture that we haven't discussed already that might give people who will never know what it's like to see the private abode,
Yeah.
the most private place for Baba?
All that I want to share, and I'm very eager to tell people is, hey, listen, especially because today on the websites, if you type Sai Baba, you get 200 things of people against Sai Baba for no reason at all. And while there are 10 websites for him, and I feel those people are writing against him have had no exposure, nowhere close to what we have had the exposure. And my heart goes out to just tell people, hey, listen, if you want to really know about Sai Baba, then come to us. Come to me, ask me. I watched him 24/7, 365 days a year. I was a teenager. I was struggling to find faith, and I found faith by watching him, not by reading a book, not because Vibhuti materialized in some photograph. That would have scared the heck out of me, probably. But this was, I noticed, I saw what Baba was. And that's the thing I want to emphasize is he was, all that I know of him was, he was totally involved in his mission. Somebody might, if you're really so atheistic about this whole thing, or what do you call that, antagonist, you might say it's delusional, but what a great way to be deluded. He believed he had a mission. He believed that's why I tell people it's our good fortune that we chose to believe he is divine. But it doesn't make any difference for him because he believed he was divine. That's it. He believed he was divine. He believed his touch was important. His word was important. He believed every step he took had a meaning to it. He believed it. I saw that in first hand. He wouldn't waste a word. He wouldn't waste a touch or a look because he was in the moment. He knew exactly whom he was looking, whom he was talking to, what movements he was making. And I can tell you so many incidents pointing to each one of these, but we don't have time for that. But the point is he believed he was divine. And he believed he had a mission. Once he was having temperature, right, fever. And one of us, we were pressing his feet and we found that he was, stuffed nose. But all this disappears when he goes for darshan, okay? Nobody in the darshan line would even get an iota. He would come back and his eyes will be red and he'll be, stuffed nose. But once he steps out, it'll be like, what? Baba had a cold? There was no way. He was so... So that's a whole different thing when he steps out. But that afternoon, he was having a cold and... the other boy said, Swami, please take rest. And he almost immediately said, look at the clock behind you. And we turned. He said, which of those hands are very important? So obviously the biggest one, right? We said, Swami, the R hand. He shook his hand. He said, the second hand. You can hardly see it. The second hand has to keep moving so that the minute and the R hand will move. He said, I am the second hand. I cannot stop.
Jeez, never heard that one before.
Tick, 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 tick. Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema. Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema. I will not stop. Naakekada rest, nek rest ledo. He was very serious at that time.
And the lasting lesson you took away from that once in a lifetime, once in a million experience of spending 2 years at his side?
Incredible determination. Unshakable faith in yourself. And clarity of vision. His clarity of vision was amazing. When the super specialty hospital was designed, we were in Kodaikanal, and he had the topmost engineers, the top-notch engineers from Larsen and Toubro, along with Colonel Jogarao. They're coming up with this blueprint of the design of the hospital, so lay it out in front of on the dining table for Baba to come and watch. Baba's coming down the stairs. Here's the 8th grader, right? 8th grade pass, or he didn't pass, he threw his books. I wish I could do that. He's walking down the steps. Now what would somebody like that do? Come and watch the design and engage the engineers in some constructive criticism. He's walking past. He comes 10 feet away from the dining table. He gives one glimpse at it. He says, Bagledu, it's not good. And he goes out for darshan. The top engineers, right? None of them are devotees. They're all waiting to be praised because none of them. And here is one holy man walking past, not even coming and looking at it and saying, okay, what is this, what is that? He's walking past. He just took one glimpse. He said, Bagledu. The building, it's not a temple, it's just a building. I want a temple, he said, and walked away. And we were all stunned. I said, where did this come from? So the amount, because he had a vision. And just one glimpse at that blueprint said, this is not what I wanted. There was no compromising. He never compromised, and he doesn't, I'm sure, on who he was, what he believed in. It didn't matter. Not everybody who came to him stayed to be a devotee, right? It doesn't matter. He never compromised on who he was because he knew he was divine. And he would tell us, whatever I'm doing, trust me, whatever I'm doing it for your good. If you have that faith, you'll benefit by it. That is something which I can never forget.
So Sundar, in the remaining moments that we have, just a few of them, you took that lesson, you took that vision, and you brought it to America with Maya. The two of you combined efforts, and your love and your desire to serve humanity, and to go above and beyond your mere careers, which were rewarding and are rewarding by themselves, to serve humanity in your own distinctive way. We heard a little bit about it from Maya. Fill in some of the details. What's your vision of what you two hope to accomplish?
Well, having lived with a master who had such, a grandmaster, and watching him serve selflessly, willing to give himself all the time, even if we can achieve an iota of what he has done, I would consider our lives being blessed. Once Baba asked, what do you want? And I said, I want to be like you. He shook his head. He said, I am the guru. You be a friend. You don't be a guru like me. Be a friend. And for me, that I take that home today, because he wants us to be mixed into the society, be like everyone else, and then share the ethics, the values, the principles, and most importantly, the faith that we are inherently divine, and there is an infinite potential within us. For me, the path of yoga has been an amazing path of self-discovery, self-enlightenment, self-awakening, if you will. And Baba has guided me in so many innumerable ways. And all those saints and sages and yogis who would come to see him, I would chase them and learn advanced practices from them. And Baba in his own way would guide me. And the very fact that he blessed me with a medal for the convocation, out of the blue he said, call Sundara and call him to the stage too. I was like, why? And he said, this is for your yoga. And he gave me the medal.
He did.
Yes, a
So he recognized your
He
yoga
recognized my
pursuits
yes.
back when you
Oh,
were
yes.
just
Yes.
culminating your student days.
Yes, and there were always, and many times, there was one or two occasions when there would be, and he would call these Buddhist monks for interview. He would pick me and he say, "Hey, mad fellow, you also like all this, you also come." And I remember one where I didn't understand a word of what Baba was talking to them, and they were all, oh, wait, hang on. Baba was talking to them in Telugu and to me in Telugu. These are two Buddhist monks sitting, amazingly erect, just staring at Swami. And he's talking to them in Telugu. From Tibet. They're Tibet, okay? They are not regular. So I knew they wouldn't understand Telugu, the language, right? India has so many different, completely different languages. Baba is talking flawlessly to them in Telugu. He's talking to me in Telugu. This is going on for 45 minutes. And I'm thinking, I'm listening to Baba. It's amazing. His exposition on Kundalini was amazing. But he was talking for 45 minutes. But at the back of my mind, I'm thinking, wow, I'm gifted. But what are these two even understanding? But then I'm finding their eyes watering and they are just seated deep in meditation. So after the interview was over, I met them after the bhajans and everything in the evening. I said, Namaste. And they said, oh, yes, Namaste. And I said, in Hindi, did you understand anything? With great difficulty, because they didn't even understand that, I guess. And they said, oh, Baba spoke so beautifully about Kundalini.
Really?
And he's explained it so well. Everything that we experienced was...
So they heard it in their own
I don't know.
language.
I don't know what... I mean, when he says language of the heart, honestly, I'm telling you, those are the times I would spend the whole night sleepless thinking, what happened tonight? What was going on there? How could this even be possible? But it was. It was. And I was first-hand witness to that one particular incident. But Swami in his own way guided me. So, you know, it's benefited me, enriched my life, health-wise, spiritual, wise. When I see people of my age stressing out, falling sick for no reason at all, for little things that could upset them, the balance, the equilibrium, if you will, I owe it all to this wonderful science of yoga. And I'm so happy that Maya is with me, and she's probably the best gift Baba has ever given me, and she's a strength behind it. Honestly.
Now you want to both pass this on, because you've been gifted with it
Yes.
from the Supreme Master. And
It's our way of bringing Swami into the lives of people. I think Swami says, your life is my message. So instead of telling people who Sai Baba is, if you live it, and they ask you, who was this master you're talking about? It was strange. We did a yoga workshop and we talked about it. And they said, so where did you study again? And then I mentioned Sai Baba. And then this American lady says, oh, is he the one who sells these incense sticks? Because Sai Baba, I said, well, his name is there. He doesn't sell incense sticks. Why wouldn't, but his name is there. I said, all right. So they start from there. And we ended up another 2 hours just talking about Swami. So there was this 18 people sitting who had no clue. And they had heard about Sai Baba, but now they're getting to know Sai Baba. So I feel very honored to do that. And we feel very, it's a very self-fulfilling task.
let's conclude with two easy questions. And one is the name of your program and how people can access it on the web.
Yes. Well, we have a website called IYERZone.com. Swami used to always call me Iyer, and I never like it, because by the time I was 16, that's my last name, Iyer, and that's like putting my caste out there. And Iyer is usually called, priests are called Iyer, the pot-bellied priest. So for me, the Iyer concept is, oh, don't call me Iyer, my name is Sundar. But Swami, hey, Iyer, always. But then when we were talking about this program, and I said, there must be somewhere, some meaning, what do we name this? Suddenly it dawned on me that IYER can be abbreviation for Integrated Yoga Exercise Routine.
Very good. Say that one more time.
IYER is an abbreviation for Integrated Yoga Exercise Routine.
Wonderful.
So I bring in the mind, body, spirit, exercise for the mind, exercise for the
and
body,
I'm sure,
exercises
no doubt,
for
you
the
put
spirit.
that to a website name as well.
Yes, so Iyer Zone is the zone of Integrated Yoga Exercise Routine. We just started. We learned to program a website. We're doing it all by ourselves, so it's taking one step at a time with 2 full-time jobs. But we are getting there. We hope to share yoga blogs, yoga exercises. I have been invited to do yoga workshops in a few places in and around Cleveland now, especially. So we are very excited that we are able to reach out a program for the seniors. We are coming up with a program for the Bakai community. I want to make yoga affordable. It's unfortunately taken to the Hollywood style. Everybody is afraid to talk about spirit. Don't be afraid. You can't talk about yoga and not talk about the spirit. You can't say there's a physical yoga and a mental yoga. Somebody asked me, is yours yoga physical or is it spiritual? I said, you tell me where the body ends and the mind begins. Where does the mind end and where the spirit begins? You tell me where are these compartments, and I'll tell you what my yoga is.
Good
Where does it
answer.
end?
Good answer. And what's the name of the website if people want to get information right now?
It's iyerzone.com.
IYERZone.
IYER zone.com.
And I want to thank both of you. And I'll ask Sundar one final question. We hear where Baba played an important part in Maya's life from the age of 4, how he lulled you into his university and into being an attendant to him. What's the future of Baba in your life? And I ask this because he's not sharing from his lips as much as he once did to all of us. He's sharing in another way. What's Sai Baba's role for you in your future?
His role has progressed from being a Swami to being Sai. And by that I mean there was an attachment to the form and a relationship with the Guru, and that's materialized and matured into an inherent principle, divinity principle itself that's awakened and guiding me every moment in my life. I look to it for inspiration. I feel Swami so much within me. I mean, this home, this wherever we live, that I haven't been to Puttaparthi for 15 years, nor has Maya. The desire has not come for 2 reasons. One, and both are very personal. One being that I've not felt the need, because why do I need to go when you experience His divinity in everything that we do, the birds chirping, the plants, the trees, the good and the bad. It's amazing how when you open yourself and allow divinity to express itself from within, the proximity is so mind-blowing that you feel going there is just something you don't want to. The other reason why I really don't want to go is I can't see Swami in a wheelchair. I've not seen it that way.
Beautiful. Sundar, Maya, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you both opened your hearts and shared as much as you have, and I have a feeling this is just scratching the surface. So until the next time, let me just say, God bless you, thank you both, and Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Here we are one evening. He's sitting, spent the whole day, and usually he has us down inside his 10 feet room. He'll be going up and down. Eating food, okay, Swami, okay. So you got to go on. For what? Just to make sure you guys are safe, right? That's why he says. Gopi Gopal Bajora Desham, Hare Ram 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 Ghana Sham Sham Sham, Nanda Kishora Navanita Chora Vrindavana Govinda Lala. Hare Ram 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 Ghana Sham Sham Sham, Jai Hari Bol Jai Sita Ram, Gopi Gopal Bhajo Radhesham.
Bravo! Sai Ram! Wonderful! Thank you for this really special treat.
Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Welcome to Sojourns and to a 3-generation family of followers of holy man Sri Satya Sai Baba. This video was recorded in a Cleveland suburb, Elyria, Ohio, in the summer of 2010. Indian classically trained singer Parvati Mahadevan, the matriarch of this Sai family, who by personal requests of Sai Baba composed and sang devotional songs in Sai Baba's ashram, Vrindavan, beginning in 1971. And this is the story of Captain Guru Iyer, Parvati's son-in-law, a military flyer who is destined to become Sai Baba's personal pilot.
Hare Ram 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 Ghana Sham 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 Jai Hari Bol Jai Sita Ram Gopi Gopal Bhajo Radhesham.
Shambho Shankar.
And shedding additional light on this woman who was personally guided by Sai Baba, her granddaughter Maya Iyer of Anantapur College, and Maya's husband Sundar Iyer of Sai Baba's University, and Parvati's daughter Mangala, all of whom are devoted to Sai Baba.
He Vishwanatha Jagannatha.
Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
I think her speciality in all her compositions are the bhajans are extremely short, 4-line bhajans, just names of God and adjectives describing. None of them pertaining to, it's not like I'm in distress, help me out, none of those. Lord, you're great, you're merciful, you're loving, you're kind. All are just pure adjectives in pure Sanskrit and pure classical. That's the beauty of her bhajans. It's just fantastic.
And you were saying that Baba writes through her?
She feels that way. I'm one of her first students in classical music. She brought me to Baba.
You're one of her first children.
But I am her first daughter, yes. And one of
So
her
you
first
would be her first student, not one of them.
That's right. And I enjoyed growing up with her with classical music. And it became a part of our life together as mother and daughter. Music is our bond, our very strong bond. And though I didn't rise up to her aspirations of becoming a professional musician as she hoped I would be one day, she's very happy today that I've become a Baba bhajan singer. And she's trained me for that. She brought us to Baba. She brought my husband and me to Baba.
Seems to me you're pretty good on the harmonium as well.
Oh, well, she's taught me that too. And the nicest thing about her teaching is that she's a tough taskmaster like Swami.
Tough cookie, huh?
A tough cookie. She will not give up on you. She will not give up on a student. And much
She
as
would
I would,
if you had a voice like mine.
well, even if I wanted to run away, she would be there saying, "You can do it. You can do it." And she'd wake you up at all odd hours of the morning to say, "Practice makes perfect, and you need to do it." And she's disciplinarian, at the same time very, very loving and kind and very encouraging and understanding of the student's need. And she's been, for me, Ted, 35 years I didn't sing classical music because I was living a life in the Air Force, in the Indian Air Force, in a military setup where nobody really wanted classical music. They'd want something which you could bang folks on. And I felt initially a little depressed about it, that my music was really not going where it should be. But then strangely, once Baba came into our lives and bhajan singing happened, regardless of where we were posted in the Indian Air Force, there was always a samiti, there was always Sai devotees, and there was always bhajan.
Uh-huh.
And Mami's bhajans for me have been extremely, extremely, they've helped me go within. Her bhajans have helped me realize my spirituality. She's done that for me.
Nothing more that can be said that would really
You know.
indicate how powerful a devotional singing can be.
Yes.
And Sundar, I wanted to ask you, you know a little about music, I would say. You're one of the best singers here in Cleveland, Ohio, I think I've ever been around.
Sit among the blind, the squint is a king, right?
Characterize her music for us, if you will.
Her music comes from the heart and goes to the heart. Straight. It's heart-to-heart communication, as Baba would put it. It's purely based on classical music, which is the richest tradition that India has to offer. And her music is the window to the soul. That's what I would say.
You've got a couple of fans here in this area as well.
Yes.
Including a beautiful granddaughter whom we haven't heard from yet. How would you characterize this singing?
It's simple and easy to learn. I don't sing, but I love her bhajans because they're just so simple. Though they are based on classical music, they don't have all the complicated turns and twists which a lot of other bhajans have. So
But
That's
you're
why I
right,
love them.
because I'm in the same boat with you in that I don't sing either.
Right.
But because I guess it is of the simplicity and the beauty, if I were to sing, I would be singing some of these bhajans. I think.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So maybe
That's
we
where I
would
like
be
it.
good
So we
students
would
of
be
your
good
grandmother.
students. Yes, Ted.
Where do we go to sign up?
Right here.
Right here. She's going to stay here.
Parvati Mahadevan, it's such a pleasure to be with you today. I understand, I heard through the grapevine that you're 84 years old? You don't look 84 years old,
Oh, that's very kind of you.
and that puts you in Baba's territory. He's almost your exact age by about 6 months or so. You're a little bit younger. If you will, because I've heard so many wonderful stories about you, tell us how you first came to be aware of spirituality, and then I'm going to ask you how you became aware of Sai Baba. Were you always spiritual from the time you were born?
Yes, I was born in a very spiritual family.
And what type of a religion did you grow up practicing? Were you born into a
Brahmin family.
Okay. A Hindu family. And how long was it before you first heard the name that you can remember, Sri Satya Sai Baba, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba? How old were you? Do you remember?
No, it was 30 years ago. I was a singer, classical singer
Classical singer in your city. And what city are you from?
from Madras.
So you sang there professionally?
Yes,
For how many years?
many years I have sung.
So how did it come to be then that as a classical singer, you got to come to meet Baba either in Vrindavan or Prashanti Nilayam?
In 1971, war broke out. And all of you know, my son-in-law, Captain Iyer, is a fighter pilot. And then the war was very tough. That time I didn't hear anything from.
So you were quite concerned.
Yes, naturally. And then I was so worried, I tell you.
And what happened?
That time, a friend of mine who was working in Sai Baba's hospital in Bangalore and I expressed my tension. She told me, don't worry, we'll go to Sai Baba.
Did you know who that was when she said Sai Baba? You would go
Yes, yes, she told me. That is how I was introduced.
to? Okay. And had you been aware before that of Shirdi Sai Baba or just Satya Sai Baba?
Then, of course, I came to know that I was with Shirdi also.
Afterwards. So did you go with her right away or to see?
I went because my tension was so high. Somehow I want to get the release.
And did you get that release?
Naturally, when he came out, he came, looked at me and he smiled. I said, Swami, my children are right in front and I'm worried. He said, don't worry, they are all safe. You will hear from them.
You must have been very, very happy.
You have no idea as to what tension he removed from me.
And he was brand new to you. You were brand new to him. Did you believe him?
Yes,
So that means you have a very long spiritual background to...
yes, I did have.
Yeah. So what happened after that then? How long was it before you heard from them?
The very night I heard from them.
Really? That quickly? So what about your friend? Was she must have been very impressed.
Very, very happy. She said, I told you, auntie, that he is omnipresent.
So was it like from that day forward that you became a Baba devotee, or was it a little bit longer?
It wasn't very difficult for me to become a devotee because I knew that he had supernatural powers to study our mind.
Well, it's one thing to be told that, it's one thing to read about that, but it's another thing to come to believe it. How long did it take for you to believe it?
The very fact that he told me about my children's safety, and that night I got the telephone call.
That's pretty good proof, isn't it?
Yes, very.
So how long, do you remember how long you stayed? This is in Puttaparthi, right?
No, in Vrindavan.
Vrindavan, so you were outside of Bangalore. Did you stay there for just one darshan, for one day?
No, I was close to Vrindavan because my husband was in the Indian Telephone Industries, and we were living in Whitefield.
So you had a very easy journey to make because he was in the same area of Whitefield. But you had never been there before. You never had a reason to go
No,
there. Never had a
I was
reason.
so busy in keeping the house, and I was performing, and I also taught music to
So
the
this-
youngsters who came.
So this was 1971.
Yes.
And can you venture a guess as to how many times since 1971 until today, 2010, you may have had Baba's darshan?
Almost every day I used to go after that.
Almost. Oh, so you stayed there. So you did your work and you had your students, and then you would go later in the day to receive Baba's darshan. So you must have developed a very strong feeling for Baba.
Yes, very strong.
And I understand also that you developed more and more your wonderful God-given gift of music and talent as a classical trained singer.
And one of those days I heard some ladies singing for him, bhajans.
And what did that cause you to think about?
I felt, why not I also be there?
And so did you join them?
Then they told me, when I wanted to join, they said, unless you get direct permission from Baba, you cannot sing before him.
That sounds pretty hard to do. What did you do?
Again, next day when I sat for darshan, I asked him, can he sing? He said, oh, happily.
Did he know how good of a singer you were? Did you audition for him? Did you give him a little sample?
No, he knew very well. He knows everything, you know.
Yes. So you were singing back in the early 70s for All India Radio with other people singing Indian traditional classical music.
Yes.
Yes. And how long was it then after he gave you permission where you started to work?
Very next bhajan, I joined those ladies and I started singing.
Were these bhajans familiar to you? Were you raised singing these bhajans?
That is the greatness. Then, you know, he blessed me to compose.
Oh, so that's when you started to compose, right at the very beginning when you started to sing with these ladies. Prabhat, I understand I can call you Prabhat, your name, or Captain Iyer, or Guru. I think I'll call you Guru, even though you're probably younger than me.
Yes.
You actually were the first pilot to fly Sai Baba. Briefly, a word on that.
When Puttaparthi Airport was constructed, every airfield has to be approved by the Director General of Civil Aviation, the authority. So for that you have to have somebody going there and actually landing and then submitting a report. So I had the opportunity. I was in an organization called Vayudut, which was a commercial airline. And we were asked to go and land at Puttaparthi, then take off from there and come back and submit a report. But we were astonished when we landed there. We saw a red Mercedes and Swami standing next to it.
He was there.
He was waiting at the terminal to welcome us. And I told my general manager, he was Captain Brian DeMagri. I said, Brian, Sai Baba is here to receive us. So he said, what do I do? What do I do? I said, nothing. I don't know. You just do whatever comes to your heart. I'm going to take off my shoes. I'm going to fall at his feet.
And did you?
And we went there. I did immediately. I introduced him to our regional manager. He immediately produced Vibhuti. And then he started walking towards the aircraft.
He wanted to see the
He
airplane.
kept asking us questions. Is this airfield good enough for a Boeing to land? And we explained to
Was
him.
it much of an airfield back then?
That was only 4,000 feet. So we explained to him, Swami, you need another, a total of 7,000 feet to get
So
a
did he
bigger-
materialize
that's
another
how.
3,000 feet?
He immediately did that. And then he got in and tapped me and said, come on, pilot, take off. I said, what? So
You must have been dumbfounded.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you tell him to strap on his seatbelt?
Yes. I was there sitting. I told Brian he wants us to take off. Then he called all the local authorities like the police guy and the security, you know, all these people piled in, and we took off. Immediately after we took off, I said, Brian, you got controls, I'm going to sit with Swami. I went there and Swami said, explain. You know, he showed Hanuman there. He said, explain to everyone. So I told them that is the 65-foot Hanuman built on his 65th birthday.
But to everyone, who else was on the plane with
There
him?
were about 17 odd people
who were there with him at the airstrip?
Yes, the panchayat people, the police, the security, and his.
So he wanted you to give a guided tour
Guided.
from the air
Yes.
of
And-
the ashram.
So we just flew for 20 minutes and we flew really low. Both of us are fighter pilots, so we said we must give everybody a thrill. And we flew at treetop level because
My goodness!
because that was darshan time and there were hundreds of people there. So we just kept circling around and
Nobody got sick on that flight. did
nobody
they?
got sick. Everybody was thrilled. So that was my
And that was your first. That was his first flight with you.
with us. Yes.
And then after that, approximately how many times were you at the controls for flights with? Sri
After
Satya
that,
Sai
I had the
Baba?
opportunity when I was working for this TVS Motor Company, where Venu Srinivasan was a great devotee of Swami, and he had his own aircraft, a twin-engine Beechcraft King Air. And he always wanted to fly Swami. So, on one such occasion, I think it was 2003, when Swami fell in Brindavan, and he was not comfortable going by car. So Venu requested him to fly in our aircraft. So that is when he called me and he said, this is top secret. Till it actually happens, you're not to tell anyone. And we made all preparations.
You flew him to
We had to
Bangalore?
build a special ramp for him so that he could just get out of the car, get onto that ramp. It was like a lift, coming up there. So I was there at the entrance. I received him. He held my hand. I took him, made him sit down. I strapped him up. Then the others came in, Venu Srinivasan, his brother, and some board members like C. Srinivasan and all that.
From Bangalore?
From Bangalore to Puttaparthi. So I knelt down. I said, Swami, permission to start engines. He said, Santosham. So I sat down. That was the first time as a commander in the aircraft. I myself was had the opportunity to fly him and land in Puttaparthi.
What an auspicious career you've had
Absolutely.
to fly Sai Baba.
Yes. Then the last occasion was when he came to Chennai for this Rudra Homam. That time also I was.
And what year was this? This was just
This was about 3 years ago.
okay.
4 years ago.
Okay, around
December,
2007 or so.
Yes.
Okay.
He came for this, and he stayed for 10 days.
And you flew him on that occasion as
yes,
well?
That also. I didn't actually fly him, but I was responsible for the flight.
Wonderful.
I organized it, and I went to receive him, and there he called me and he said, please fly over the lake, the reservoir where he had this water project for Chennai.
He wanted to see
So
it.
he wanted to see it, and he said, explain.
Everybody on the plane.
So we flew over the reservoir 2 or 3 times. In fact, the radar control said, why do you want to go there? I said, I had asked for permission to descend to 1,000 feet because we were at 8,000 feet. So he said, why do you want to go there? We said, we want to show the reservoir for the Chennai water project.
To Sai Baba.
He said, how can you do that? You're not allowed to fly so low. I said, we have Sai Baba on board. Okay, permission granted.
And one final question. What kind of a passenger was Sai Baba all those years?
Sai Baba was, he was the center of attraction, like he is wherever he...
Even at 8,000 feet.
Even at 8,000. Because everyone, nobody let him, enjoy the flight as such. Because one by one people were coming and seeking his blessings. And
Sure,
even I was guilty of that because I went and asked him. Last time when we flew with him, I had taken a picture which was the previous time, and I wanted him to sign. So he blessed me and he looked at me and said, I'm sorry, I'm shivering.
Oh.
I said, Swami, I'm very sorry. He literally was feeling very bad that he couldn't sign because his hands were shivering.
Oh, what memories you have of your experiences with
Very
him. Now we have a special treat.
Then finally, when we went to drop him back at Puttaparthi, I went and I said, Swami, on behalf of everyone in Chennai, you've come and stayed with us for 10 days, given so many darshans. I want to, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you. So he just bent forward and, pinched my cheek like that.
That was probably better than any words you could have used. Now we have the distinct pleasure of hearing a rather unique form of devotional bhajans from Guru, who's going to accompany all of us here with a great bhajan with his harmonica. Do you know of anybody else who plays bhajans using a harmonica?
No, I haven't heard of anyone. This was my...
And that's not just a harmonica, that's a huge harmonica.
Yeah.
And who taught you? Did your mother-in-law teach you?
No, in my school days, I somehow took a liking to it, and I was fortunate. My uncles were flying with Air India, so I could ask them to bring a harmonica. It was not available in India those days. So that's how I started in my school days.
Do you need to tune up and get ready? Do you need to practice for a second or so?
No, it's okay.
You're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. And which bhajan is this?
This, which one? This is a bhajan I sang in front of Swami, and it was also recorded in a studio along with the Sundaram Bhajan group. And Swami liked it very much. And it's a very popular and peppy bhajan called Jai Hari Bol, Jai Sita Ram.
Jai Hari Bol,
Jai Sita Ram.
And have you ever played it for Baba with the harmonica?
Yes, I have, and he enjoyed it. He sat right in, it was, I forget the year, just the year before they got married. 1991, where during the Dashara celebrations on Saraswati Puja Day, he invited the Sundaram Bhajan group, and he said, I don't want the bhajan singers, I want the instrumentalists. I want them to perform in front of the stage.
Including the harmonica. Well, this will be a special treat, and I'm anxiously awaiting it, so without further ado, here we go.
Sham 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Sham 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 Shri Raghunandana Shri Rama Dasharathe Jaya Raghurama Kishora Navanita Chora Vrindavana Govinda Lala Hare Ram 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 Ghana Sham 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 Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Ghana Sham 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 Jai Hari Bol Jai Sita Ram Gopi Gopal Bhajo Radhe Shyam.
Do you have a favorite bhajan?
Many.
And how many years have you been practicing to maintain your beautiful professional classical singing voice? Do you continue to practice?
Not right now, but I'm so fully equipped that I can sing.
Well, good. Then I want you to sing for us right here, right now. Pick your very, very favorite bhajan for Baba, and maybe we can rustle up even some musical accompaniment here in a second. If you had a chance to sing, let's just talk about this for a second while the ladies prepare for this. If you had a second to think about what you might want to either say to Baba or to sing to Baba today in June 2010, what would you say to him and what would you sing?
I would say thank you, Baba.
Thank
First,
you for what? Thank you for what?
for providing all these opportunities to be able to come to United States to meet you when you coming here.
So you've had a nice life, is what you're saying. And you would like to thank Baba for everything. Now, what kind of a song would you tell him on this day in the summer of 2010 that you would like to sing for him? What song, what bhajan would you like to sing for him?
You the Shruti. Rasa Villola.
And can you tell us what the words mean in English?
Rasa Villola.
What does that mean? Because we love bhajans here, and many people sing them, but we don't know what the meaning of the words are in English.
How to explain, you say?
Krishna's dance with the gopis.
Krishna enjoying with the gopis. That is Ras Leela.
So it's a love song for God. Well, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Is this one of your favorites that you love to sing, or is this maybe one that you wrote?
Yes.
You wrote this song, this bhajan. And before we begin, do you have any idea how many bhajans you wrote over the years?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of bhajans. And is it true what I hear that they have been sung before Baba many, many times?
Yes.
Not just in Vrindavan, but wherever?
All over the world.
All over the world.
They became very popular.
And you wrote these bhajans.
Did she write music before this?
Did you write music before writing bhajans for Baba?
This capacity to compose after going to Baba I got.
So this is all new with the advent of Sri Satya Sai Baba in your life. Okay, so you gave us the name of this bhajan and you gave us this story. Now you're going to give us the bhajan. Ready?
Rasa Vilola Nandalala Rasa Vilola Nandalala Radha Madhava Nandalala Radha Madhava Nandalala Rasa Vilola Nandalala Nanda Kishora Nandalala Nanda Kishora Nandalala Sai Nandalala Sai Nandalala Rasa Virula Nandalala Nanda Kishora Nandalala Navanita Chora Nandalala Navanita Chora Nandalala Navanita Chora Nandalala Navanita Chora Nandalala Nandalala Sai Nandalala Nandalala Sai Nandalala Nandalala Sai Nandalala Nandalala Sai Nandalala Rasa Vilola Nandalala.
That was just wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Did you have fun singing in here? In Elyria, Ohio? 13,000 miles away from where Baba is sitting right now. Actually, he's sleeping right now, or he's doing whatever he does.
Birds are responding.
And the birds are responding to your beautiful bhajan. Now, there's another interesting story about how you got to write these and Baba came along one day. Tell us about that story.
Mrs. Ratanlal, a
Yes?
staunch devotee of Baba who was living in the ashram, she used to cook for Baba.
Mm-hmm.
and she never used to mingle with others excepting very few times. I was very lucky because she liked my music. So she will say, you come Parvati whenever you feel like, because I want to hear you sing. This I thought it was a privilege. So I used to cash on it. One day, one of those sessions, I was singing. Suddenly I felt somebody tapping on my shoulder. And I turned around, I saw Baba.
Oh no!
I became cold.
Did he say, "Why are you so cold"?
No, because the rules are that no one should go into others' rooms.
I see. Okay. So you were in her room, right? And you were violating the rule.
I was worried because of that. But Swami said, I'm happy. Continue singing.
Very
And he also sang with me. And then he said, he also told Mrs. Ratanlal, she's a good singer.
What was it like to sing with Sai Baba? What was it like? Tell us about that.
What was it like to sing with Baba?
I was nervous to sing with Baba, but at the same time, as he approved, I got very highly excited.
And you were working on writing a new bhajan at that time?
No, it was an old bhajan only.
Mm-hmm. And he sang along with you. Was that a nice experience?
Very nice, elating experience.
And he's an interesting singer. I've only heard some of his songs on recordings over the years. How would you describe his voice and his singing ability? What kind of a singer is Baba?
He doesn't care for these rules and regulations. He believed in bhava. That is, what should I say? Devotion and emotion.
So, in other words, am I understanding you correctly that if you had love in your heart and sang with the love in your heart,
he will respond.
That was perfect.
I mean, it shouldn't be very, repulsive with so many false notes and all. But the problem with me was I was so classically trained, I could not accept anything that was out of the way.
So you had to teach yourself to not just sing professionally and beautifully and physically well, but also emotionally well. That was new for you.
No.
You knew how to do that all right? So he must have noticed that, because that's what prompted him to say how his wonderful comments about how you were singing. So tell us about some of the other encounters over the years since the early 70s that you had. Pardon me?
He used to give all the bhajan singers, very often he used to call us and give us group interviews.
What was that like?
He'll call all the singers and he'll talk to us about bhajans, about devotion, and how good we must be at heart and all. One of those, he called me, Hey Narada. I knew it was an honor on me, because Narada was known for his devotion and everlasting chanting of the Lord.
And that's who you became. That's who you were. I'm sure you still do everlasting chanting of the Lord.
Quietly I do now.
Yeah, quietly. You don't have to sing out loud. You can do it internally. And
because he asked me one day, go inside.
And then what? Did he tell you to go inside to sing inside?
Not like that. He said, go inside.
Well, tell me what you think he means by that.
I went on thinking, then I found maybe I have to correct my mind process. I used to be very sensitive.
Did you get over that?
Yes, I did.
And what else did you find yourself learning by going inside? You're talking about going inside to be contemplative, to meditate.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about. Do you still do that a lot?
Yes, I do find out my mistakes.
Well, very good. You're the perfect person to ask for your help then, because many people I know, they want to be able to go inside, but they don't know how to do it. How would you advise them to do it?
We must understand ourselves. Try to find out our own mistakes and correct ourselves.
Do you do this every day still?
Every day, every moment I do.
You stay internally focused. Does Baba ever come to you in your thoughts or your dreams, or do you have
I
leelas?
used to get a lot of dreams. Now I don't.
What about leelas? Do they occur in your life very often? Leelas.
Many have happened, like, compositions.
And do you still find yourself interested in going to wherever Baba is in India to see him from time to time?
No.
You don't have to do that because you already have him.
I already find him in my thoughts, in my words and deeds.
So that's interesting because many people still feel, even though he says you don't have to come to see my form, many people still feel that they should go to see his form.
No, I don't feel that urge anymore. I used to have.
Okay. Any idea how many times you've had a chance to see him up close when he invited the bhajan singers in for an interview? Was it more than a couple of times?
Yes, many times. In the course of 30 years I am talking.
And I'm guessing that maybe somewhere along the line you may have actually witnessed Baba doing a materialization for somebody in the group.
Yes, for me, he has materialized this
What
ring.
did he materialize for you? Let me see.
This
Which one?
ring.
The silver one. The one on your index finger. And when
Shirdi Baba.
It's Shirdi Baba. Is this when he told you that you were a Shirdi Baba devotee?
No, I guessed.
You guessed it. And what about that gold one? Is that from Baba also?
No.
Okay. So we don't want to be greedy, do we?
He didn't tell me anything.
So
He said, serve all.
when he made that ring for you, and can you remember what your feelings were at that moment? Was it a surprise to you?
Yes, I liked it because everyone cherishes to get something from the Lord.
Yes, yes. So there's always a conversation around whether or not it's okay for us, for anybody to feel special because they've been close to Baba for so many years. You've been super close to him. He's come up and tapped you on the back. He has sung with you. He's said very nice things about you and made a ring for you. Does that make you special?
I don't think so.
I think he would say that's a good answer. Because we're all special in that respect.
For God, everyone is special.
Exactly. And what about the people you know as friends from your town, from your profession, who don't have Baba in their heart for whatever reasons? Do you ever wonder about that?
No, I never bother about others.
You just stay with the Baba people.
Not like that. I find happiness in having him.
And has Baba transformed your life from when you were before 1971?
Yes, he has brought about a lot of changes. I was dependent for everything on so many people. Now he has made me independent.
And what about some of the negative characteristics that's in all people? Are they gone in you?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So
That is what he did with me.
he changed them into good characteristics. And if somebody were to come up to you, and at the age of 84, you're a living saint, 6 months younger than Bhagavan Sai Baba, and out of the blue, if they were to ask you, because they've never heard his name before, who is Sai Baba? How would you answer them?
He is God incarnate. He is God in human form, so that ordinary people can reach him and take his blessings to improve themselves.
And do you still find yourself asking for his blessings internally?
Well, going inside itself is a very difficult job, and with the grace of such a divine person, I didn't find it very difficult, but of course I did have my difficult moments because I am a very strong willed woman.
And has he been able to tame that strong-willed nature?
I
of
hope
yours?
so. Because he went on beating me.
What does that mean? How did he continue to beat you? What did he do to you?
Supposing you have an animal which is untrained, what do? You try to help the animal to
try to
train.
train it.
It doesn't. Sometimes you have to use by force. So he used his ways to train me.
And he apparently became successful in training you.
I hope so.
No more old traits.
No more of them.
No more.
I totally surrender now.
Oh, how wonderful. Why don't we conclude with another bhajan that you wrote for Baba? Or two. So, have you thought of a good one for us?
Shall I sing the bhajan which he came in when I was singing to Mrs. Ratarlal's
Well,
room?
absolutely. This is when he tapped you on the back and announced his presence and said how good of a singer you were, and then he joined you in singing this, correct? Well, we have to hear this one. Okay, what's it called? What's it called?
Bhajore Manuva Baba Nam. Oh man, sing the glory of Baba.
We want to
Because-
see Parvati singing the glory of Baba right now. And you wrote this. Okay.
Bhajore Manuva Baba Na. Bhajore Bhajore Manuva Baba Na. भक्त जनों के भगवान भक्त जनों के भगवान बजुरे मनुआ बाबा ना प्रेम प्रदायक भगवान भगवान प्रेम प्रदायक भगवान पतिपुरीश्वर भगवान पतिपुरीश्वर भगवान भजुरे मनवा बाबा
Sai Ram. And before we say goodbye, if you had a chance to say anything from your heart, from your internal reflections, all your many years of knowing Baba since 1971, to tell others, to share with others from your heart what you feel about Baba, what would it be?
It's only very fortunate people can reach Baba. And I had such glorious moments to reminisce it. Because He is God. And how many in this universe can imagine to have such close darshans, talks, and all these experiences with God?
How wonderful.
So I cherish my memories with Baba, and I expect and request all the devotees who come to him to surrender.
We surrender. Parvati, thank you very, very much. God bless you, and Sai Ram, Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, Sai Ram. He Vishwanatha Jagannatha, He Vishwanatha Jagannatha, Hara 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 Shiva Shambho, Hara 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 Shiva Shambho, Shailagirishwara Shiva Shambho, Shailagirishwara Shiva Shambho, Sharanam Sharanam Sai Shambho, Sharanam Sharanam Sai Shambho, He Vishwanatha Jagannatha, He Vishwanatha Jagannatha, Shambho Shankara Saisha, Shambho Shankara Saisha, Shambho Shankara Shirdisha, Shambho Shankara Shirdisha, Shambho Shankara Partisha, Shambho Shankara Partisha, He Vishwanatha Jagannatha.
Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for that encore.
Bravo, bravo.
Swami wants me to live in a glass house, so people will know, okay, if this is a role model, then okay, what does he eat, what does he do, how do you become a success, how do you practice spirituality? The young adults, for youngsters who want to take to spirituality, they need that. They need hardcore proof. They're not no more interested in people who give good talks and speeches. They look at you, I wonder what he does at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did. I thought about Swami the same way. I wonder what he does upstairs. When Baba says, practice saying to yourself, I am God, I am God. One gentleman told Swami, I keep chanting Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, I am Brahman. Swami said, be careful, that should not give you ego. Who's the Aham who's saying this, he asked. Who's the I who's saying this? You? You can never become Brahman. You are the body. The Brahman is inside you. And then he said, are you listening to it or are you chanting it? Listen to the chant inside you. That means I have to listen to the voice the higher self telling me I am Brahman, not me as Sundar. The whole concept of this is to empower you. The one who's actually doing this is the higher cosmic intelligence is the one that guides me into what I'm doing, and therefore I feel more empowered.
Sai Baba's lesson to Sundar of recognizing true self-identity.
This time he was sitting so close to me, and I said, Swami, may I be an instrument of thy peace. Where there is doubt, may I sow faith. Where there is darkness, may I sow.
On the face
all
of it, such an innocent
and
request.
sincerity from my
But the
heart.
lessons from
Accept
Baba
this
to
prayer.
Sundar about this request
And Swami
most
looked at me.
challenging to
I
absorb.
came down, I got up to look at Swami, and Swami made this fantastic statement.
Baba's statement was intended to bring enlightenment to all who listened. Sundar pointedly spoke to Sai Baba about a principal teaching of St. Francis of Assisi, about being an instrument of peace. And over 3 occasions covering a long period of time, Sai Baba took this teaching to its highest level. Welcome to Sojourns. This interview was recorded in Idlewild, California on May 27, 2018.
Open your home. I mean, words fail me when I try to describe that moment in a speech or in a conversation, but in my heart I know how I felt at those moments, because as a young boy, as I said this before as well, I was more intrigued by the fact that how austere his life was, how simple his life was, and how does one maintain sanity by living in a room without windows and stone walls and no paintings on the wall, with little 2 incandescent bulbs and a little fan, and here he was, moments when he was all alone and nobody was there. Either they had not yet come or he had refused audience. There were many days where he just wanted to be alone. And those are the moments he would be reading letters, but you will know that even though he's glancing at the letters, he's in some other plane totally. And then he'll pause and close his eyes and drop his head back and keep staring at the lights in front of him. And that's it. Then you know he's somewhere else. He was totally, it was not that he was sad or pensive mood. It's not like that. Not like how we sit to think something. It wasn't like that. It was a state of, go back to a state of being. You use the right word, being. Just being God. Just being God. And that could have, and you could do that only in silence. I mean, when Baba says, among men I'm a man, among women I'm a woman, among children I'm a child, alone I'm God. I saw him those moments when he was alone. It was fascinating. I would be lying if I say I didn't grow, because after Swami passing away, I've given up my job, as you know, and I'm full-time into spreading Swami's mission.
By choice?
And
by
choice, of course, yes. Because of the dream I had, just as he was passing away. It was so, and I didn't have the courage to share it at the time you interviewed me when Swami passed away, because I was still processing so many things, and there was so much happening at that time. But what happened was about 2 weeks before Swami passing away, we had all the students and we were talking, going back and forth, and Maya had connections in the hospital who were giving her updates on Swami's health, and so we were very, very concerned about Swami's health at that time. And in my heart, I knew that this was something serious, because a Swami I knew would never go to a hospital or never even succumb to something where he can't go and give darshan. Because I've seen Swami very sick and still going out for darshan, because he says, no, I can't miss darshan, as if that was what he's come for. And so when we heard he's in the hospital, I knew there was something I couldn't be able to comprehend. And as we were going back and forth with information, it was not good. And I was concerned, and I was thinking, my gosh, what is Swami up to? Where is this all leading? And at that point, I had this very powerful dream. I call it a dream. It's so close to being a vision. And I'm used to Swami's dreams a lot, even to this day. But there are some of them which turn to be very powerful, very more vision-like, so much so that you wake up knowing that this is much more than a regular dream. And so in this particular dream, it was the one and only dream I've ever had until so far, where I've seen Swami in a wheelchair. Because I've never seen Swami in a wheelchair. So in my subconscious mind, that image is not there at all. I don't like to see his pictures on a wheelchair. I just don't like that picture. For some reason, I feel my guru is young and active, and that's how I want to see him. That's how I visualized him. And so I showed him the picture of Swami for my Gurukulam in a lotus pose, sitting in meditation. That's a picture I like of Swami. That's my Swami for me. Anyway, but that dream, it was so strange. He was on a wheelchair and he's leaning on one side and he was drooling. And he had a kerchief he was trying to clean, and he was trying to clean his mouth or wipe his mouth. It was very sad. And I was kneeling up, and because he was trying to tell me something. And I lean close to him. He leans forward with great difficulty and he indicates, I can't speak. He's saying like this, I can't speak anymore in Telugu. Can you speak for me? And I immediately start sobbing and I say, what do I speak, Swami? What do I speak? He just like this, wait, listen to me fully kind of a thing. He stopped me, he said, he points to his feet, I can't walk anymore. Can you walk for me? And that at that point I start crying and I said, Swami, what do I speak? Where do I go? What do I do? He said, Cheptanu, means I'll tell you. And then he touched my forehead again with his, I say again because physically he had done that. So he touched my forehead. And at that moment, I was immediately filled with so much energy and light. And I woke up completely drenched in sweat. And the whole room, my bedroom seemed to be filled with light. I knew it was something very, very, very profound. But at that point, we talked about the knowing at the retreat here. There was a knowing that this was it. Swami is not coming back in the physical form. But he has asked me to do some work at some level. And I couldn't process that information because it was such a big information. And until then, I've been going to retreats and I wanted to teach yoga. I wanted to do all the spiritual things. And it was like part-time, because my logical mind, my finance background said, hey, you got to also pay the bills. So keep doing this and that way but then I'm talking to people about selfless service. It's easy to talk, and my life and my speeches were not matching. I don't know. But anyway, there was the time came when, after Swami said that, Maya and I had a lot of discussions, and I said, Maya, I can't turn my back to this call. This call is a very different call. Maybe I need to do this full time. I just need to get into Swami's mission, travel as much as I can, speak about his message and share that information, because this is what I think he wants me to do. And so, lo and behold, Maya is like, without a shrug, she said, if that's what you want to do, you should do it. If not now, when? And if you have to start life all over in a gas station someday, we will do that. I mean, how does it matter? The older you go, it's going to be more difficult for you to make such decisions. And so, it still took us 6 months to process that information. For me, it was just, I have to do it always, we have to be sincere from the heart when we do something. I don't want to do something and regret, especially in God's work. But in those 6 months, I was so clear in my knowing that this is the purpose and this is what Swami wants me to do. And therefore, that birthday of Swami, I took the decision and I went and met my manager and said, I'm quitting. He said, how much can I increase your pay? I don't want you to go Sundar. I won't get another Sundar. And I said, no, I'm quitting this career. I'm going to teach yoga. You should have seen the surprise on his face. Do you make this much money in yoga? I said, no, not a bit. He said, then why? I said, that's my passion. He said, then I guess no money can match yours. If you're chasing a dream, I can't stop you. And so
at that time you were at the Cleveland Clinic.
I left Cleveland Clinic. I was with another relocation company in a much better job and a much better position. And so it was a call which I couldn't refuse. And so I said, all right, Swami, let me take this decision and let me go into it. And so 7 years down the line, I'm still...
No looking back?
No looking back at all. Absolutely no regret.
No regrets.
My heart is in the right place and I find so much peace that there is God with me now, even more than ever. Swami comes and guides me even more than ever. It's a miracle, and that's why when I say you take one step and it takes 1,000 steps, it's so very, very true. All that one step I had to take was make up my mind to say, okay, I am full time now in this mission of spreading the teachings of Swami, the teachings of yoga, the teachings of Sanatana Dharma. This is what I want to do. And it's all on Swami's principles. As you know, I don't charge any money to anything. It's all absolutely free. If people want to contribute to my classes, they come and contribute. But that's because Swami said, let your hand never be like this. Never be like this.
Hold it up a little bit.
Let your hand never be like this. It should always be giving, never receiving. Never turn your education into a begging bowl. And so the greatest education we had with Swami was the highest wisdom. How can I turn that and put a price tag to it? And so there was a time when he was calling us and teaching, in preparing us to be teachers in his university. And that was a time it was very sweet of Swami. He called us and he said, the 3-4 of us, he said, you're going to be lecturers in my institute, but I want you to understand something. I may not be able to, at this point, I may not be able to pay you full salary, because Swami it was never like, people think Swami had a lot of money and therefore he did this project. He didn't. Any project he started with was only with a divine vision, and money came in later. So even college was struggling to run on an everyday basis. When I say struggling, it was just, everything just met exactly. There was not surplus funds for them to splurge on expensive equipments, even to this day. At that point, Swami said, I may not be able to pay you the university grants, scale and commission, but once in a while I'll give you an envelope with some money. Is that okay? That was the purity of which Swami approached. And I said, we were like in tears. We said, Swami, you don't even have to tell us that. And then Swami said, I am so happy. My boys are like this. I don't want you to teach for money. And then he gave a beautiful story. Can I share the story? I think we have
absolutely,
time.
Yes.
So the story he mentioned, and which never left me, and that's why I could never, with all my finance background, and better than anyone else, that I tried different models to make work.
Sure.
Because I wanted it to be finally, if nothing works, I know that this is from the heart, and I don't want to at some point think that I didn't try this math or this path, or so this story he said was a very rich diamond merchant is walking down a village, and he's seeing a young boy playing marbles in the sand and dirt, and then this boy is playing with precious stones and diamonds, and this jeweler says, oh my gosh, this guy doesn't know the value of what he's doing. And so he stops this village boy and says, listen, I give you 100 rupees, can you give me all this little marbles you're playing with? And the boy jumps in joy because he has never seen 100 rupees in his lifetime. So Swami says this boy gladly accepted the 100 rupees and gave all the diamonds into this jeweler's hands. And he said as soon as the jeweler receives the diamonds breaks into thousands of pieces and disappears. And this merchant is shocked, and he prays and he says, God, what is this? And so the Devi, he says, the goddess of these diamonds appeared to him. And he says, why did you do this? The goddess said, you knew my value and yet you paid $100. You insulted me and therefore I don't belong to you anymore. He said, yes, I insulted you, I beg for forgiveness, but look at this boy, he was insulting you all the time. He was playing with you on the dirt, there was cow dung and dirt, and you didn't feel insulted then. And then the Devi says, that boy was ignorant. He didn't know they were diamonds. He thought they were marbles and he was playing, he was innocent. He didn't know my value. You who know the value, when you insulted me, I don't exist anymore. And so Swami said, if you know the value of what you teach, if you know the value of spirituality, how can you put a price tag to it? So if I say my classes are worth $50 or $100 or $500 or 200 rupees, whatever it is, I'm insulting that knowledge right there, because in my heart I know they are priceless. How can I take a priceless wisdom and say this is worth this much? It doesn't make sense in practical world at all, but yet it makes complete sense in my heart. And therefore, this is how it's going to be.
And I can see that you're very excited about it. In fact, your energy could lift you off the floor right now, which is ironic, and it's one of the things I want to talk about because you just finished a 3-day marathon. I think it was 7 or 8 talks you gave. You were the only speaker. You had no notes. This morning you talked for 3 hours straight. You gave 3 talks today that ended just 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, and you still have energy to burn after being here these 3 days. Where does it come from, as if I didn't know, and how do you keep it replenished, as if I didn't know? But I'd like to hear it from you.
It's a Swami. It's when I think of Swami, when I speak of Swami, when I speak about these spiritual topics, it's as if I truly feel this is what I'm meant to do, and therefore I feel connections of lifetimes that back me up. I feel all the ancestors and rishis are saying, yes, now we'll support you. I somehow feel like so right, in the right place at the right moment, and so I feel so energized. You know, when you do the right thing and you know it's the right thing, you don't get tired so easily. But with Swami, it's very different. I can go for hours talking about him, and it's almost like he gives the flow, and I am unable to keep up to the level of thoughts that keeps pouring through me. And so it's entirely Swami. He fills me with that energy, and I feel so spiritually high at the end of it all, and so charged but very humbled and very grateful at the same time that, oh my gosh, going back to the story of I am being an instrument of Swami, and this is exactly how it's meant to be. So that's why I can go on, and of course I do get tired. When I go home and I hit the sack, it'll be like,
I'm sure if I had
8 hours.
5 hours or 8 hours of video here, you could easily plow through it. If you wanted to talk to the 400 or 500 people who are here, and they heard your several hundred stories, many first person in Baba's presence, I think you might get 400 different answers as to which one might be their favorite.
Yeah.
My favorite, hands down, and it might surprise you, I don't think you'd ever guess what it is,
Okay.
that I'd like to ask you about, is you observing in a silent room called Baba's Room at night when you were his attendant, his divinity sitting there in his majesty in total silence, where you knew in your heart if there was ever any doubt, any skepticism, it was removed by watching him just being.
Just being, absolutely. I mean, words fail me when I try to describe that moment in a speech or in a conversation, but in my heart I know how I felt at those moments, because as a young boy, as I said this before as well, I was more intrigued by the fact that how austere his life was, how simple his life was, and how does one maintain sanity by living in a room without windows and stone walls and no paintings on the wall, with little 2 incandescent bulbs and a little fan, and here he was, moments when he was all alone and nobody was there. Either they had not yet come or he had refused audience. There were many days where he just wanted to be alone. And those are the moments he would be reading letters, but you will know that even though he's glancing at the letters, he's in some other plane totally. And then he'll pause and close his eyes and drop his head back and keep staring at the lights in front of him. And that's it. Then you know he's somewhere else. He was totally, it was not that he was sad or pensive mood. It's not like that. Not like how we sit to think something. It wasn't like that. It was a state of, let me go back to a state of being. You use the right word, being. Just being God. Just being God. And that could have, and you could do that only in silence. I mean, when Baba says, among men I am a man, among women I am a woman, among children I am a child, alone I am God. I saw him those moments when he was alone. It was fascinating.
I'm so glad you talked about that.
Thank you.
Not that there are skeptics and doubters, although there could be. This is just something that enhances everybody's understanding of the mystery of Sai Baba. He's
Yes.
called an enigma for a reason. Who dares to say they understand him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And people ask me, did he meditate? Does he pray? Does he close his eyes? What does he do? How do I even explain it? He was just sitting.
Does he
What
like
does that even
lemonade?
mean?
Does he read the newspaper?
Yes. But he, when he was lost in himself, that himself was so grand. I mean, that energy that I could feel, that silence I could feel, and sometimes we were grateful that we were sitting down and just pressing his feet as he was doing that. And we would be afraid that even our pressing his calf muscles and his feet might disturb the state that he was in. But then he'll suddenly snap out of it and say, aren't you eating food? Do it more harder. And so, okay, he's here. And so we go back to our work, and again he'll be like, he'll do something and just go into a whole different...
Yeah.
It wasn't thinking. I know he wasn't thinking, because thinking is very different. You can make out a person as deep in thought. This was a very, that's why I said words fail me to explain how that the eyes would still be glowing, but then there was a complete disconnect with everything around him. So it was a very fascinating experience.
It's been years, as I said at the outset, since we've had a chance to hear many of your stories, your formative years, about not coming from a Baba family, not having any interest in Baba or awareness really of who the majesty of Sai Baba turned out to be. And you shared intimate stories about being that close to him in his room, serving him, going through schools, having him help you choose which direction to go in. But here this weekend, I think I've probably heard 50 new stories from those years that I don't remember.
I thought you knew
us.
all my stories.
Do you have any one or two favorites? And I know that's a very unfair question.
Well, yes, all are my favorites. But then there is this story which I shared today, and once again it touched something very deep inside me. The I am instrument story, and make me an instrument of thy peace. I've been sharing it of late. I can share that one because it has so many lessons to it, as how Baba trained us over a span of not just one discourse or one conversation or one interview, but this lesson was taught to me over a decade, literally. It started off very early, and then it took a whole decade for me to come to where he wanted me to be. And so it's very fascinating now that I can put pieces together. But as I was going through it, I didn't realize how profound, how big this thing was. This transformation that he wanted me to have, the transformation that he wanted to cause in me. So this started when I was in Baba's room, and we would take his mail and everything and get rid of it every time, tear them and whatever he's left over and put them, trash them, check them if there was any currency and things like that. So that was a regular thing. One day, during the daytime once, when Swami was sitting and reading, I was in his room. He got up and took a break. He probably wanted to go to the restroom or something. So he got up and went in, and I took a chance to clean up his sofa. So as I was doing that, I noticed a huge card, a birthday, like a greeting card. And so I was like, oh my gosh, let me take that. And as I picked it up, there was a picture of Saint Francis of Assisi and some nice artistic drawing, and it attracted my attention. I'm not supposed to look at any of this. We never looked, but this was so intriguing. I just gently wanted to see before I tear it. My heart, always was crying when I tore those beautiful greeting cards because they were a rarity those days. And so when I opened it, to my amazement, very quickly I saw this beautiful first two lines that caught my attention. It said, "Make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. From this moment on, let me not seek to be consoled as I would seek out to console. Let me not seek to be pardoned as I would seek out to pardon. Let me not seek to receive as much as I would seek out to give. For it is in giving that I receive. For it is in loving that I am loved. For it is in dying that I am born to eternal life." But I read it pretty quick. But what caught me was the first few lines. I still didn't understand the impact of the whole thing, so the power and the beauty of that poem. But the 4 lines was beautiful, and I said, oh my gosh, this is something I want to be, because by then I had become a huge admirer of Swami. I was falling in love with him, literally, if you will, because I saw him living such a simple life inside. I was straight away impressed. I said, oh my gosh, Swami, people should know about this. Why don't they know how he lives inside, versus he portrays royalty outside, but inside he's absolutely simple, and he's so austere in what he wants to do. He's all the time focused on his mission. And so I was a big admirer, and I always said, and I had started a deep desire, was building up, that I want to be part of this in some form. I want to be with him. I want to work with him. I want to help him in some way. That was my initial, as a young boy, ready to jump into action. If we like something, we want to be there doing it. And so this prayer, when I said, "Make me an instrument of thy peace," I said, wow, that should be my thought. That should be my prayer. But then all of this was in less than 2 minutes, right? And then to my shock, as I had this open, I had the dreadful, I looked, I knew Swami caught me opening his mail. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say that, because we're not supposed to do this. And so I just froze. I was so frightened. I said, oh God, he's going to... I looked up, and he was standing there. He saw the fear in my face, I'm sure, because I was terrified. I just looked up, and he did like this. So I said, Swami, I was like, I didn't read anything. There was nothing personal in that card anyway. Yeah. It was just a poem. And so he came and sat, he did like this, and then he let me clear everything. I went and I disappeared from Swami. I wanted to run away to be safe. And a week or 2 later, it could have been a month later, I don't know at this point, it's some time later. So Swami called me again to clear stuff. And so when I was clearing his stuff, he said, wait a minute. And he reached behind some box, and he picked up a huge shopping bag kind of a thing, a plastic bag. It was filled with greeting cards. He just gave it to me. I thought he's giving it to me to get, throw away. And so I picked it up and I turned. He said, hey, listen, that's for you. You like all these cards, no? Keep it. And I was so thrilled and touched that Swami did this for me. So he had actually kept it aside. Okay, this foolish fellow wants
He
to
thought about that for a
do
long
it.
time.
Yes, I was very touched. So I had them all collected, and many years later, I cut the poems and everything, and I put my pictures with Swami and made a beautiful album. It's fortunately it's safe, and Swami signed it much later with love and blessings. Fully, he signed it on, I think it was in 1990, many years later. But then, it's a story. That's one side of the story, right? But the main story is here. So that prayer, "Make me an instrument of thy peace," stayed with me, and every day from then on, I started saying that in my heart. So as a few years passed by, my speaking talent or whatever was discovered, and so I started speaking in hostel college, and then I spoke in front of Swami in the college. I think that was the first time, and then Swami started calling me up to speak in the Purnachandra auditorium in front of all these other people. So when I was called to speak for Dasara, I thought, you know what, I'm going to use that prayer, and I can actually say that to Swami directly, "Make me an instrument of thy peace." So I was thrilled. And so after my speech, I just looked at him with my palms folded. I said, "Swami, make me an instrument of thy peace." And I said the whole prayer. And then I went and touched his feet, and Swami was very happy. Swami said, "Good." And the next day he came and he said, good prayer. How did my boy speak? Very good." And he came to me and said, good prayer. And the moment he said good prayer, he said good speech and all that, but he said good prayer, I said, that's it. I mean, Swami likes this prayer. I like the prayer. So it's a perfect match. So I kept that as my mantra, "Make me an instrument." And every time I would go into that, read it would make me emotional, and I would think, this is exactly what I wanted to be. Just use me, Swami, use me. Make whatever you want, I'm available. And so that went on in my blood and in my subconscious mind, if you will, for some years. And in about mid-80s, I got among other chances, I got one more chance to speak. Now there's a number of years after I chanted this for the first time in front of Swami, this prayer. And so when I got this chance to speak again, this time I thought, I haven't said that prayer as my ending. I always like to end a talk with a song or a sloka. Everybody does that, I think, with a small poem, kind of end your talk. So I thought, I haven't done that for a while, so maybe I should do this, say this prayer again. And so because Swami had said good prayer, so I knew he would like it, so there was no doubt about it. And so I spoke and I said this prayer again, "Make me an instrument of thy peace." I enjoyed saying it to Swami. When I think of that, I feel so honored and humbled at the same time, but it's like you're looking literally at the physical presence of your Sadguru, your God, and you're telling him the prayer. So it's not to a picture or a statue. And so I said this prayer, and the speech ended and the function ended. And the next day morning, Swami asked the elders, "How did this boy speak?" And they said, "Swami, very good, very good." He came to me. He said, "Who are you to order me?" I was like, what? I didn't get it. I didn't connect everything, right? I said, "Swami, who are you to order me? Make me a cup of tea, make me coffee, make me instrument. Who are you to order me?" I couldn't tell him that was what was printed. That's actual prayer and all that. I was like, oh my gosh, it's about the prayer. But I just kept looking at him, and he said, "Why didn't you say, may I? May I sit down? May I help you? Adugtava leda?" Means, don't you ask like that when it's out of manners, out of politeness? And he looked at some elderly devotees. "No, that is correct, no? Who's make me? May I?" In Swami accent, he becomes a child. And so all those people said, "Yes, Swami, that's much better." And then Swami looks at me. And Swami looks at me, "May I, Cheppu? May I?" And then I was happy he was not very angry or something, but he gave me a beautiful thought. When I went back and I said, "May I be an instrument of thy peace," it gave me a very reverential attitude automatically. And I said, oh my God, this is why Swami wanted me to say, "May I be an instrument, may I sow love." It was like seeking permission and being humble that, may I be used, please use me, kind of a thing, So there was a very reverential attitude that developed within me to be an instrument and yet be humble at the same time. And therefore, that became my mantra. And I was so happy that Swami actually encouraged me and changed it for me. And so I kept on saying that for years on end. And then towards the 1989-90, when Swami took us to Kodaikanal, there was a 45 days of every day you have to speak in front of Swami. And so we were running out of content. But like I said, it wasn't 3-4 hours at a stretch. It was 20 minutes or 25 minutes, short talks. But still, it was in front of Swami. You have to be very, very mindful of what you speak. He's just right there sitting next to you. You dare not say something just to be smart or act cheeky, because he can flick you off. You know, we have seen that by then, right? So I said, okay, I got this prayer now. I know how to say it correctly. May I? So I can't go wrong this time. So this was after so many years. That's why I said it was in early 81 or something. I got this first prayer, and then it was modified to may I. And then towards the end of that decade, I was saying may I. And so in that speech in Kodaikanal, I gave a short speech, and I looked at Swami once again. This time he was sitting so close to me, and I said, Swami, may I be an instrument of thy peace. Where there is doubt, may I sow faith. Where there is darkness, may I sow light. With all humility and sincerity from my heart, I said this prayer. And Swami looked at me, and I came down. I touched his feet. Swami patted my back, and I was getting the pat. I said, okay, thank God this may I thing worked. You know, when you're very sure of that, he makes you feel everything is fine. And I got up to look at Swami, and Swami made this fantastic statement. He said, let me say that in Telugu first, because it was so beautiful when he said that in Telugu. He said, Inka entasepura may I, beggar laga may I cheptavu. I'm sorry.
We got half of that.
I'm sorry. So he said, still how many years like a beggar you're going to say may I? And everybody started laughing, and I was like, oh my gosh, didn't you tell me? I was thinking about this. And I just looked at Swami, now this is wrong, where do I go with this? And then beautifully Swami said, when are you going to say, I am an instrument, eppudu cheptavu? You know, there was a firmness in his voice, like a coach. He said, I am ani eppudu cheptavu? I am an instrument of thy peace, cheppu. Enti may I am an instrument. Where there is doubt, I will sow faith. Atla cheppu. And that gave me shivers, you know. And therefore, from that day, I am an instrument of thy peace. Where there is doubt, I sow faith. Where there is darkness, I share light. And that has changed my whole. I'm not waiting to become an instrument. I'm not waiting to be called to do work. I am it already. Get into action. Swami, that's why he gave us the most powerful mantra. Start saying, I am God. I am God. I am not different from God. He could have said, pray, may I become God, or please do. He said, no, you don't have time for that. Because when we wait, we keep waiting forever. We attend satsangs and retreats, and then we say, someday we'll become God. You know that someday is never going to come. Start saying right now, and then that slowly becomes a reality. So from the day I started saying I am an instrument, I began to feel, yes, I am already. I'm part of his mission. What am I waiting for? And that encouraged me, gave me the strength, gave me the courage to represent Swami, to speak about him without any fear. I'm an instrument. Let his thoughts flow through me. Let his teachings flow through my heart. And I just want to be an instrument. So that's exactly how that story is. And so that's one of a very powerful story. But it's a very close to my heart, because that is what I am right now. In a manner, I am proud. But I'm proud because he's using me. I'm not an instrument for somebody else. It's for Sai. And I'm proud because he's using me to speak his teachings, to share his teachings, to help people walk the path he has laid out for all of us. And with the help of his teachings, I'm able to bring yoga and whatever path I practice in his presence, I'm able to share that. Help people regain faith back in the traditional values of Sanatana Dharma, of Vedanta, of the deeper teachings of the ancient rishis and sages from a civilization that said the purpose of life is to discover your inner reality. And with that discovery, go out and live the world. So first do that step.
Sundar, talk a little bit more about I am. It's very difficult for many people I know, even the staunchest Sai devotees, to say that. I'm not sure if it's a feeling of unworthiness. I am God, I am God, I am no different than God. It's very, very difficult because it seems to be an enormous leap that many of us aren't ready to make. And certainly people in other faiths, systems, or religions.
That's blasphemy for them.
It's blasphemy. You're a heretic if you say that. Mm-hmm. And that spills over into Western culture today. So say just a little more to put people at ease when thinking about themselves the way Baba instructs people to think about themselves?
When Baba says, practice saying to yourself, I am God, I am God, this is not the religious God that we configure in our mind, that is conjecture, that is out there, and therefore that is who I am. Actually, I'm the one who's creating. Everybody is going to serve me or look down upon me. The I am God principles comes from the very essence of Vedanta, the essence of Hinduism as it was when it was called Sanatana Dharma. And therefore, that says that every one of us is a spark of the divine. And therefore, within us lies the same God principle that created this universe. There is oneness in this consciousness. That's why in yoga, the highest state of yoga experience is Kaivalya, is oneness. Everything is finally just one. Kaivalya means Kevala, just one. That one consciousness has manifested itself into everything. And therefore, if that consciousness is in me, who am I? Not me as Sundar. I as Sundar will always be Sundar, but I as the conscious am God. That's why Jesus died and Christ was born. So the little I gets crucified, the bigger I begins to speak, I am God, I am God, I am not different from God. In fact, in connection with that, when we were in a small group, Swami said, one gentleman told Swami, I keep chanting Aham Brahmasmi, because Swami spoke about Advaita and everything is you. And he said, Swami, yes Swami, I start saying Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, I am Brahman. Swami said, be careful, that should not give you ego. Who's the Aham who's saying this, he asked. Who's the I who's saying this? You? You can never become Brahman. You are the body. The Brahman is inside you. And then he said, are you listening to it or are you chanting it? Listen to it, don't say it. Listen to the chant inside you. That means I have to listen to the voice, the higher self telling me I am Brahman, not me as Sundar. So even this I am God principle, when we start saying it and thinking about it and contemplating, it takes you deep within. And it's not Sundar who's saying I am God. There is something deeper inside. It's actually the God saying I am God, and therefore he has all rights to say he is God. And so in one sense, it's really not blasphemy. But when you look at it superficially, you'll say, oh my God, how can you be God? There's God up there. Or you are not God at all. Or a devotee will say, no, how can I say that? I am not God. I'm just a humble devotee. He is God. To say that I am a humble devotee, I am not God, is a sign of ego. And this was taught by Krishna to Arjuna. When in the battlefield, Arjuna says, I cannot fight, I am no one, I am just a poor man. You who have done all this, you take over. Krishna, please, I can't do this anymore. And Krishna whips him into shape. The whole first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, he lets Arjuna cry and wallow in self-pity and, oh my gosh, poor me, and this and this. And then in the 11th sloka of Gita, in the second chapter, he wakes up Arjuna and he says, wake up, you stupid warrior. Wake up from this. This is unbefitting of a warrior. Wake up. You are the one. And so the whole concept of this is to empower you to know that the one who's actually doing this is the higher cosmic intelligence, is the one that guides me into what I'm doing. And therefore I feel more empowered, more energized, and not walk away with a false sense of pride, but actually with a deeper sense of humility that I am not the doer. It is God who's doing through me. And that is the I am God principle that is working through me. So I hope I make sense, but
no, it does. It's a big help. It's not just Sundar Iyer we're talking about today. It's the Sundar Iyer partnership, and
exactly
your partner isn't here. Maya Iyer, whom we love, was a student at Anantapur. She was married to you by Sai Baba himself.
Yes.
She was set on a course to serve humanity with you by Sai Baba himself. And regrettably, she can't be here in California with us today.
Yes.
But she's not a silent partner, is she? She's an active partner?
No, she is, oh my gosh, she's an absolutely active partner. I couldn't do anything without her presence, her company. And, I think I remember saying this to you and to others. I've always had this fantasy of becoming a monk, a yogi in the Himalayas. But after marrying Maya and getting a soulmate like her, it's only energized me and helped me become a better human being. That love and that affection that she can give me, I think it's just next to Swami. And so I can't say I'm grateful to her. Maybe I should say I'm grateful to her. I love her. I mean, I have no other words to speak. In fact, I was telling you we're converting a home into a Gurukulam, and that's why she couldn't make it to this retreat
Is that
because
another
she is
word
so.
for an ashram?
Gurukulam is actually a Sanskrit word for school,
School.
a learning school. Where ashram is a place of rest. You go
Okay.
and relax and quote unquote chill, if you will. But a Gurukulam is you come with an objective to learn, to practice something, to discuss, and to widen your horizon of knowledge. And so the traditional Gurukulams are residential schools where you come, you stay with the teacher or stay with the person who's going to share this knowledge with you, and then you live like him, eat with him, live like him, sleep with him, and then take all your questions and doubts and share, and in your conversations you come out a little more wiser, hopefully, and then you go back home and practice it, or you come back again. In those days, young children were sent to Gurukulam, and that was what Swami did when we went, Maya and I. We kind of like this concept because that's what happened to us. Our transformation, our growth was in a residential school in Swami's ashram, staying there in that Gurukulam atmosphere, where all we had time was, apart from our regular education, we also had time to learn spiritual wisdom and time to contemplate on what the purpose of life is and who we are, and deeper aspects and deeper dimensions of mind and chitta, if you will. So when I learned yoga, I've always wanted to teach yoga as a lifestyle, as a spiritual practice, not as a physical exercise alone. Yoga is now practiced as a physical exercise alone. It's good to have it as a physical exercise, but to think that is all yoga is to me injustice to what yoga can actually offer. Yoga to me is a journey of discovering who you are. You use your body, you use your mind to go within. That stillness that you achieve in each pose, the experience takes you, draws you inside. And there you truly come face to face with your own God principle, if you will. So yoga is not based on faith or belief. All they say is use your body, use your breath, use your mind, and go within and discover that principle. So that can be learned as a lifestyle. What kind of food I should eat then, how my lifestyle should be, what else can I do? And there are so many aspects to this, because as Swami would teach us, you're not just simply sitting there. You're covered by 5 sheets. You have the Annamaya Kosha, the body sheath. Then you have the Pranamaya Kosha, the pranic sheath that covers you. Then you have the mind sheath, the Manomaya Kosha. Then you have the discriminative sheath, the Vijnanamaya Kosha. And then you have the little subtle bliss sheath, the Anandamaya Kosha that covers you. And within that is the real you sitting there. So how do you cross by all these sheets? So the yoga asanas, the poses that we do, is only catering to the body at this point. But there are practices now that can take you into the Pranamaya Kosha. You align that. All these koshas you transcend, you learn, you become familiar, and then go within to discover. So yoga has to be learned in a much broader, much more deeper, much more longer practice, as opposed to, can this fix my back, or can I get a 6-pack abs, or can I lose weight? You can lose weight and get 6-pack abs in a much faster and a much better way through other exercises, because I know I do aerobics, I run as well, so I know those are far better to get those kind of benefits. But yoga has a far more reaching, deeper impact on your spirit, on your spirituality, on your awareness. And therefore this Gurukulam concept was blessed by Swami. And
Do you think Swami had this on his mind when he was looking at you and Maya, studying, working, performing acts of seva right and left, and obviously he knew your future? Did he impart that to you?
Not directly in as many words as such, but Swami had always prepared me to teach. I know that for sure now, because when he said, I'm going to make you teachers, I'm blessing you, at that point we thought he's making us teachers of the university, and so we were still excited. But even those, just to teach in a university, he gave us wisdom of a different kind. He said, I want you to be role models. I want you to inspire those you teach. I want people to see your life and learn from you. And all that now, when I look back and take my passion of teaching yoga and that, then I realize how all that fits into this, and I almost feel like, oh my gosh, Swami is actually talking about this, not just taking a class in banking or economics in his class, but he actually prepared us, many of us. And for me, I honestly believe that is what he prepared us for. But he didn't in as many words come and say, you're going to start an ashram someday or something like that. No, but then the knowing, like we spoke about in the retreat, there is a knowing deep within that is unshakable for me, that this is what I want to do. I want to share. I'm not going to, though I call it a Gurukulam, I'm not the Guru. He's going to be the Guru running it. I'm just going to be the instrument part, sharing the wisdom that I learned at his feet, passing. So the Gurukulam should not be mistaken. Oh, so you're becoming a Guru now.
No, I'm not going to
And
be
this
the
will
guru.
be in Greater Cleveland, Ohio, our hometown, where we first
Well-
met you. Or is it? Or am I wrong?
No, that's where we met. Yes. That's where we met in Cleveland many years ago, 2003, if I'm right. The home is a small step, and it perhaps will be the only step, and it doesn't matter at this point. We have 3 small bedrooms, so we're going to open it up to guests. And Maya's work, that's why she's so caught up, because we're doing a lot of things to make it, because in one sense it's scary. You're opening up your home to strangers. We have never done that before, number one. Number two, I told Maya there is now 0 private space for us. I mean, our private space is now not only a home, it's come down to our bedroom, because we've got a door now. Hopefully we'll lock it and say no entry or something. I'm kidding, but that's the point. The point is, Swami wants me to live in a glass house, so people will know, okay, if this is a role model, then okay, what does he eat, what does he do, how do you become a success, how do you practice spirituality? The young adults, for youngsters who want to take to spirituality, they need that. They need hardcore proof. They're not no more interested in people who give good talks and speeches. They look at you, I wonder what he does at home. That's what I did. I thought about Swami the same way. I wonder what he does upstairs. And that's what my faith in Swami and his entire mission and his teachings came to me when I watched him in his close quarters. And so I value the purpose of, come stay with me, live like me. Let's laugh together, eat together, and take walks together. Let's do yoga together. And then you share your doubts and your fears, and I can, whatever I know, I can share it with you. And hopefully we'll be able to help people, even though a little bit at a time, but at least go in depth.
This leads me to maybe a final question about those very young people you're just referring to. Many of them share with me, and I see as a journalist, a sadder and sadder outlook, not just for their country, but for the world. But say something to that, because young people today are very sharp, sometimes shrewd, often cynical, not sure who to trust, even speakers at Sai retreats.
Yes, absolutely. The problem, Ted, and as we talked about in the retreat as well, the problem today is identity crisis. We are so bombarded with, my friend likes something, so I'm supposed to like it, otherwise I might be a misfit, and therefore I like it simply to fit into my peer pressure and my friend's circle, my social circle. And then I go to work, and then everybody at work is doing something, so in order to fit in, I compromise on my beliefs or my value system just to fit in. And in a short time, a child grows in school under some pressure. He borrows some ideas just to appear that he's also like everybody else. He goes into a youngster becomes a young man, or by the time they're in midlife, there's a crisis, because who am I then? What do I like really? What is my purpose in life? What is my calling? I didn't have time to look at it. And today with this social media pressure and everybody has to look good on Facebook, nobody takes a picture out of their bed and put it there. Everybody is happy, everybody is having great vacations, everybody projects an image out there, but that is not who they are really. And so it leads to a sense of disillusionment when we say spirituality is there and God within you will answer. They'll say, yeah, right, I know, but I'm having problems now here. I'm having depression. I'm going through some kind of a relationship issue or a career issue. I'm going through this confusion. Where is God going to help me? So where do they go? Where do they look up to? Whom do they look up to? Even in the yoga world, for that matter, it's very difficult, because it's become an exercise. I meet scholars from India who are amazing Sanskrit scholars, but they don't practice yoga. And so when they talk about Yoga Sutras, but they have a big belly and they're going to burp in the middle of their talk. For me, I'm like, okay, you're a good scholar, but you probably don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And so people want role models in every aspect.
It's like a matter of how much grounding do people feel today. I'm not sure how much you're aware of it, but psychologists are now talking increasingly about a new syndrome that I never heard before this year, called on a sunny day, on a given Saturday, and you're 17 years old and you're home. The problem is, the crisis is, what am I missing? What am I missing out on?
Absolutely. I think that's why I said it's a huge identity crisis that every individual is facing today. They don't know how to handle their life. And then actually they become social misfits, because they're projecting something to everybody and they're forced to live to that projection, and they're forcing themselves to be something that they may not want to be. And
you know, when I say I want to be a role model, it's not like I'm perfect, but at least they see somebody working. It's very hard work to be a yoga teacher, and when you're 57, 58 years old, and because we have to watch what we eat, because Swami said you have to be, your life has to be your message. And that's why jokingly, I don't know if I shared this with you before, but I was saying Swami was very jokingly sharing with Karunyananda next to him, and he asked me, where, you know, the days when he was asking us what we want to teach and all that. He said, what do you want to teach? I said, I want to teach yoga, Swami. Eh? You want to teach yoga? You want to be a guru? I just kind of sheepishly nodded, I think, because I didn't know what to say, yes or no. And then Swami started laughing. He looked at Karunyananda. He says, look at this. This fellow wants to be a guru. And then he laughed and he said, you know what? When you're 50 years old, very, very, as a matter of conversation, you know, like you say, yeah. When you're doing this, then you see, you know, like kind of putting it off. But with Swami, nothing is very, there's no such thing as a slight conversation. So he said, oh, when you're 50 years old, like as if, like I was, you know, 21, 22, when you're 50 years old and you're still practicing yoga, that time you begin to teach. Then people will listen to you. Because what he meant was, when you're practicing at that point, then you will reflect, your teachings will reflect, your lifestyle will reflect what you're talking about. If I say yoga keeps you young, yoga keeps you free from disease, and this and that, then you become an example of what you're talking. And so at that point, I was like, 50 years, yeah, this is never going to happen then. But then when Swami passed away in 2011, that was my 50th year. And that call, that dream, I didn't put two and two together, but now I realize that the timing was perfect. And he said, and so that's why I said there's a knowing that I know this is the path for me. And no matter what, I'm going to continue sharing whatever little spirituality has blessed my life, Maya's life. And we want to share that. And we want to give back the love that Swami blessed us with. An iota of that immense love he showered us.
Well, good luck with your adventure. God bless you. It's quite a calling. You're a born teacher, and you're going to continue to teach.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you and talk about
Sairam.
Sairam.
न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जाति भेदः पिता नैव मे नैव माताश्च जन्मा. I am not the petty mind, I am not the proud intellect, neither the mighty ego nor the minute thought am I. Touch and hearing, taste and seeing, I am not these sensual feelings. I am truth, consciousness, divine bliss. I am the Shiva. The Shiva am I. I am the Shiva. The Shiva am I. I am the Shiva. The Shiva am I. Tanna sarva prachodayad sai. Tanna sarva prachodayad. Shivoham. 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 I am God. I am God. I am not different from God. I am the indivisible, absolute, supreme. I am truth, consciousness, bliss. Grief and anxiety can never affect me. I am ever content. Fear cannot enter me.